are still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome Rabbi Ari Wolf. Rabbi?
Please join me as we pray for God's blessings for our success of our mission. Avinu Shebashamayim, our Heavenly Father, we acknowledge your grace and your beneficence. We ask for your blessings upon this Republican National Convention and all those gathered here. We ask for your blessings of our country and our people, and we seek your guidance and continued protection. Lord God, we live in perilous and dangerous times. Today, our beloved country is under attack. Our family values, our moral principles, and even our very democracy is threatened. We beseech you for your continued watchfulness and protections as we renew our covenant of faith with you and with each other. Lord, protect our leaders, protect the members of our armed forces who serve so valiantly. Bring them home when their noble missions are done. Lord God, watch over and safeguard our police officers and all our first responders who work each day and night in every city, town, and hamlet of our great nation to protect us and our freedoms. We ask you of this, O Lord, not because we have merit, but because we rely upon you and your merciful grace. Lord, please bless all those engaged in this convention, and that thy will be done in their deliberations. Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha, Yoer Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka, Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom. May God bless you and keep you. May God shine his countenance upon you and be gracious to you. May God lift up his face to you and give you peace in a world of peace. And let us say amen.
While the colors are retired.
Forward, march. Left, 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 right, left. Left, 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 right, left.
too happy together.
Said this morning that the people who are a number of states required by our rules. This written confirmation is consistent with our modern practice and precedent during previous conventions with similar announcements, as well as the use of written certificates for the presentation of the names of our candidates for nomination. Also, the chair would like to remind all delegates that the rules require that notification of evidence of written support necessary to present a name of a candidate for the nomination of office of President and Vice President of the United States must be submitted to the Secretary of the Convention no later than 1 hour prior to the placing of the names of the candidates for nomination. I also wish to remind our guests and alternates that participation in convention business is limited to delegates on the floor. In particular, it is important that guests and alternates in the gallery remain silent during voice votes to ensure that the chair can hear the accurate results. In other words, if you're not on the floor, you're not speaking during votes. The chair now recognizes Susie Hudson for the purpose of reading the call for the convention. Please give her a warm welcome. Susie?
To the Republican voters of the United States of America, in accordance with the rules of the Republican Party adopted by the 2012 Republican National Convention on August 28, 2012 in Tampa, Florida, the Republican National Committee hereby directs that a national convention of delegated representatives of the Republican Party be convened in Cleveland, Ohio, no earlier than 9 a.m. and no later than 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time on Monday, July 18, 2016, and to continue thereafter from day to day for as long as may be necessary for the purpose of nominating candidates for President and Vice President to be voted for at the presidential election on Tuesday, November 8, 2016, and for transaction of such other business as may be properly come before it. Said convention membership and procedures will be governed by the rules of the Republican Party as set forth herein. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you very much, Susie. The chair now recognizes the delegate from California for the purpose of making a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I am Harmeet Dillon from California. I move that further reading of the call be dispensed with and that the Secretary be instructed to complete the call at this point in the convention proceedings with the same force and effect as though read in full.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on agreeing to the motion to dispense the reading of the entire call for the convention and that the call be made part of the permanent record of the convention. All those in favor of that signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is granted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. All right. The chair states that pursuant to the call and Rule 42 of the Rules of the Republican Party as adopted by the 2012 Republican National Convention and is incorporated by the call for this convention, Rules 25 through 42 shall be the temporary rules of the convention. Susie Hudson, the Secretary of the Republican National Committee, has presented to the chair the temporary roll and delegates and alternates to the convention. The temporary roll will be referred to the Committee on Credentials when we break in just a moment for the committee meetings. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the convention to elect its temporary chairman. Pursuant to the authority granted to me by the Republican National Committee, I nominate as temporary chairman of the convention the Honorable Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, Senate Majority Leader. All those in favor of electing Leader McConnell as temporary chairman signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. It's pretty clear, guys. I'm sorry. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair appoints the following United States senators to escort the committee on the temporary chairman. Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia. Bill Cassidy of Louisiana. Tom Cotton of Arkansas. Steve Daines of Montana. Joni Ernst of Iowa. Cory Gardner of Colorado. James Lankford of Oklahoma. David Perdue of Georgia. Mike Rounds of South Dakota. And Ben Sass of Nebraska. Dan Sullivan of Alaska. And Tom Tillis of North Carolina. The chair has been presented with the names of the temporary officers of the convention as prepared and recommended by the Republican National Committee. The chair now recognizes the delegate of Alabama for the purposes of offering a motion. Terry?
Mr. Chairman, I am Terry Lincoln of the great state of Alabama. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the officers recommended be approved and elected as temporary officers of the Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
All right, we're voting on those list of senators as part of the temporary chairman's delegation. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from Maine for the purposes of offering a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Alex Willett of Maine, and I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the following committees are hereby appointed: a committee on credentials, a committee on permanent organization, a committee on rules and order of business, and a committee on platform. Each committee shall consist of one man and one woman delegate from each state: American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. The chairman and co-chairman of each committee, appointed by the chairman of the Republican National Committee and the persons selected by the various delegations whose names are filed with the Secretary pursuant to Rule 41, shall constitute said committees, and the reading of the names of such persons shall be dispensed with and published in the proceedings of the convention. Mr. Chairman, this is an important resolution. I move the adoption of this resolution and yield my time.
All right, thank you, Alex. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will signify now by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committees have been approved. The chair instructs the members of the Committee on Platform to exit the floor via Section 131. Members will move to the white 3-bank elevators to level 4 and then proceed to the RGA cloakroom. Platform goes to the RGA cloakroom located near the East Bridge. Okay? I think it's about 4 o'clock. To my 4 o'clock is where you want to go. Platform, okay? The chair instructs the appointed members of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business to proceed from the floor through Section 106. It's about right there, to where the volunteers will be holding signs, rules signs. Look for those. The Rules Committee will gather in the Bridges Restaurant on page 4, on level 4 of this building. This is located behind the red 4-bank elevators, okay? So about right there, Rules, look for some signs, Bridges Restaurant. The committee instructs the members of the Committee on Permanent Organization to the floor section 114. It's about that direction here. Permanent Org, you can see a sign back there. And navigate the Aramark hallway through the event workspace and gather in the Committee on Arrangements conference room on the left side. The chair instructs the members of the Committee on Credentials to proceed through Section 106, about right that direction. Look for a sign, Credentials Committee. Look for the credentials sign. The committee will gather in the Bridges Restaurant as well in level 4. This is located beside the red 4-bank elevators. Additionally, there will be floor staff wearing orange baseball caps, and they're going to be able to direct you. So if you get lost, find someone wearing an orange hat and ask. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to the Right Side Broadcasting Network, RSBN.TV. This is Adam Taxon, who you may know as a cameraman, reporter, writer, and whatever else the boss, Joe Seals, needs here at RSBN. Checking in with you periodically. We have a lot of coverage going on. We will be covering all the main speeches today. We also, in addition to that, on another stream, we'll be featuring interviews by Wayne Dupree, whom you know from the Wayne Dupree Show here on RSBN. And we're also, you may know Mark Burns, Pastor Mark Burns, on the show, who has his own show on Sunday nights here. He will be appearing at the convention tonight, but let's remind you of who the speakers are today. theme is Make America Safe Again, for those of you who have not heard. And along those lines, we will be hearing from Jamil Shaw Sr., whose son was killed by an undocumented immigrant and who supports stronger border control. We'll be hearing from Senator Tom Cotton. We'll be hearing from Rudy Giuliani. We'll be hearing from Melania Trump and Senator Joni Ernst. And also in there will be Pastor Mark Burns, whom I mentioned earlier. You may want to check out our tweets, RSBN, our Twitter feed, and also mine, Adam_Taxon. I probably will be a little more active than the RSBN one because I'll be doing reports, summaries, etc. But right now, I got to go because we are about to cut to the protests. So keep tuning in to rsbn.tv, and we'll be going to the protests imminently.
Newt would say, the party of growth, opportunity. Welcome Ladies and gentlemen, all delegates, citizens, and patriots, welcome to the 41st Republican National Convention. When last the grand old party, or as Newt would say, the party of growth, opportunity, and progress, GOP, gathered in the great city of Cleveland, it was 80 years ago. Imagine, in 1936, our nation was still on its back, reeling from the aftershocks of the 1929 stock market crash. The Dust Bowl was still engulfing the Midwest. Unemployment stood at 16.9%, and the average annual family income was just over $1,500 a year. Feels a lot like the last 7.5 years of Barack Obama to me. But then the Mutiny on the Bounty won the Oscar for Best Picture. And James Cleveland Owens, Jesse Owens, a black son of a sharecropper in Alabama, won 4 gold medals in the Berlin Olympic Games, thumbing America's nose in Hitler's face. Ladies and gentlemen, the duties incumbent upon us as delegates and citizens and patriots have never changed in the 80 years. Our jobs here are the same as they were 80 years ago. Underwrite for our countrymen the right, the liberty, and the pursuit of happiness only given to us by God. So, for the next few nights, we gather here in the Q, the home of the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers. I want to thank Dan Gilbert, the founder of Quicken Loans and owner of the 2016 NBA champion Cavs, for being our personal host and true friend here in Cleveland. I also want to thank Cleveland Mayor Frank Jackson and Cuyahoga County Executive Armin Budish and the entire Ohio GOP host committee led by Chris Connor, Sandy Cutler, Beth Mooney, and their CEO, David Gilbert, who have spent every morning and every night since 2014 making this our week, our reality, our time, and our place of choosing in Cleveland. Thank you. In 1980, not far from here, in the city of Detroit, another great Midwestern so-called Rust Belt metropolis that never gave up, the work of delegates like you resulted in the nomination of a man who at the time was given no real chance, at least according to the pundits of his day, to become the next leader of the free world. His name was Ronald Reagan. And he looked at his job as the 40th President of the United States much as the same as we delegates here do. And that is, if you want to make America great, you can accomplish anything if you don't care who gets the credit. Once again, America is at a crossroads. We have in our hands the steering wheel of one of the one political party in this country that no matter whatever turn, whether we turn bumpy roads, but we are not going to turn left. We know that. And again, as delegates, we undertake the duties and blessings of making freedom work for the next generation. Now, a national convention is more than just a national broadcast, a series of sound bites, snippets, or tweets. It's the careful work of a nation uniting in purpose. We are the thumping sound of an American heartbeat pounding for change. So whether you're here in Cleveland or you're watching from home, stay tuned for a powerful week. Let your voices be heard and followed. Make this convention your convention. And let's make some noise. God bless America.
Delegates and alternates, please give a warm welcome to Cleveland Mayor Frank Jackson.
Good afternoon. How are you doing this afternoon? Good, good. You know, I want to welcome you to Cleveland, and as was mentioned, to the home of the NBA 2016 champions, the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, I hope you take some time to get to know us, because we're really happy that you're here. Everything that we have done in Cleveland that has been successful, including the opportunity to host this convention, is because we have done it as a community. Our innovative education reform plan was a result of collaboration between Republicans, Democrats, business, labor, public schools, charter schools, our philanthropic communities, and of course the citizens of the city of Cleveland. Our cooperative efforts with the Department of Justice resulted in a comprehensive agreement for police that gives us the opportunity for real reform and a vision that goes beyond that agreement to provide our citizens with well-equipped and well-trained police division that has community policing as part of its DNA. That is real policing reform. Now we are a city of great ethnic and cultural diversity that works together to welcome everyone. The rebirth of Cleveland is evident as we look at Cleveland becoming a destination for businesses, for new residents, for food, entertainment, and lifestyle. Cleveland is a city of movie making, the rock and roll. We put on the senior games, the gay games, and yes, this year's 2016 Republican National Convention. Now, you are in a city with the most robust culture and arts between New York and Chicago. So visit our museums, see a show on one of our stages. You are in a city with world-class restaurants and chefs, so enjoy our downtown hospitality and venture into our neighborhoods, as well as visit our newly renovated public square. Now, all these things are a reflection of the hard-working and diverse people of this city. But as I travel throughout this city and I talk to the people, I am reminded that we still have a ways to go to become a great city. A truly great city will be measured by the well-being of its people, and particularly the least of us. But I'm not talking about welfare and charity. I'm talking about how do we have everyone participate in that quality of life and the prosperity that this community creates. It's striving for greatness. This is the challenge that we embrace and the struggle and the fight that we take on. We will be successful because we will do it as one community. Now, some of you may have heard about last month's NBA games when the Cavaliers did not invite a nationally known recording artist to sing the national anthem. In this building, we all sang it together. And it's in that spirit, ladies and gentlemen, that we greet you to Cleveland and welcome you to Cleveland. So enjoy your time here, get to know us, and hope you come back soon. Now it's my honor to introduce the Cuyahoga County Executive, Mr. Armand Budish. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Cleveland, Cuyahoga County, and Northeast Ohio, communities that are on a huge winning streak. We've been winning by revitalizing our downtown and our neighborhoods, including those you may be visiting or staying in this week, like Gordon Square, Ohio City, Tremont, and Slavic Village. We're winning by creating a dynamic economy with skilled workers, creative entrepreneurs, and innovative businesses. And in the very place we are now, earlier this month, we celebrated the winning of the NBA title by the Cleveland Cavaliers. We've also won by being chosen to host this Republican National Convention, where you'll be making history this week. We've won, and we've done all this because we've built a team where everyone is all in. It's amazing what's possible when all of us, Republicans and Democrats, business and labor, and people of goodwill from all walks of life, when we all come together around shared goals and aspirations. In the run-up to the convention, you've read about Cleveland. In the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times, and in so many other places, in print, online, and on air. They've praised Cleveland as a top destination, and I hope you'll experience what they've written about and spoken about. From food and drink to arts and culture, you'll find it all here, including many world-class attractions. From our restaurants and bars, to our art scene, including Playhouse Square, to a thriving music community that spans from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to the famous Cleveland Orchestra. You'll find a lot to like and to do here, both now and when you return. That commitment to winning extends to our workforce and businesses. This week, you'll experience a shared dedication to putting on world-class conventions. You'll see our new Global Center for Health Innovation, one part of Cleveland's world-class healthcare sector. But it doesn't end there. From polymers and paints to power management and hydraulics, to dynamic finance, accounting, legal, and high-tech communities, and more. Ours is a region on the move and a great place to do business. We're excited to have you here this week. And on behalf of all the residents of Cuyahoga County, thank you for choosing my hometown of Cleveland, a city on the move and a city of winners. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. Joe Seals here back in the RSBN studio. Just wanted to remind everybody the reason that we mute the music sometimes on these live broadcasts is because of YouTube copyright. Even though this is a live performance, YouTube has an automated system, algorithms if you will, that can detect these things, and sometimes we got flagged one time for the national anthem. So we're just playing it safe. We'll mute the broadcast from time to time if there's music playing, but we will bring you all the speeches today. You will not miss anything today. If you keep it right here on this stream, you will see every speech. The speeches should start to kick off pretty soon. I know Pastor Mark Burns, I talked to him earlier today, and he will be speaking today. Also, Jamil Shaw, another friend of RSBN, will be speaking a little bit later tonight. And of course, Melania Trump will top things off at the end of day one. But we'll be broadcasting live all day, and I want to also remind everybody that RSBN's own Wayne Dupree will be broadcasting on a separate stream today, which you can also find at rsbn.tv. You can find it on our webpage or on the YouTube main channel page. He will be broadcasting live with his crew. Cambry Nelson and Hutch Bailey Jr. will all be broadcasting live from the lobby at their booth there. We have a booth at the convention in Cleveland, and we will be bringing you interviews with some of the people speaking. We're going to try to get several big name people, and so that will be a separate stream that we may, on this stream, we may cut into if there is no speeches going on. But you have two options. You can watch either one of them on rsbn.tv. So we're going to kick it back here in just a minute when the music stops, and we'll get you some speeches here shortly. Thanks for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the distinguished co-chair of the Republican National Committee, Sharon Day.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have the great honor today to let the convention officials know how much we appreciate all the tireless work that they have done to make this event a reality and a success. Any convention is a massive undertaking, requiring the management and the directions of hundreds, if not thousands of people. And I'd like to give a special thanks to all those volunteers, the security and the staff who have made this event possible today. Let's all please express our gratitude with a big round of applause. I am very pleased and honored to be introducing our convention CEO, Jeff Larson. Jeff has had a distinguished career as a businessman and a political strategist. We are grateful for his years of dedication and his leadership of the 2016 Republican Convention. On behalf of all of us, thank you, Jeff. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the convention CEO, Jeff Larson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon, and welcome to the 2016 Republican National Convention. Take a moment and look around. Here we are, entering the finals in the selection process for the next leader of the free world. And like the team that won a national championship in this arena, the Cleveland Cavaliers, our nominee will win this November. First of all, I want to thank the activists. You are the core of our democracy. You gave many talks and attended many meetings in order to get elected at your township, your district, and your state to be a delegate or an alternate to this convention. And now here you are in Cleveland to select the next president of the United States. Since the middle of the 19th century, conventions have played a vital role as political parties come together to debate the rules and the policies. No single event will offer a significant opportunity to the candidates to present their vision to our country, to the American people, and to the world. As CEO of the Committee on Arrangements, my colleagues and I are responsible for providing a platform for you to work and enjoy yourselves. For your benefit, we've added Freedom Plaza for you to enjoy some time with your fellow delegates and guests. We've also built out our marketplace, and I'd encourage you to visit some of the many vendors that we have. And then there's this spectacular convention hall. We want you to enjoy yourselves in here. I hope you will find that we have succeeded in making this a tremendous experience for you when you leave on Friday. I'd like to thank our party chairman, Reince Priebus, and Steve King for giving me this opportunity to serve in this role. Sarah Armstrong, the vice president of the convention, has been indispensable in making our convention a success. We've both benefited from working with hard-working and devoted staff. I would also like to thank Mayor Frank Jackson, Cuyahoga County Commissioner Armand Budish, and David Gilbert and the whole host committee. They've been very helpful and gracious hosts, as you can see by your welcome here in Cleveland. And I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to thank my wife, Doreen, and our boys, Eric and Nick. I appreciate their allowing me to take on this challenge. They've been very patient and understanding, and I look forward to returning home. Thank you, and enjoy the convention, and have a good time in Cleveland. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Cleveland Host Committee, David Gilbert.
Welcome to Cleveland. On behalf of the host committee chairs, Chris Connor, Sandy Cutler, Chris Connor, and Beth Mooney, we are thrilled that you have made Cleveland your home as you commence the important business that begins this afternoon. What you do here shapes the future of our country and we're glad that you've chosen Cleveland as the place to do it. We have made sure our city is ready and looking its best for you. However, peek behind the banners and you'll find billions in new public and private investment that reflects a region that's having a renaissance. In both new and renovated hotels, apartments, office buildings, parks, and cultural institutions. Across the region, you'll find growing neighborhoods, a population that's getting younger, smarter, and more engaged, and a business community that's putting people and capital to work in innovative, dynamic enterprises. Cleveland has become a destination for tourists, for businesses, and increasingly for world-class conventions such as this one. We are a city whose people love where they live and are proud and passionate about it. We saw that last month when more than 1 million people gathered to celebrate the Cavaliers' national NBA title victory, the largest crowd ever in Cleveland's history. And it's happening again today, the fulfillment of an incredible effort to bring one of the most important and complex events anywhere in the world here to Cleveland. Nothing makes me prouder as a Clevelander to see this great American city shine and for you and the world to experience it. This is the fulfillment of a collaboration of our public, private, and civic sectors working as one towards a common goal. In particular, I'd like to thank Mayor Frank Jackson and County Executive Armin Budish, who you've just heard from, and Governor John Kasich, along with host committee officers Diane Downing, John Pinney, and Joe Roman for their leadership. I would also like to thank the Republican National Committee for having the confidence in us to serve as your host. Without them, we could not have achieved this important milestone in our history and in yours. Have a wonderful time. We, the people of Cleveland, welcome you and wish you a great, safe, and successful week. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Virginia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Madam Chairman, I'm Tucker Davis of Virginia. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that we, the delegates and alternates of the 2016 Republican National Convention, acknowledge with the expression and gratitude and appreciation the excellence and performance of the officers of the 41st Republican National Convention, the work of the members and the staff of the Committee of Arrangements, and those in the greater Cleveland who welcomed and assisted us, the people and the officials of the City of Cleveland and the State of Ohio, the Cleveland Host Committee, the thousands of volunteers, and the members of the news media, all of whom contribute to making the convention a great success. Madam Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor of saying aye? All those opposed say no? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the resolution as agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Please welcome former Speaker of the House for the State of Ohio, the Honorable Larry Householder.
Thank you. It's an honor to stand before you today as part of a great tribute to two great Buckeyes, George Voinovich and Bob Bennett. Those two Buckeyes personify what it means to combine commitment to principle, capacity to lead, and ability to inspire. We honor these two great leaders today in their home city, Cleveland. George and Bob would be the first to tell you that the stakes for Republicans, the stakes for all Americans in 2006 are as high as they have ever been. The very foundation of our culture, of our tradition, and our history are at risk. It's time for Republicans to unite in purpose and in cause, to pull together and achieve the victories necessary to advance the causes of freedom, liberty, and opportunity for each and every American. It's time we restore our proper place in the world and in our community as a beacon of freedom. So let's take a minute to reflect, a minute to think, and a minute to be appreciative of two of Ohio's greatest Republicans. We owe a debt of gratitude for their service and their steady leadership. George Voinovich, Bob Bennett, we miss you very, very much.
This past year, Ohio lost two great Republican leaders, former Cleveland mayor, governor, and U.S. Senator George Voinovich, Republican Party chairman Robert Bennett. Together, they made a lasting impact on our party, the people of Ohio, and our nation.
During his long and dedicated service, and Cleveland, the comeback city, shined once again. As governor, he drew from that same Cleveland tenacity, pulling Ohio out of a $1.5 billion deficit while helping create more than 500,000 new jobs. Voinovich's commitment paid off as Ohio saw unemployment drop to a 25-year low. Hard work, dedication, integrity. That's George Voinovich. Robert Bob Bennett, like Voinovich, was the definition of a loyal, dedicated Republican leader. Simply known as the chairman, Bob was the longest serving in Ohio Republican Party history. Continually improving our ability to win, Ohio Republicans began dominating election after election. Bennett's legacy are the countless Republicans he mentored along the way who are leading our party today. Bennett was also a force on the Republican National Committee, where he achieved his last and most cherished victory, bringing the National Convention to Cleveland. Bob Bennett was most simply put, a giant of Ohio and national politics. So let's celebrate these two great men of Ohio, George Voinovich and Robert Bennett.
Since our last meeting 4 years ago in Tampa, the Republican Party has lost a number of our friends and leaders who have left their mark on the history of our party, on our nation, and on the world. Let us have a moment of silence to remember them. While we were not able to include everyone that we have lost on this list, we still remember them, we still miss them, and we appreciate them. Thank you and God bless.
Please welcome Michigan Attorney General Bill Schuette.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Bill Schuette, your on-duty Attorney General from the great state of Michigan. And let me tell you a story about my state in a city called Flint, where the water was poisoned from lead. I visited a pastor there, and inside his church were stacks and stacks of wet wipes because his congregation could not drink from the tap or use their shower. Pregnant moms and mothers with newborns still should not bathe or drink the water. And that's not right. But I will make it right, because in Michigan, the system's not rigged. In Michigan, we have one system of justice. That means the rules apply to all, no matter who you are. The families of Flint have not received justice, but I can promise you this: justice is coming to Flint. And I'm also chairman of the Republican Attorneys General Association, 27 women and men dedicated to defending the Constitution and upholding the rule of law. We work side by side with those on the front lines of the law. Which leads me to another story about Michigan. Just days ago, 2 court officers were killed in the line of duty. These brave men died just 5 days after police officers were slain in Dallas. Now, Ronald Reagan called America a special land, situated between 2 great oceans, inhabited by people with a love of freedom, faith, and peace. Scripture says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." But the truth is, we are all called to be peacemakers. And peace starts with us, wherever we may live, from Detroit to Dallas, from Berrien to Baton Rouge. And we can start by acknowledging and honoring the peacemakers among us. Let's stand and recognize the brave men and women who serve and protect. Let's stand with the police and sheriff's deputies who demonstrate courage and honor. And let's stand with the young mother in a city whose children hunger for thirst and hope and a chance. And let's stand with the parents whose one desire is that their children can go to school safely and learn to read and find the path to the shining city on a hill. Because when we stand with them, when we stand with each other, we stand with the very best America has to offer in this land of freedom, faith, and peace. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please welcome Matt Walter, the Executive Director of the Republican State Leadership Committee.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Walter, President of the Republican State Leadership Committee, representing America's largest caucus of Republican leaders. This week, we are renewing our commitment to the democratic process that makes America great by celebrating the nominations of our next president and vice president, New Yorker Donald Trump and Indiana Mike Pence. But with much to celebrate at the top of the ticket, one of the most amazing stories is at the state level, where real action and real results are happening. Government closest to the people has always governed best, especially in today's bottom-up, self-organizing world. Republican state leaders recognize this and implement policies that make a real difference for people's pocketbooks, schools, roads and bridges, while creating opportunities for the future. It's a stark contrast to the Obama-Clinton machine's top-down, insider DC mindset that has accomplished virtually nothing other than repeatedly and unconstitutionally overreaching into the states. Voters have experienced this firsthand and said enough is enough. They've kicked state Democrats out in droves, giving Republicans an almost unheard of 900 new legislative seats in the Obama era, while just last week Gallup polling showed that voters prefer their state government to the DC government by nearly 2-1. Republicans now hold an all-time record of 69 of 99 legislatures and have modern records in many other statewide offices. Since 2002, the Republican State Leadership Committee has helped make today's landscape a reality by supporting state-level Republican candidates for Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, legislators, the judiciary, and many, many more. We house .gop, the world's only top-level domain run by a political party. We house a concentrated effort on ballot initiatives, while our Red Map redistricting program fights for fair district lines. And perhaps most importantly, we've spent millions identifying and supporting thousands of new candidates of diverse ethnicity and new women candidates, creating new leaders now and strengthening our party's bench for the future. The importance of the farm team cannot be overstated. They represent nearly half of our nation's presidents and a majority of the current Congress. We've seen historic success at the state level recently, and with so many new candidates on the ballot this November, and your help, there is much more to come. Thank you, and we'll see you down ticket on Election Day.
Please welcome the Honorable Linda Lingle, former Governor of Hawaii.
Aloha to the delegation from the great state of Hawaii, and a special aloha to the delegation from Illinois, my home for the past year. The last 8 years have been a wake-up call to American Jews. More feel, as I do, that there's something wrong with America's leadership today. A new direction is needed, particularly on the many issues important to Jewish Americans. At home, we're approaching $20 trillion in debt. More adults than ever aren't working, and public education in our cities is in tatters. The social compact at the very foundation of our democracy is being shredded. These are the direct results of failed policies. Today, our country is more divided than ever, and our national security is threatened. The Democrats refuse to even call sources of so much of this violence by its name or to acknowledge its cause. When it comes to engaging with the world, America should defend our national interests and our allies first. Clinton and Obama have treated our allies as strangers, insulted their leaders, and ignored their advice and interests. Let's compare the positions of the Democratic Party on Israel. On one issue after another, from boycott, divestment, and sanctions, to the Iran nuclear agreement, to the very legitimacy of Israel, they're divided, with those who don't care for Israel getting stronger in the Democratic Party. You'll find no such divisions in the Republican Party's leadership. With unanimity, we passed a platform resolutely supporting a united Jerusalem, condemning BDS, and calling it what it is: anti-Semitism. We reinforced our consistent opposition to the Iran nuclear agreement. Along with many other policies of this administration, that agreement is propping up the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, including proxies like Hezbollah, with 150,000 rockets pointed at Israel, poised to strike. If this worries you, you're not alone. You're part of a movement. This includes American Jews who in 5 of the last 6 presidential elections have supported the Republican presidential candidate in increasing numbers. The support for Republican presidential candidates by Jewish Americans have tripled over the past 25 years. Republican leadership in the House, the Senate, and across the country has earned your trust on the issues of importance to all of us. Join us as we work together with our presidential candidate, Donald Trump, and Vice Presidential candidate Mike Pence to make America great again.
Please welcome the chairman of GOPAC, David Avella.
Aristotle was right when he said, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So it is with our Republican Party. Every part, every office, at every level of government determines the strength of the whole. Think about that. Every office at every level of government determines the strength of the whole. Thus, we're here and put in charge of electing Donald Trump as our next president, Mike Pence as his vice president, and giving them Republican partners at all levels of government. For 38 years, GOPAC has led in educating and electing generations of Republican leaders. Our mission has contributed to our Republican majorities in Congress, as well as our dominance at the state level, with 34 of 50 Republican governors and 69 of 99 state legislative chambers. You might recognize some of our alumni. U.S. Senators Joni Ernst, Tom Tillis, and Marco Rubio. Each is a shining example of why the future of the conservative movement is stronger than ever. Republicans are championing ideas to make America safer, both our personal and economic security. So as Election Day approaches, we must make it crystal clear that unlike Hillary Clinton, we're for a tax system that takes less from Americans so they can invest and enjoy their hard-earned money. We're for individuals having the career flexibility to chart their own course and perhaps invent something that would change the world. We're for increasing our cybersecurity efforts to prevent hacks that target our nation's infrastructure and expose our personal data. We're for protecting our communities from heinous and unnecessary attacks. And unlike Hillary Clinton, we're for securing our borders, defunding sanctuary cities, and deporting violent offenders who commit crimes. These ideals are what Americans want as they directly impact and improve our lives. With Donald Trump as president and Republicans at all levels of government, the sum of our parts will, as a whole, make America safer than it's ever been. Thank you.
Please welcome Arizona State Senator Kimberly Yee.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Yee, and I represent the 20th District in the State Senate of the great state of Arizona. I'm the daughter of a public school teacher and small business owner. My father, who proudly served in the U.S. Army, is here with me today. Like many Chinese Americans, my story starts with my great-great-grandfather, who came to the United States at the turn of the 20th century for economic opportunity, and he opened a hand laundry business. His son, and 2 generations later, his grandson, would run their own family businesses. My parents taught me that I could achieve anything I wanted in this great country, though they probably never would have imagined that I would become the first Asian American woman ever to be elected to the state legislature in Arizona's history. Thank you. It is because of the unlimited opportunities that only America affords that I humbly stand before you today. As a state senator, I represent the values of everyday, hardworking Americans who aspire to succeed in order to achieve the American dream. I am a mother, a daughter, a wife, and small business owner. I bring to these roles my job as a citizen legislator, representing my constituents, friends, and neighbors. We can't spend more than we make. We must defend our freedoms at home and abroad. We should value and protect life. And our businesses run best when government intervenes the least. These are the principles that I hold dear and that I will teach my children. It is time for us to get back to our conservative, Republican values.
If we worked hard and made the most of our opportunities, we would prosper. We pride ourselves in earning our way and not getting anything handed to us. I was taught to obey the rules even when I didn't like them. Now, as an elected official charged with making the rules, I am even more aware that not following them shows a lack of integrity. Sadly, we all know who thinks she is above the rules. We had strong beliefs in God and America. We valued life and the blessings of our liberty. We pursued our own happiness. It was never given to us. We earned it. If we want to preserve the way of life that my parents and grandparents made possible for me and so many others, we cannot have another 4 years of the current administration's policies. And Hillary Clinton would give us just that, although she tries to disguise it in a brightly colored pantsuit. We need new leadership, bold leadership, willing to tackle everything from national security to our energy independence. Leadership that understands we, the people, are the answers to our problems, not the government. The choice is ours. As Ronald Reagan so eloquently said, America's best days are yet to come. Our proudest moments are yet to be. Our most glorious achievements are just ahead. If you believe that, as I do, let us make America great. God bless you, and God bless America.
Please welcome the chair of the College Republican National Committee, Alexandra Smith.
Hello, Cleveland. As the first female chair in our 124-year history, I have the privilege of leading the largest youth vote organization in our party, representing more than 250,000 diverse and vibrant members. We are the new faces of the grand old party. It's both a privilege and a challenge. Millennials cost us the White House 4 years ago, and that's caused some of the political elite to write us off. But if anyone tells you that free market and liberty-minded principles aren't in demand with our generation, they just haven't looked at the world around them lately. The very essence of our generation rejects a one-size-fits-all, top-down approach. We may drive you nuts because of it, but no one has ever told my generation how to be consumers, communicators, or learners. We are some crazy, freedom-loving people. Now, I know all about the criticisms of young Americans today, but I also know the words of Ronald Reagan. He said that if we express our principles in ways today's voters understand, we'd create a whole new generation of conservatives, just as he did in his time. He also warned that freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. He went on to say that this freedom isn't just passed down, but rather it must be fought for and protected. But for too long, Republican leaders haven't been making our case to millennials. There's just too much old and not enough grand in the way we express our party's value to the next generation of voters. So let's start with equal opportunity, with one set of rules for everybody. A naturally growing, open economy where decisions are made locally instead of top-down from Washington, D.C. A fresh start for an America opened up to the future rather than constrained by Washington's failures. That's what we're for. These aren't just conservative values, they're millennial values. And together, we are an unstoppable force for the cause of freedom. Thank you, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Charlie Kirk, founder and executive director of Turning Point USA.
Hello, Cleveland. I am thrilled to be here. I'm from the great state of Illinois. Where's Illinois? The cool thing about Illinois is we have term limits. 1 term in office, 1 term in jail. It's a little different than most. When I was 18 years old, I was gracious enough to start a national student activist organization that organizes college and high school students on campuses across the country. Our slogan is "Big Government Sucks." And I apologize if that sounds a little caustic, but you here at the 2016 convention, I know you know that's true. I founded Turning Point USA to tell young people in America that there's a better way than big government and old school corruption. We essentially argue for free markets and free people on college campuses across the country in the most treacherous terrain imaginable. So we're on these college campuses, and the media has been spinning this as well.
We're told frequently that the Republican Party is a party of old, rich, white men. And I always respond, I say, did you know that here at this convention and our 2016 field, it was the most diverse and youngest presidential field in American history? Only 4 Latinos have ever run for President of the United States. 2 of them were in this election cycle, Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz. In fact, we had the first Latino American ever to win a presidential preference primary or caucus. We had the first Indian American to run for president in Bobby Jindal. And the Democrats, on the other hand, they have Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, by the way, is like 3 times my age. We have the only sitting U.S. senator under the age of 40. We have the youngest Speaker of the House since 1868 in Paul Ryan. We have 3 governors under the age of 50. Governor Scott Walker, Governor Matt Bevin, Governor Nikki Haley. We have the two only Indian American governors in Bobby Jindal and Nikki Haley. We have 9 U.S. senators under the age of 50. We have the youngest woman ever elected to Congress in Elise Stefanik. Who is the party of youth and diversity? We are the party of youth and diversity, not the Democrats. When you look at the Democrats, they embody old school corruption and who has been there the longest. We believe in opportunity for all, and our party reflects that. We're the party that believes in meritocracy and individual liberty, and hard work can truly succeed. We work on college campuses across the country. The only way we're going to take back the youth of this country is to storm them, and that is how we're going to make America great again. Thank you so much.
There's a place for you at our table, whether you're a student,
a businesswoman,
a mother. There's a place for you at our table.
The National Federation of Republican Women.
We are Republicans because we believe
America must retain the principles that have made us strong,
while developing new and innovative ideas
to meet the challenges of changing times.
With equal rights, equal justice, equal opportunities for all, regardless of the challenges we might face.
I believe individual liberty, individual responsibility,
and individual initiative have brought this nation economic opportunity and prosperity.
I believe we should rely on government to provide only the functions that cannot be provided by individuals or private organizations.
Government has an important role to play in many areas,
especially protecting our security and national interests.
But government should not be the first place we turn for every problem.
I believe that government should live within its means.
And the most effective government is the government closest to the people.
When Americans unite in common purpose,
great things can be accomplished.
I believe that America's brightest days are ahead of us.
I believe leadership can make a real difference.
That Republicans have the ideas
to lead us to a bright future.
In the State House.
In the U.S. Congress.
In governor's offices.
In the U.S. Senate.
Government should not be the first place we turn for every problem.
Right here.
I believe that government should live within its means.
And the most effective government is the government closest to the people.
When Americans unite in common purpose,
great things can be accomplished.
I believe that America's brightest days are ahead of us.
I believe leadership can make a real difference.
That Republicans have the ideas
to lead us to a bright future.
In the State House.
In the U.S. Congress.
In governor's offices.
In the U.S. Senate. And someday soon, one of us right here.
I'm proud to have a place at the table.
The National Federation of Republican Women.
Women united. Women determined.
Women growing.
Come join us. There's a place for you at our table.
The National Federation of Republican Women.
Women making a difference for America.
President of the National Federation of Republican Women, Carrie Allman.
Good afternoon, fellow Republicans. What a thrill to be here in Cleveland representing the largest women's political group in the country. In 2014, our members donated over 4.2 million campaign volunteer hours. And this year, we are so committed to putting a Republican in the White House that for the past 2 months, I've traveled the country in a red, white, and blue RV named Rosie after my grandmother. We've covered 11,000 miles, 23 states, and we're not resting until Election Day. From Nebraska to New Hampshire, across Ohio, Wisconsin, and Louisiana, here's what I'm hearing. Hillary Clinton does not speak for all women. She doesn't speak for the women in Kennebunk, Maine, who told me, get out there and tell everyone women support Donald Trump. Or for the young Navy recruit who knocked on our door and asked to sign our RV Rosie in an Indiana parking lot. Hillary Clinton doesn't speak for the women we meet every day demanding we get Republicans united behind the nominee. Back in March, the National Federation of Republican Women took the lead in passing a unity resolution. Women, after all, are the ones who unify the family, and we're here to unify the party. To every woman here in Cleveland and all of you watching, there is a place for you at our table. Get on board.
Please welcome Young Republicans President Dennis Cook.
Good afternoon. This election, young people face a historic choice with consequences not just for us, but for the generations of future Americans. Through shiny object policies that entice young voters but leave them hanging in the long run, Democrats lost their monopoly on youth support in America. They promise free college tuition, but they don't tell you that it will lower the quality of education around the country and cost $500 billion. They promise $15 minimum wage, but they don't tell you it will lead fewer jobs when companies have less money to pay employees. And why would they ever consider the consequences? Their nominee for president has made a career of showing terrible judgment and watching others pay for it. Republicans face an uphill battle with young Americans. In contrast to the party of unicorns and fairy tales, we are the party of reality. We know free markets are better than free stuff. We know big government solutions rarely deliver big success. There is no better illustration of the American dream that we are fighting for than Donald Trump and Governor Mike Pence. They have made careers out of proving that free markets and free society are the greatest key to both success, business, and for the great state of Indiana. This November, I ask my fellow young Americans across the country to stand with us. Visit yrnf.org and we will make America great again. Thank you, and God bless these United States of America.
Please welcome the President of the United States Conference of Mayors, Mick Cornett.
Wow, What a sight. It is great to be back in Cleveland. And I'm looking for the Oklahoma contingent. Where are you? All right. I am very pleased to be here. My thanks to the Republican Party and its nominee, Donald J. Trump, for inviting me to speak to highlight the great work going on around the country by Republican mayors. It was just 3 years ago that Politico, the newspaper that covers national politics, published an article that implied mayors across the country were no longer Republican. We were no longer leading in America's big cities. But take a look around. Republican mayors are back. From San Diego, Fresno, Anaheim, and Albuquerque, across the country to Virginia Beach and Jacksonville and Miami, Republican mayors are thriving. Over 150 cities in all. In the heartland, Republican mayors hold office in Fort Worth, in Omaha, Wichita, in Tulsa, and yes, in my hometown of Oklahoma City, where Republicans have held the mayor's seat for 29 consecutive years. Is it any wonder then that the Kauffman Foundation named Oklahoma City as the most entrepreneurial city in the country with the most startups per capita and one of the cities with the nation's lowest unemployment rates? Outside of the urban core, Republican mayors are finding success in suburbia, fast-growing cities in Texas like Irving and Plano and Fresno, where high-paying jobs are attracting the next generation. Republican mayors are restoring the middle class. Republican mayors are restoring the American dream. We are building cities where millennials are choosing to live. We're investing in public safety and streets and parks. We are helping to restore confidence in America. Last month, I became the president of the United States Conference of Mayors. I have seen Republican mayors up close take on some of the most entrenched urban challenges imaginable. And I have seen them time and time again creatively deliver solutions and success stories. Republican mayors are a growing force within the United States Conference of Mayors and a growing force in America, and we will continue to grow. So stay tuned. A Republican mayor may soon be coming to a city near you. Thank you, and good afternoon.
Please welcome the former president of the National Conference of Republican County Officials, Ray Valdez.
Will you text me if anything's going on?
Good afternoon. It's an honor for me to address you, representing all Republican county elected officials across America. On behalf of the National Conference of Republican County Officials, we believe the most effective government is the one closest to the people, their county elected officers. In my mid-Florida county, population 440,000, Republican voter registration has never achieved a majority in 100 years. Yet all of our county elected officers are Republican. Why is that? Because we attract the independent voters and those in the conservative Democratic family value group. They help us win general elections. Voters know local Republican officials carry out their responsibilities with efficiency and within our financial resources. Each of us understand we serve people that must be treated with dignity and that their opinion must be heard and respected. What we do in Florida is duplicated by other county officials across the country. Each of us is innovative. We treat our people with respect. We're receptive to new ideas, yet without compromise of our core principles and moral values. Let us as delegates confirm in our platform that we are the only political party of the people and for the people. In November, vote what you know is the right choice for our counties and our country. Vote Republican.
It's not about us as elected officials. It is about the people that we represent. Yes, government needs to get out of the way. Let us be successful. Let us hire more people and give more opportunities to those and jobs to those who need them. We are working extremely hard to make New Mexico more competitive. We've understood that New Mexico has not been competitive for many years. We're working hard at reducing our taxes for the families and small businesses in New Mexico. We have embraced our energy-rich state in a very responsible way, and because of that, we're seeing that we're turning the corner. Yet, there's still a lot of work to be done. And I have great hope. We're doing it in New Mexico now. We're reforming, we're changing things, and we're bringing the people to the process so they understand what we're fighting for.
I believe the vast majority of people today who are dependent on government don't want to be. They understand, just like the rest of us, that true independence doesn't come from the mighty hand of the government. It comes from that self-determination. I think that's not just a conservative or Republican principle. I think it's an American principle, the idea of helping people transition from government dependence to true independence. I'm absolutely optimistic about America. I have an eternal optimism in the American people. Maybe not so much in the American government, but in the American people, and ultimately that trumps anything that can happen in our nation's capital.
The best part about living in America is how successful anybody can be. It doesn't matter what your background is. It doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter. I want South Carolina to be that state where everybody says that's America. That's where you can go and you can educate your children and you can have a good quality of life and you can see these successful businesses and these manufacturers doing well because the work ethic and the commitment of these good, hard-working people matter. I think the job of Republican governors is for us to make sure that we maintain that ability to be successful in our states, whether it's through entrepreneurship, whether it's through research and development, whether it's through technology. The problem with Washington is that they're so busy complaining about the problems that they never get to the solutions. I'm not going to let Washington slow us down. What we are going to do is we're going to be great in spite of Washington.
The best governors, the best leaders are those who get out of the government bubble and see what's really happening on the ground. Go talk to the farmer. Go talk to the entrepreneur. Go talk to the mechanic in an assembly line and learn firsthand the pressures that they're under. They matter every day, and we got to make sure as governors and as leaders that we don't get in their way.
I think I'm a better governor because I was once a businessman. I actually have run something. I've had to make payroll. I've had to deal with the intervention of the government that sometimes gets in your way and inhibits your ability to have a profitable bottom line. So I think the real world experience of actually running a business is extremely valuable to me as a governor who really is focused on growing the economy of the state of Utah. We've become in Utah, by many accounts, the most business-friendly environment in America. We're getting some good results based on just basic understanding of free market principles. Create a business-friendly environment, you build it, and they will come, and they will excel. Governors are doing it.
In the Republican Party, we're about creating opportunity, and we're doing that in Tennessee. In Washington, it's hard to think of a problem that's actually gotten solved recently. In the states, particularly the states led by Republican governors, I can tell you scores of serious issues that have been addressed and a solution is underway. Governors are right in the middle of the action. We see people every day. We understand real issues, and we understand the pressure to provide real solutions at the lowest possible cost to the taxpayer. It's all about hiring great people. It's about addressing issues head on and saying, my job is to provide a solution. And the third thing you see is it's about customers.
I don't think we are finding the answers in Washington. I think we're finding the answers with our governors across our nation. Governors have to balance their budgets. Governors have to create jobs. Governors are held accountable when systems don't work. Governors have to answer to people.
What new regulation
What new tax, what new attack, what new lawsuit will the federal government throw at Florida that will impact our ability to create more jobs? Our citizens want jobs. They want to live their dream. The dream is not having government dictate what you get to do. The dream is not having the government tell you what job you're going to have. I want our state to be number one. The number one place for your family to get a job, the number one place for your children to get a great education.
Ronald Reagan once said, government doesn't have the answer to problems, government is the problem. President Reagan was exactly right in those days, and he's right today. Look all over. Any Republican governor can tell you the same thing. We're balancing our budget. We're not spending all of the money. Then we're growing the economy. Then we're innovating education. Then we're telling people we can develop a healthcare system for all our people that is not controlled out of Washington, D.C. with some failed website.
If we really profess to be conservatives, we ought to be able to take advantage of any circumstance in which the economy places us. Reducing the size of state government, reducing the expenditures, and eliminating unnecessary agencies. If you really are conservative, those are the kind of things that you don't just talk about, you actually do. And I'm proud we've been able to do it in Georgia.
Well, Washington has a fundamentally broken political culture. And the way I like to illustrate it, there are three huge issues that need to be addressed. First, we need tax reform. We need simple, fair, and efficient. Secondly, we need to do a budget, let alone balance a budget. And the third one is we need to pay down our long-term debt. That's grown dramatically. If you look at the Republican governors, we've done it in how many states? And in Michigan, I'm proud, we did that right at the start. So we did tax reform, simple, fair, and efficient. We jumped from 49th to 7th in corporate taxation in 1 year. We've done balanced budgets. We've done the fastest budgets in the last 30 years, in the last 3 years with no accounting gimmicks. And then we're paying down our long-term debt. We put in those payment plans. So it's not about thinking about 1 year, but our kids and our kids' kids.
Are we that extraordinary nation? Are we that real exceptional nation? Is there such a thing as American exceptionalism? And I say, absolutely there is. How do you account for what we've been able to do? I don't know that there's been any nation in the history of mankind that's been more blessed than us. And we've got people from all over the world that have come here on a set of ideas to make the greatest nation on the face of the earth.
We've reduced the size and cost of government and focused on bringing good business and jobs to the state. We've set 3 records in the last year in terms of capital investments in our state, and this makes a real difference in the lives of not only the people that are unemployed that can find opportunities, but also the young people growing up, getting them to stay in Iowa, looking at the opportunities they have to be entrepreneurs and create businesses in our state.
Yeah, I think this can be a great time for America. I'm fearful, though, that the federal government and some of the philosophies and the policies that we're seeing out of the administration are really holding us back. But I think we have to understand that America's strength comes from the bottom up, not from the top down. And in that regard, the states are so important. And what happens in the states really affect, in many respects, more directly the lives of ordinary Americans. Think about where we'd be in America today if we didn't have our Republican governors coming up with solutions to take care of the issues in their state, and we just sat around and waited for Washington. Now, that would make no sense at all.
The core of the American dream, the reason my grandfather came to this country is because America's a place where anybody can be anybody. And if you work hard, you apply yourself, get a good education, the sky's the limit, no matter where you start in life.
Please welcome the chair of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, Senator Roger Wicker.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be here as NRSC chairman, and it's also an honor to be here as a delegate from the great state of Mississippi. You know, there's a reason that Make America Great Again has resonated with so many people this year. It's difficult to see greatness when you're working harder for less. It's difficult to see greatness when Washington is picking winners and losers. It's difficult to see greatness when you feel your voice isn't being heard. For the past 8 years, we have witnessed the economy sputter and stall. We've seen the president ignore the Constitution, and we've watched instability fester around the world. Americans deserve to see greatness again because we live in the greatest nation the world has ever known. Our nominee, Donald Trump, believes we can do better, that Americans can do better. Hillary Clinton offers 4 more years of the same failed and tired policies that voters rejected when Republicans won the Senate majority in 2014. Hillary Clinton also brings with her a dangerous record on national security and a lifetime of scandals and lies. We know what doesn't work, and we don't need to repeat it. We can't afford to repeat it. The Republican Party recognizes that earning a vote comes with a profound responsibility and trust. When we won the Senate majority, we went to work. We followed through on promises. We restored order, and we found solutions. In the first 6 months of this year, 31 Senate bills have been signed into law. The last time that happened was 1990. As chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I have spent the last year and a half working with our great team to preserve the Republican majority in the Senate. We are running the strongest, sharpest Senate campaigns in history. From engagement on social media platforms, which the Democrats are ignoring, to our sophisticated ground game in every state, our campaigns will have the resources they need to win in November. Our message to the American people between now and Election Day is simple. We are working for you, and we have a record of achievement to show for it. Under Republican leadership, we have championed a stronger defense, safer highways and safer skies, and better energy policies for a better economy. Because of senators like Rob Portman and Kelly Ayotte, we have addressed national crises like opioid addiction. Because of senators like Roy Blunt and Marco Rubio, we are taking action against serious public health threats like Zika. Because of senators like Mark Kirk and Johnny Isaacson, we are providing better care and benefits for our veterans. Because of senators like Pat Toomey, we are ensuring that we have the right policies in place to fight crime. And because of senators like Ron Johnson and John McCain, we are pushing back against the failed foreign policy of the Obama administration. Senate Republicans have responded to international threats from rogue states like North Korea to increasingly sophisticated cyber attacks. We have worked to protect victims of human trafficking. We have actually cut discretionary spending, put together a budget that balances in 10 years, and succeeded in achieving long-term tax relief for the middle class. We passed the first repeal of Obamacare. Of course, the president vetoed that bill, but we kept a promise and designed a blueprint to show how repealing and replacing Obamacare can and will be done. We don't always find agreement in a divided government, but we have refused to settle for gridlock. The American people deserve better than that, and we have more work to do. My fellow Americans, the stakes of this election are high. When Donald Trump is elected president, he will determine the future of the Supreme Court, and he will lead our troops as commander-in-chief. He will shepherd economic policies that directly impact American jobs and livelihoods and families. He and Vice President Mike Pence will need a Republican Senate to get that job done. Republican senators have what our nation needs at this critical moment. We have what President Trump will need, and we will succeed in November. And now, it is with great pleasure that I introduce our next speaker. He comes to us today from Dodge City in the great state of Kansas. Senator Pat Roberts is a tested, trusted, and true conservative who brings practical Midwestern values to Washington. As a powerful and effective leader, Senator Pat Roberts chairs the Agriculture Committee. He works to cut runaway spending, fight government overreach, and protect our freedoms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm Republican welcome to Senator Pat Roberts of Kansas.
Hello, Kansas. I'm Pat Roberts, and I'm proud to represent the people of Kansas in the United States Senate, and I'm glad to be in Ohio, a special place from my family's history. It was here 160 years ago that my great-grandfather, John Wesley Roberts, an Ohio newspaper editor, stood on the northern banks of the Ohio River and looked south to a nation in turmoil. John Wesley had little patience for the things as they were. He shipped a flatbed press by rail and steamboat to Kansas, where he became a fighter for abolition and freedom within our newly formed Republican Party. He would know fear. He would live with violence. But as a frontier editor, he spoke to the truth and helped Kansas make a free state. John Wesley had a vision of what America could be, with a young nation on the edge of chaos. He had the temerity to look to a better future and to fight for freedom. Today, we too are looking in a time of great self-doubt. We too are looking for leaders with visions who have little patience for things just as they are. Hillary Clinton and the Democrats have changed our government. They have taxed us, they have regulated us, they have destroyed our healthcare system, they have stunned our economy and killed new jobs. They have made our world and our country less safe. As the senior Marine in the Congress, I believe that Hillary Clinton failed to protect American lives in Benghazi. Now, what difference does it make? Well, today the men and women who serve our nation in harm's way do not feel the United States government has their back. Hillary Clinton has repeatedly sidestepped the truth and will do it again. Are we really ready to accept a different standard for the elites than for the rest of us? But that decision will no longer be made by a confused FBI or the administration's Department of Justice. It will be up to the American people. It will be up to us in November. In Kansas, as many states throughout America, our rural way of life and our family values are under attack by an overzealous federal government. No one knows that better than farmers and ranchers and growers. The Obama-Clinton administration has made their job nearly impossible with regulation. They actually feel ruled, not governed. We need a champion for rural and small town America who will lift the yoke of regulation. And we have one, Vice President Mike Pence. And I'm so glad that our next president showed great judgment in this selection. So today, we too are just like my great-grandfather standing here in Ohio, looking at our nation, fearful about what we see. For years, the Democrat Party's primary objective goal to obtain power has been something called identity politics, dividing the American people by race, by gender, by age, and now even sex, leading to more divisiveness and frightening lawlessness targeting our nation's police. Enough of the identity politics. We are all Americans. Let us embrace that basic premise. Let's make America safe again. Now, we in the Republican Party need a leader with vision, who sees a better future. We need a president who will restore our economy and our security. And we need a leader who will respect the Constitution of the United States. We need someone who will get the job done. We need a builder and a doer. Ladies and gentlemen, we need Donald Trump, and we need a Republican Senate and House to back him up. In essence, we need your help to take our country back. Thank each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Chair of the National Republican Congressional Committee, United States Representative Greg Walden.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm thrilled to be in Cleveland as we work together to retake the White House and put America back on the right track. Over the last 8 years, House Republicans has acted as the first line of defense against the destructive policies of the Obama administration. During President Obama's first 2 years in office, Democrats controlled both houses of Congress, and we all saw the results of that. More deficit spending, higher taxes, and a government takeover of health care. In 2010, you helped us turn that tide. As chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, my job is to elect Republicans to the House of Representatives. And I'm proud to tell you that from Maine to Miami, from Arizona to Alaska, we have elected Republicans to the House and now hold our largest majority since the 1920s. Since that time, we've done everything in our power to block the liberal agenda and begin reining in deficit spending. But President Obama, instead of working with Congress, has continued to push his extreme partisan policies through an unprecedented level of executive and regulatory overreach. We fought him in Congress, we fought him in the courts, and we're beginning to win, and we're going to win this fall. Of course, any discussion of President Obama's failures has to start with Obamacare. Under this flawed law, health care has become anything but affordable. Insurance premiums and health care costs, they've skyrocketed. Another round of double-digit rate hikes are set to hit consumers this November. Obamacare is what happens when a president cares more about securing a political win than setting good policy for our country. In contrast, Speaker Paul Ryan's leadership, House Republicans have put forward patient-centered health care that will be affordable for families. We're offering a real alternative and showing voters that Republicans are the party of new and good ideas, while Democrats are clearly the party of the failed status quo, especially on health care. Donald Trump will be our partner in this effort, and together we will replace Obamacare with real health care reform that works for all Americans. But you know what? Obamacare is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Obama administration's overreach. As my friends from the Oregon delegation know, in my district, over half the land base is controlled by the federal government. Decisions by unelected bureaucrats thousands of miles away in Washington, D.C. have a level of influence over the people of the West, frankly, that's unimaginable to most parts of our nation. These are our public lands, and we must provide better stewardship of them. House Republicans are leading the fight against the Obama-Clinton regulatory regime, and we know there's a better solution. Washington needs to be a better listener. We need to understand from all people, from all walks of life and all regions of our country, that the real solutions start at the grass level. Hillary Clinton has made clear that she will double down on the worst of the Obama-era policies, and indeed go even further, advocating for the most extreme left-wing Democrat platform America has ever seen. It's time to move our country in a new direction, to start creating jobs instead of killing them, and to grow our economy by encouraging innovation instead of stifling it with overregulation. As President Ronald Reagan once said, there are no great limits to growth because there are no limits of human intelligence, imagination, and wonder. So I hope you will join with us in building on our Republican House majority. Visit our website at nrcc.org to learn more about our efforts. Thank you very much for what you do. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin a very important part of our program. I'd like to ask that the aisles be cleared and the delegates please take your seats. Thank you. First, we'll take up the report of the Credentials Committee, and to do so, I'm pleased to introduce Mike Duncan, former chairman of the RNC, the chair of the Credentials Committee, who comes from the great state of Kentucky and will present the committee's report. Joining him is Doyle Webb, the chair of the Committee on Contests and co-chair of the Credentials Committee from the great state of Arkansas.
Chairman Priebus, it is my privilege at this time to offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolve that the temporary role of delegates and alternate delegates as presented to the convention on July the 18th, 2016, become the permanent role of the convention, and the role be considered as read. On behalf of all of us who have had the privilege of serving as members of the Convention Committee on Credentials, it is my honor to certify the delegates and alternates of this convention who will serve to nominate the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President Governor Mike Pence. I am honored to yield to the chairman of the Committee on Credentials, the Honorable Mike Duncan.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Kentucky. Thank you, Doyle. It's been a great privilege to serve as chairman of the Credentials Committee, along with my co-chairman, Doyle Webb of Arkansas, and the vice chairman, Linda Ackerman of California, Richard Porter of Illinois, Jeannie Lucky of Mississippi, Julian Bergeron of New Hampshire, Jim Dickey of Ohio, Steve Fries of Rhode Island, Glenn McCall of South Carolina, and Freddie Simpson of Washington. The Republican National Committee's Committee on Contests met to consider contests originating from the states of Colorado and Illinois, the District of Columbia, and the Virgin Islands. The committee issued recommendations which were submitted to the Republican National Committee on July the 11th, 2016. The Republican National Committee adopted the Committee on Contest recommendations, which were incorporated into the temporary role and forwarded to the Temporary Convention Committee on Credentials. 2 appeals from the state of Colorado and the District of Columbia were taken before this Credential Committee. In the Colorado contest, the Credentials Committee adopted the Republican National Committee's recommendation to seat the contested at-large delegates and alternate delegates. In the manner in which the Colorado Republican Committee selected its National Convention delegates at-large and alternates was hardly a model of excellence in election administration. The committee has serious concerns regarding the chosen convention balloting process. The committee suggests that the state party evaluate their process and make adjustments to prevent similar balloting irregularities in the future. The committee exercised its discretion to fashion an equitable remedy designed to render a just result for the parties provided with contestants with guest passes, so that although not attending as delegates, that they could be part of this great convention. In the District of Columbia contest, the Credentials Committee did not adopt the Republican National Committee's recommendation and instead decided to seat the contested at-large delegate. The committee voted to uphold the District of Columbia Republican Party's determination that the contesting delegate was not a resident of D.C. and therefore not qualified to serve as a National Convention delegate. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution and yield back the balance of our time.
Thank you, Mike. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the table for adoption of the resolution. All those in favor signified by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Thank you. The chair now recognizes the co-chair of the Committee on Permanent Organization, Mary Bustrin of Wisconsin, for the purposes of offering a resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's for Mary to say. Mary, come on out here. Come on, Mary. Everybody, please welcome the great National Committee woman from Wisconsin, Mary Bustrin.
Thank you. Thank you, Wisconsin. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that report of the Committee on Permanent Organization shall be considered as adopted. For purposes of explaining only, I am honored to yield to the terrific chairman of the committee, former Governor Haley Barbour. Haley?
Thank you, Ms. Bustrin and Chairman Priebus. Delegates and distinguished guests, as the chairman of the Committee on Permanent Organization, I have the distinct honor to present to you the report of the Committee on Permanent Organization. I'd like to thank the 111 members of the Committee on Permanent Organization, the staff, most of whom were volunteers, particularly David Norcross of Virginia, who served as our volunteer counsel. The committee met informally by conference call last Friday to discuss our mission of recommending to the convention the slate of permanent officers for the 2016 Republican National Convention, many of whom have been serving as temporary officers of this convention for several months or more. At its meeting this afternoon, the Committee on Permanent Organization unanimously adopted its report, the full list of recommended permanent officers. You can find a copy of that list in your order of business. You'll see that the committee unanimously recommends that the permanent chairman of the convention be Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan of Wisconsin. The committee also recommends that among the other officers to this convention, the temporary chairman be Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, and the parliamentarian be Texas Representative Pete Sessions, chairman of the House Rules Committee. The committee further recommends that all other officers, including the temporary chairman, temporary secretary, and all the other temporary officers whose names have been entered into the record of this convention, be made the permanent officers of this convention.
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Mary. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question now occurs on the resolution offered by the delegate from Wisconsin. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider it is laid upon the table. The chair appoints the following individuals to the escort committee for the permanent chairman: Liza Ryan, Charlie Ryan, and Sam Ryan. Thank you.
RSBN headquarters, Auburn, Alabama. This is Adam Taxon right now. There seems to be something of a situation going on in terms of a roll call vote. We are trying to figure out exactly what is going on, but there has at least been a report from Politico saying in the last half hour, never Trump delegates have support needed to force a rules vote. The party leaders are hoping to divide a divisive floor vote. I'm learning this as I'm reading it to you, so bear with me, but I'll read you the first paragraph here. Republicans looking to unseat Donald Trump as their party's presidential nominee appear to have the signatures they need to force a full vote on the National Convention rules, a move that threatens to disrupt the party's National Convention and provide a platform for anti-Trump delegates to embarrass the billionaire on the eve of his official nomination. Now, monitoring what's going on, I've been in touch with at least one delegate who has a good beat on what is going on in my home state of Pennsylvania. There's some confusion going on down there, so we're trying to trade information. I am looking at Twitter. It's 2016. I'm doing the best I can. Just looking up roll call vote, doing a search on the latest information. Again, I'm doing this in real time. It says that one person is putting anti-Trump group has enough signatures to force a roll call vote. Delegates unbound. There's a letter. Here's the roll call vote demand. That's pictured. It's the Political article that's being talked. But basically, the Free the Delegates movement is saying that the document obtained by ABC News is showing that there are enough signatures to force a roll call vote. Meanwhile, one person is saying RNC officials are scrambling to pull aside delegates from roll call signatories in an effort to hold off a vote. It looks like it's going to be forced. And meanwhile, Vince DeVito from the Trump campaign is imploring delegates not to sign anything. Here's an updated list. This is from 4 minutes ago of all 11 states submitting petitions for a roll call vote. Minnesota, Iowa, Washington, Colorado, District of Columbia, I guess that counts as a state, North Dakota, Alaska, Virginia, Utah, Maine, and Wyoming. And, we're doing the best we can here at RSBN to cover it. I will try to put stuff on my personal feed, if not necessarily the RSBN feed. You can follow me on Twitter at Adam_Taxon. That's ADAM_TAXIN. We'll try to do it there rather than on the official RSBN feed. Meanwhile, we're going to be having the various coverage, the various speeches tonight on RSBN. We're going to cover them full. We have Wayne Dupree out there reporting. He's our reporter out there in Cleveland right now. Okay, let me get back to these tweets. Roll call vote going on now. Okay, there's a Sessions guy 6 minutes ago, this was tweeted, that warned that supporting a roll call vote would draw all the focus away from Trump, damage party, and ruin the convention. So this is a big deal. This is a big deal right now. I don't know if this is even being covered on the main websites right now. Gateway Pundit, it's sort of clickbaity, but it's fairly reliable. Nothing on that. They're talking, their most recent story is about the Clinton Foundation and their Haiti earthquake. Let me see if Drudge is even reporting this here. Again, you're listening to Adam Taxon at the RSBN headquarters in Auburn, Alabama. Drudge is not reporting anything other than Trump convention open. So this is me basically looking in real time at Twitter and trying to process the information for you as quickly as possible.
Hold on now.
Okay, and we're live on the air. Can I mute it?
Go ahead.
Okay, continuing on here.
You're good. Go ahead.
I'm just trying to do this for you. Never Trump delegates gather signatures needed to force a roll call vote. Joe, you may want to tweet that we're doing coverage that no one else is right now. I'm on the air, but you may want to tweet that so people tune in. I'm going through. Jake Tapper is now reporting. This is courtesy Amanda Carpenter. Jake Tapper reports delegates are very close to forcing a roll call vote. The North Nebraska GOP delegation in RNC Cleveland, is 36-0 against a roll call vote on rules being pushed by a Dump Trump group. Continuing on, nothing new. Unbound. Okay, I gave you the 11 states right there. Now, Delegates Unbound's Dane Waters is estimating they've gotten 350 signatures from 11 state delegations for forcing roll call votes on the rules. Those states, again, which are going with Unbound, are Minnesota, Iowa, Washington, Colorado. Colorado, of course, was a mess during the primary situation. D.C., which is not exactly the most Republican entity. North Dakota and Alaska, very thinly populated. Virginia, one of the key swing states. Utah, Maine, another swing state, not one of the biggest, and Wyoming. So this is very interesting. Now, Desert Cactus is tweeting. Republicans wanting to remove Donald Trump appear to have the signatures to embarrass Trump. So there's a lot going on. I'm trying to bring you information as quickly as possible. Okay, we have a report on our other feed on RSBN. Wayne Dupree is now broadcasting live. Let me talk to the CEO. Do you know what he's broadcasting on, or is he reporting, or does he have a guess?
Live feed, not yet.
It's just a live feed, so if you're getting sick of listening to me, Adam Taxon, and I'm Joe Seals, the boss, may take over for me any minute now. But if you want a little break from that, Wayne Dupree is going on live on our other feed on RSBN. Let me just tell the boss something here. You're really hearing this in real time. You might want to tweet that we're covering this. Okay.
I need to wrap it up.
Okay. I'm going to wrap up for now, but we'll have more information. I'm going to do one last check of the most recent tweets about this situation, which I think is going to be going on for a while. Roll call vote. Okay. I'm now seeing a report that the convention secretary has the petition, and now a voice roll call vote will happen. So looks like a roll call vote will happen. But Guy Benson is mentioning that the roll call vote may be preferable optics for Team Trump versus a voice vote in which a loud anti-Trump contingent may shout a made-for-TV no. So we have quite a situation. It's worth keeping tuned in, especially right here at rsbn.tv. Adam Taxon in Auburn, Alabama. I will get back to you with more information when I can. Thanks for listening.
Arkansas.
The chair now recognizes Ms. Enid Mickelson, Chair of the Committee on Rules, in order of business to present their report.
Mr. Chairman,
fellow delegates, I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the rules as printed and distributed be adopted as the rules for the election and the governing of the Republican National Committee, the rules under which delegates and alternate delegates shall be elected, selected, and allocated, and the rules which serve as the rules of the Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman and delegates of the convention, the report of the Committee on Rules and Order of Business has been printed and distributed to the delegates. These rules incorporate the changes adopted by the Convention Committee on Rules and Order of Business at our earlier meeting today. I am honored to have served as the chairwoman of this committee, and I am proud of our committee's work. Mr. Chairman, these rules will provide a strong governing framework for our convention and our party. I move the adoption of the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of West Virginia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Melody Potter from West Virginia. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the report of the Committee on Platform be considered as adopted. Mr. Chairman, for purposes of explaining the report only, I am honored to yield to the co-chairs of the committee, Senator John Barrasso, Governor Mary Fallin, and Congresswoman Virginia Foxx.
I now have the honor of recognizing the chairman of the Platform Committee, United States Senator John Barrasso.
I'm not going to do this again. Did they just railroad these
You are ignoring delegates who have been elected to this convention. USA! USA! USA!
How's this for unity, folks?
Yes, party unity. This is not how you unify the Republican Party.
We just want a roll call vote. That's all we want. We're seeking a roll call vote. We've exercised our rights as states. 11 states, the delegates, a majority of the delegates from 11 states have submitted written petitions asking for a roll call vote on the rule. Our rules allow us to get a roll call vote in that circumstance. That's all we're wanting. It's something that's already provided for under our existing rules. It's not too much.
Is that going to change the outcome of what is?
I don't know. But I can't imagine. I cannot fathom what their thinking is. Why this makes sense. These are the very same people around the country who are going to need to be the engine for our nominee come in November and in the months leading up to November. So those who are calling for unity, need to keep that in mind. If what they want is unity, treat us respectfully as delegates.
Have they stopped it at this point?
Which one?
Have they stopped it?
Well, it's not clear what they've done. The podium has been abandoned. There is no one standing at the podium. There's absolutely nothing that has happened. So your guess is as good as mine. I have no right to occupy that podium, and I don't want to occupy the podium. What I want is a roll call vote, which is our right as delegates.
What will that prove? What will the outcome of that be?
We want to be able to speak to the rules that have been adopted by the Rules Committee. In fact, that's done at every single convention. So, I don't know what you mean by what will that prove. It's just what you do at conventions.
I understand that, but what is the goal then?
To improve the rules.
What now?
Well, I have never, in all my life, certainly going on 6 years in the United States Senate, prior to that as a lifelong Republican, never seen anything like this. There's no precedent for this in parliamentary procedure. There's no precedent for this in the rules of the Republican National Convention. This is, we are now in uncharted territory. Somebody owes us an explanation. I've never seen the chair abandoned like that.
Vacate the stage.
They vacated the stage entirely. What can you do? Well, normally in this kind of circumstance, people would perhaps raise a point of order. Maybe they would make a motion, and that would be addressed. That would be dealt with by the chair. When the chair abandons his post, as happened just moments ago, there is no rule for that. It is completely unheard of for the chair in any parliamentary situation to just walk off the post. So maybe there was a medical emergency. Maybe his mom called with bad news from home. I don't know. But this, if it doesn't have some
delegates of those 10 states, and under the rules of the Republican Party, under Rule 39, when a majority of the delegates of 7 states demand, and that's the word in the rules, demand a roll call vote, it is granted. It's not debatable motion. It's a condition for a roll call vote. And what a roll call vote is, we go Alabama, we go Alaska, and so on, and each of them reads their votes for the rules, how many for and how many against. That's a roll call vote. That's all we're asking for here, and apparently it was too much. It was too much. Well, they're going to have to live with this. I mean, remember 2012, they sent a lot of people out of here pretty angry. And I don't understand why they would want to do that again. We'll see. This is pretty disgusting. I hope they wouldn't do it. So I don't plan it. Other people may have.
Petition consistent with the convention rules, just calling for a roll call vote. Now, if that's too much for people on the stage to handle, I've got questions about why that's too much. It doesn't make any sense to me.
How many votes do you think you would get if you got a roll call vote?
I have no idea. That's the whole reason why we're asking for a roll call vote.
We've heard reports of about 600 or more. My name is Phil. Right to you? Right.
It wouldn't surprise me if it were that high, but I really don't know.
I'm the delegation chair for you.
I just have no idea.
I'm the vice chair. How many states did you submit?
There were 11 states that did the same thing that my state, Utah, did. 11 states that had a majority of their delegates sign a petition saying, we would like to have a roll call vote on the rules. Now, this is the first thing you do in a convention is you vote on adopting the set of rules that will govern the convention. This is very normal. Now, it is not unheard of for somebody to want to have a roll call vote on a vote that they think is important. So we followed the convention rules. We submitted petitions. My state, 10 other states submitted petitions like those. And I really have, not being coy here, I have no idea what's going on right now. This is surreal. I mean, the chair walked off the stage. He completely abandoned his post. Meanwhile, we've got what appears to be a jazz band. They're doing a great job, playing some lovely music off in the distance. I don't know what the song is, but it's a real nice, soothing riff. But it's strange. This is a political convention. People have taken time off from work. They've come from all over the United States to be here. People can be unheard anywhere. They can be unheard at their workplace. They can be unheard at home. They can be unheard with their friends and their neighbors. They don't travel hundreds or even thousands of miles to be unheard at their own party's national convention.
What did we see just now? Did they just completely not even take up the signatures at all? I mean, what happened?
Hang on.
Delegates, once again, I need your help and your cooperation. Without objection, the chair will put the question on adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules, de novo. The chair would remind the hall that it is absolutely critical that we are able to discern the ayes from the nays. Those in favor of the rules package will say aye. Those opposed shall say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Here's our vote. Is there an objection? Is anybody seeking recognition?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman! Point of order! Right here! Order! Alfred! Turn on the Utah microphone so we can be heard!
The chair recognizes the delegate from Utah.
My name is Phil Wright. I am the chair of the Utah delegation. I make a motion that we have a roll call vote on the rules.
I second the motion.
The Secretary received requests from a total of 9 states requesting a roll call vote on adoption of report on the Committee on Rules. Subsequently, the Secretary received withdrawals
which caused 3 states to fall below the threshold required under the rules. Accordingly, the chair has found insufficient support for the request for a record vote. I need the script. The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of West Virginia for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I am Melody Potter from West Virginia, offering the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the report of the Committee on the Platform be considered as adopted. Mr. Chairman, for the purposes of explaining the report only, I am honored to yield to the co-chairs of the committee, Senator John Barrasso, Governor Mary Fallin, and Congresswoman Virginia Foxx. Thank you.
I now have the honor of recognizing the chairman of the Platform Committee, United States Senator John Barrasso.
To know which states pulled out. You can't just make a statement.
Thank you. Who's proud to be an American? My name is John Barrasso. I'm United States Senator from the great state of Wyoming. It's been my honor to serve you as chairman of the Platform Committee. I want to say first, you can be very proud of the delegates that you chose to represent you during our committee proceedings. They were tough, intelligent, and they worked with great civility in common purpose to write a Republican platform that reaffirms the principles that unite us. What they achieved can be summarized simply. We believe the United States of America is unlike any other nation on earth. We believe America is exceptional because of our historic role, first as refuge, then as defender, and now as exemplar of liberty for the world to see. We affirm, as did the Declaration of Independence, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with inalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We believe in the Constitution as our founding document and our enduring covenant. We believe our constitutional system, limited government, separation of powers, federalism, and the rights of the people must be preserved uncompromised for future generations. We believe that people are the ultimate resource and that the American people, not the government, are the best stewards of our country's God-given natural resources. As Americans and as Republicans, we wish for peace, so we insist on strength. We seek friendship with all nations, but we recognize and are prepared to deal with evil in the world. Based on these principles, this platform is an invitation and a roadmap. It invites every American to join us, and it shows the path to a stronger, safer, and more prosperous America. For the past 8 years, America has been led in the wrong direction. Our economy has become unnecessarily weak. Too many Americans live paycheck to paycheck, struggling, sacrificing, and suffering. Our standing in world affairs has declined significantly. Our enemies no longer fear us, and our friends no longer trust us. The men and women of our military remain the world's best. They have been shortchanged in numbers, equipment, and benefits. The President and the Democratic Party have dismantled America's system of health care. They replaced it with a costly and complicated scheme that limits choices and takes away our freedom. The President and the Democratic Party have abandoned their promise of being accountable. They refuse to control our borders, but try to control our schools, our farms, our businesses, and even our religious institutions. They have directly attacked the production of American energy and the jobs that have sustained families and communities. The President has been regulating to death a free market economy that he does not like and he does not understand. All this is all too familiar. It harkens back to the world of 1980, when an equally discredited presidency was called to account by the American electorate. Our response then was a Republican platform which told the truth. It told the truth about our country's peril and our nation's prospects. We do the same today with the same unity and the same courage shown by those who some 36 years ago made the Reagan platform a manifesto of liberty and opportunity for everyone. Let us remember and repeat for a new era and for new generations their concluding summons. And so in this Republican platform, we call out to the American people, with God's help, let us now together make America great again. Let us now together make a new beginning. And now, please join me in welcoming one of the co-chairs of the Platform Committee, the Governor of the great state of Oklahoma, Governor Mary Fallin.
Thank you, Senator. All right, so I have one question. Who out there is an American patriot that's willing to stand up and fight to make our country great again? Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it has been a great pleasure and honor to have served as the co-chair of this year's platform committee with our chairman, Senator John Barrasso, and our co-chairman, Congresswoman Virginia Foxx. We've accomplished what a lot of people thought was impossible. We have come together as one party with one platform that represents a wide range of views and policies. We have created a winning conservative platform and a path forward for not just our party, but for our entire nation. The platform is among the most important work we do as a party. It is a reflection of who we are and what we stand for, and perhaps more than any other single document we can produce. It can change the way people think in the direction of our country, and that is what it did for me. When I was 18, my parents told me to vote, and to vote as a Democrat. They were deeply committed to their party, and I know they expected me to be that way. But they also told me to be an independent thinker. In college, I was shown by a friend a one-page summary of the Republican platform, 10 principles that defined who Republicans were. And I compared it line by line to the Democrats. And for all my family's history, this one document, this one-party platform, made me into a Republican. Now, I have seen how the process works. I have compared it to our Democrat colleagues. Ours was open. It was a bottom-up process with participation of 112 committed delegates. We read comments and ideas from good Republicans online and around the country and through 11 listening sessions. We also televised all of our deliberations. And then we came together on principles based on strong family values, a strong national defense, support for law enforcement, and individual liberty. We never forget, these are what makes Americans exceptional. Values that some take for granted, which is something we Republicans will never do. The process the Democrats use is not all that different than the way they did it back in my parents' day, in a back room with 15 individuals, handpicked by entitled leaders in a secretive process away from the view not only of the Democrats, but of all American people. Theirs is a secretive, top-down process, and the result is a platform that reflects a House that's divided with no attempt to address the most serious concerns of Americans today. I want to thank our leaders, particularly the 112 members of our platform committee, and all of our dedicated staff for their hard work and commitment to unity as we head into the November elections. The document we produce is one that we and our elected officials and our party can be very proud of. And God bless the committee, and thank you for all your work. Now please welcome my fellow co-chair of the Platform Committee, the United States Representative Virginia Foxx of North Carolina.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Fallin. Senator Barrasso has beautifully laid out the vision our platform provides, a reaffirmation of the principles America and the Republican Party were founded on. Governor Fallin is a powerful example of the impact that vision can have on one individual when she searched for a political home as a young person. It has been an honor to serve with them. We must thank the 112 delegates serving on the Platform Committee and the staff and volunteers for their commitment to our principles and uniting to articulate that Republican vision into a focused document any American can find agreement with. Their work is a tremendous example of individuals expressing themselves as we the people by being the people. We must all look to the platform and their example as our own call to be the people. That is a charge extended from the Platform Committee to all delegates here, all Republicans, and indeed all Americans. Ronald Reagan once said, "If not us, who? If not now, when?" Those words inspired a generation of young Americans who understood what Reagan meant. If we are to enjoy the blessings of liberty, we are responsible for safeguarding our freedoms and advancing them for others. That's why we must again answer that call. We, the people, will be the people. We will be the people who restore constitutional government in our republic. We will be the people who get America growing and working again. We will be the people who bring Americans together to restore our nation's sense of moral purpose. Of course, we will be the people who make America great again. And if anyone is wondering when, the answer is now. Our platform is the blueprint to make America great again. In that greatness, we can restore America to the more perfect union that is its divine calling. All that begins with a simple acceptance that we must be the people. With that, we can stay united and move from this platform, this convention, and this campaign to, God willing, victory in November. May God continue to bless us all.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt the platform. Is there a second? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman. You got to move this up. Oh.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table for the resolution approving the platform and the rules. The chair recognizes the delegate from Guam for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I am Juan Carlos Benitez from Guam. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that those elected as member of the Republican National Committee under the peculiarities of each state, American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Northern Mariana Islands and the Virgin Islands, whose name have been submitted to the Secretary of the Convention, are hereby declared ratified to serve as members of the Republican National Committee from the adjournment of this Republican National Convention until the successor committee has been ratified by the next Republican National Convention. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution offered by the delegate from Guam. All those in favor of the resolution signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The chair now recognizes the delegate from California for the purpose of offering a resolution.
Mr. Chairman, I am Doug Ossie from California. I offer the following resolution and ask for its immediate consideration. Resolved that the Secretary of the Convention is hereby directed to prepare and publish for the Convention a full and complete report of its official proceedings under the direction of the Republican National Committee, and is authorized to make all necessary clerical, grammatical corrections, and to make technical and conforming amendments as necessary in reports, motions, and resolutions considered by the Convention to reflect its actions. Mr. Chairman, this is an important resolution. I move its adoption. I move the adoption of the resolution and yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. It is now time to take the official convention photograph. If all of the delegates would please stand and turn to the center camera directly opposite the stage. It's in the back of the hall. So you have to stand up, turn around, and face the camera and remain standing while the photo is being taken. This process will take about 1 to 2 minutes as the panoramic camera takes the picture in a solid way. So you need to stand completely still. The photograph may be ordered online through the official convention website. So I would ask you one more time, let's stand up, stand still, and smile. It will only take a couple of minutes. Thank you, delegates. Delegates, please welcome Pastor Mark Burns from the Harvest Praise and Worship Center, who will lead us in the benediction.
Hello, Republicans! I'm Pastor Mark Burns from the great state of South Carolina. I'm going to pray and I'm going to give the benediction. You know why? Because we are electing a man in Donald Trump who believes in the name of Jesus Christ. And Republicans, we got to be united because our enemy is not other Republicans, but is Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. Let's pray. Let's pray together. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we're so thankful for the life of Donald Trump. We're thankful that you are guiding him. You are giving him the words to unite this party, this country, that we together can defeat the liberal Democratic Party, to keep us divided and not united, because we are the United States of America, and we are the conservative party under God to defeat every attack that comes against us. Protect the life of Donald Trump. Give him the words, give him the peace, give him the power and the authority to be the next president of the United States of America. In Jesus' name, if you believe it, shout amen. Bless you.
In a moment, we will recess until this evening's session. This evening's session will reconvene at approximately 7:50 p.m. However, delegates returning to the hall around 7 p.m. in order to be in your seats by the 7:50 time. I thank you for your consideration. The chair declares that the 2016 Republican National Convention is in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
It's supposed to be right there. It's supposed to be. That's where I have mine.
Okay.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
Everything, turn it down on these.
Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Until we find this one right here. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Okay, now, which one is that? All right. Testing, testing, turn it up. Number 2, testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 1. Turn it down. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Turn it up a little bit more. 1, 2, 3. 1. That's fine. The other ones too. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. It's too loud. Testing, testing. 1, 2.
Keep talking.
Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where I turn my levels down on that thing right there. With the bearings in it. Those are the ones that turn the level, but that
Okay. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check this low. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 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 Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. There's no on the camera. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. There's no gain that you can. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Check 1, 2. We're getting mic levels here. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 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 Check 1, 2. I'm gonna crank it all the way up. Can't go any further than that. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 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 Yeah, because we were trying to figure it out. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Where we were at just now. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check. 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 Check 1, 2, 1, 2, check.
Testing, 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 testing. Hello, radio. All right, what we're doing here, let's see how we're gonna make this move. We're trying to get it to you, ladies and gentlemen, I promise. We're working some sound checks right now, so I'm just gonna sound ridiculous and let's talk about all these people walking by here. One thing I noticed about one of the things that I noticed is I love my Republicans, but they don't know how to walk. You know, when you're walking around them, they will crash into you. They don't. Sometimes they're preoccupied. That works. They're telling me from the control room that the audio works on this station.
Mine's working. I think everything sounds good, Hutch. I hear you loud and clear.
I hear you loud and clear too.
All right, I'm so.
Tell us about your day.
Tell us about my day. Let's see, my day's been crazy, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, I'm sitting in blue jeans and a shirt because somehow, some way, some form, I ended up misplacing my clothes. So everybody looks so nice here. They're in their beautiful heels, they're in their beautiful skirts, and I'm in a halter top that has lips, looks like the United States flag, and a pair of slippers for my shoes. So yeah, it's been a fun day. So I'm just kind of laid back casual tonight while everybody's looking all spiffy here. So yeah, that's kind of been my day. All right, I'm gonna switch into this one. Can you guys hear me okay on this one? We're just testing the microphones, ladies and gentlemen, so if you want to know what's going on. It is absolute craziness here in the Media Center in Cleveland, Ohio, but it's really cool because we've got a lot of people walking by us that are from Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, Ben Carson we saw earlier. I don't know if you saw anybody, Hutch, when you walked out, but I saw Ben Carson and everyone was around him. I saw Dana Bash, kind of got on her just a little bit, but it's been an interesting afternoon, but it's actually fun and it's exciting.
Saw David Gregory.
You did?
He's a lot taller than I thought he was. I got to see Tig from the Benghazi 4 contractors, got to thank him for his service. And, you know, he looked me in the eye, and it was really a good feeling. It was something that, it wasn't fake like a lot of times when you say hello to different celebrities and things like that. It was real.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny. A lot of people are a lot shorter than what I thought they were, too. TV makes you look kind of big. But if they say that TV adds 10 pounds to you, that's really not true, because some of these pundits that I've seen from CNN that are kind of a little bit on the hefty side, they're heavier in person. So we saw Tara. I don't even remember her last name, but a lot of people here don't like her. But at the end of the day, Jesus won. What's her name? Sotomayor or something? Tara from
this one here
that talks smack about Trump.
I really don't know, Cam, not to put you on the spot.
No, it's okay. She came by, and I was just like, Jesus won. So she's, not happy because she's a cruise crewer, and it's funny.
I will say again, I will reiterate that this is one busy spot. I mean, there is just, you can probably hear a little bit of background noise, but there's just a constant stream of people moving in both directions past our booth here. It's not even really a booth. But there's the bomb dog. Just where was that?
We got K-9 police coming by.
The bomb dog just went through. Security is at a level that you rarely see. I mean, this is something that I have to give credit. I know we're only in day one, but if day one is any reflection of the rest of the operation, the Cleveland Police Department and the Secret Service has always been funny to me, because if there's one organization you can always tell who it is, it's the Secret Service.
Right.
They stand out like a sore thumb, a good sore thumb.
Right.
But you can tell they're doing their jobs well. All the different logistics agencies that go into pulling off something like this, there are a lot of people outside. And when you realize every one of them had to be security checked.
Everyone.
I mean, I'm sure the employees of the Quicken Loans Arena even had to be screened, because they're in the midst of everything.
No, you're right. I mean, they're being really picky, because not just because you're in media. A lot of people think that because we're in media that we have the ability just to walk across the street and go into the arena with everything that's happening, but they're not allowing that to happen. They're very, very strategic about who can go onto the convention floor, who can go into the convention floor. And there's a lot of people. I have no idea how much time it took to get everybody's credentials passed. But the presence of the police force here and bomb-sniffing dogs are...
There goes Larry Elder.
There goes Larry Elder right past us. He's in his jeans, and I wish you guys could see this, and we had our camera to where we could actually pan. Over here to our right, we've got Larry Elder. Thought he was taller.
And we'll have this throughout the week, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have this the whole time, I'm sure. There are a lot of groups that you really don't know about. Like, I think there's some young Republicans passing us or college Republicans or whatnot. But again, it's just one really busy situation here in the parking garage on the second level of the Quicken Loans Arena.
Can you believe this is a parking garage? Y'all, this doesn't look like a parking garage.
No, it doesn't.
They've done an amazing job here.
I wonder who gets the carpet when it's over.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's indoor-outdoor carpet like you'd have on your back deck or something.
Right. No, but this is exciting. I know that we just had Pastor Burns just got done speaking. We've got BBC radio over here. We've got Fox News. We've got Susanna Martinez around us. People behind us, if you guys could see us, you never know who's going to walk past you, and you're never going to know. We saw Pastor Daryl Scott here earlier, yelled at him, had a conversation with him, and right now things are just kind of kicking off after the craziness, chaos that we witnessed on the ground floor. I didn't know it was going to get any hairier than that.
I don't know, and it's not over yet. I mean, this is something that conventions have historically been, I don't want to say violent, but contentious at the very least.
Do you think, I'm just curious because I don't have like all the procedures. Okay, evening session begins at 7:54 p.m. And tonight the theme is Make America Safe Again with Melania Trump, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Joni Ernst, Jason Beardsley. So from what I'm seeing, it looks like what they were doing on the floor is that we've got to get all the rules, correct me if I'm wrong, Hutch, all the rules have to be approved, and they have to say aye, they have to agree, and then really the convention can start.
But one of the things there was several states, 9 I think, and I could be wrong about this. Unfortunately, we don't have the feed from the floor in here. We've made do with some different connections on the internet, but some states wanted the chair to hold a roll call vote as opposed to the ayes and nays.
Right.
And they came back, and that was declined by the chair, and I guess that ended then, right?
Yeah, it's in it. So that's why I was just wondering if things are going to get a little bit easier once they agree and get the rules and stuff out of the way. Is that when it's going to get easier? Because then it can really start with the speakers and going forward. But I don't know what else they're going to pull. But
the thing to me is that if it's close, I could see that. If it's close, I could see mounting some kind of effort like that. But Donald Trump really ran away with this thing. I mean,
you're right. My question is, people in the chat room can ask. Has Ted Cruz spoke? Has he spoken on stage today? Ted Cruz? Do you know that, Hutch?
I have no idea. We've been locked in here trying to get this broadcast together. And we're still fighting it right now.
Right.
We apologize for any inconsistencies, but it's just been that kind of a day.
Right. I'm just curious to see, because if Ted Cruz hasn't spoken today, I'm honestly, from what I'm hearing, Ted Cruz will not endorse Donald Trump. He has no desire to endorse Donald Trump. To me, it just looks like he's looking out for 2020. I mean, to be quite honest with you.
That's another ridiculous thing, a ridiculous idea that these people have. These never Trumpers, if you will, which you go never. Let's take it all the way to the end, and just ask yourself, what happens if he gets unseated? Then what? Are people going to call themselves conservative and really allow Hillary Clinton to appoint 3 to 5 Supreme Court justices, ruining the country for the next 30 years? Are they going to come back in 2020 and think that somebody's going to respect them?
Yeah. I don't know how anybody can think that they can respect them at that point. I mean, they want to. I mean, to me, it's like we have conservatives, then we have hypocritical conservatives. Does that make sense? That's what I'm saying. Is we have a bunch of hypocritical conservatives that are out there that don't like Trump, and they're going to throw a fit. They're going to throw themselves on the floor. They're going to get on the floor of this, and it's.
And they think they've had this exclusive club, and they have since George H.W. Bush, and look where it's gotten us. Look where all the superstars of this party have gotten us. I mean, in 2006, Congress and the president approved a border fence.
Right.
We don't have a border fence. We had a Republican administration since then. And it's just something that, when you look at Paul Ryan and the omnibus spending bill, he gave Obama everything that he wanted. Everything. I mean, there was no pushback on immigration, no pushback on anything. And it continues to this day. You know, and it's just something that the country needed a shakeup, and the people that are in the Republican Party said, we've had enough of you people.
Well, here's the thing. The Republican Party is aging. And what happens is what I'm seeing is a lot of these older establishment guys are starting to age out. And they're aging. So there's a new generation. There's a younger generation of conservatives, of millennials that are rising up. But the problem is the aging establishment conservatives, they're getting so old, they're not in touch with 2016 and with reality that's going on today. So it's almost like you see like the clash of the aging conservatives with the younger Republicans that are coming up. We live in a different era, and they have to learn that as the eras change, people change, our surroundings change, the Republican Party has to adjust with it. That's the one thing that the Republicans have done good. But a lot of people are asking us in the chat room, have there been protests? What's going on outside? Because they're thinking that media is lying. I can tell you guys, yes, there has been some protests outside. Yes, we have been getting reports from the Cleveland police scanner, and that there are some disruptors that are outside trying to get through the fences. They have busted down fences before. But of course, everything is contained at this point. But yes, there has been protesters. We were at the Unity for Trump earlier. There was not one. One guy was trying to be a smart aleck, but he got off stage really fast. But yes, there are protesters outside, but they're keeping them at bay. Cleveland is a huge city, so they've got them at different parks. So as of this point, we're not getting anything. I haven't gotten anything.
No, I saw some Code Pink yesterday. I was out there, and they were protesting all kinds of different things. I mean, none of them really had anything to do with like women's rights or anything like that. It was like,
I haven't seen
we
anything.
welcome the refugees and
Right.
different ridiculous
I love
things.
Muslims. I'm seeing a lot of shirts that say "I love Muslims."
Oh,
I
great.
thought it was sweet. I mean, the guy was nice. I just don't love Islamic terrorist Muslims. I don't like those.
No, we've spoken about that several times,
Right.
and it's something that you cannot separate the hadiths, the Sunnah, and the Quran from violence. You can't do it. So if you're telling me you're a moderate Muslim,
Right.
or if you're
A new age.
if you're an American or a Christian or an atheist, and you're telling me about all these moderate Muslims, I would ask you, what part of the Quran don't they believe? Because if they do, then they're not moderate.
This is what they're doing, and we've seen this with the age of Christianity. You start with the King James Bible, and then they went to the New King James Bible. But to understand it, then they get to the Message. There's all these different translations, and the one thing that they're upset with here with Muslims in America that I've read actually is that there is like we have the New Study Bible, there's the New Study Quran, and they're saying that they're twisting it to Western culture. So we have people that have been raised on the Western culture of the New Study Quran, and then we have those that are reading truly. I mean, this is what's going on over in the Middle East with that type of Quran. So you're seeing a clash of the Western Muslims or Islamics. I don't want to say Muslims because then I'm categorizing them, but the Western Islamics with these types of Islamics. But
Well, you know, it's something that one of the reasons that got Europe to where they are today is by worrying about it too much. They worried about it, and they bent over backwards for these people. Now they're paying the price.
Yep.
When it's completely predictable. I mean, in their own words, this isn't something that we had to figure out. All we had to do is read what they're writing and what they believe. Now, on the other side of what you said about the new message, there's a tactic called abrogation. And a lot of times when you see these people come on Fox News, the moderate Muslims, they will come on there and they will quote
the moderates.
They will quote a chapter in the Quran.
Right.
But in Islam, it is acceptable for an imam. I don't know the exact rank that you have to be able to do this, but you can change the verse. It's called abrogation, and they've done that. So they have verses that deal with violence, but if you go back to previous versions of the Quran, it won't be there.
Right.
Or they'll quote something peaceful from there that's been taken out.
Yep.
And this is something a lot of people don't realize. And I mean, it's...
What's happened within Christianity? I mean, they've done that. They've taken out some words and they tweak it. Where they go, oh, this is more understandable, but it completely changes the
usually
sentence,
to get it to be more liberal.
Yes, that's exactly what it is to be more liberal. Yep.
The mainline Protestant churches are, and I hope I don't offend anybody at Right Side Broadcasting Network, but I've seen it in my own church. the mainline Protestant churches, as they call them.
Right.
I'm not talking about Southern Baptist Church now. I'm talking about Episcopal,
Right.
Presbyterian, that type. I was Episcopal. And you look at the way they've gone away from the Bible, I had to go away from them. I mean, there's no way that you're going to not only, at first it started out where we were accepting. We were accepting and felt that, females should be pastors and whatever,
Right.
rectors and things of that nature. But you see the way these things go. As soon as a little bit of leeway gets happened, now they're celebrating homosexual bishops. We've gone that far, and we're talking about homosexual marriage, and we're talking about letting Islam, the co-religions, the joint ventures between the Christian church and Islam. My God, are you suicidal? Can't you comprehend history, or what's the malfunction here?
No, you're right. That's what we're slowly seeing it. They're trying to get us to slowly work it into our lives to where it becomes acceptable. But I just got to tell everybody, thank you guys for watching Right Side Broadcasting Network. We are live at the Republican National Convention. Right now, as you can see, as you're watching, when there are going to be breaks, you're going to hear us talking and going over things. But we are excited that you guys got to join us. Stay tuned to the Right Side Broadcasting Network because we are going to be bringing you the convention live. But right now, we're having a conversation. We are at the Right Side Broadcasting Network booth with We Are America Radio. We are on Media Row. We are talking Islam. We are talking our surroundings here in Cleveland, Ohio. And so I'm going to jump back to what Hutch was just talking about, because right now it looks like we have a break going on. And while they're getting everything situated, because the big stuff is about to start here. Get prepared, you guys. We are going to have celebrities. We are going to be having politicians, pundits. Pastor Daryl Scott was here earlier. We're going to have them come and sitting down with us, so you just guys bear with us. And at a moment's notice, you never know who's going to come sit in that chair. I'm going to move, and they're going to be sitting right here. So hopefully we can get Scott Baio tonight or tomorrow, Antonio Sabato Jr. Maybe coming here tonight too, so you guys stay tuned. But I just want to thank you guys for tuning into the Right Side. People here at the convention, Right Side Broadcasting, knows who you are. They know who the Right Side is, so
absolutely. Now we never really started this out, right? Cam, why don't you tell the audience who you are and where people can get with you on social media, and we'll start there and kind of reboot here.
Yeah, my name's Cambry Nelson. You can follow me on Twitter at Cam, KAMVTV, and I am on social media, and Cam, KAMVTV.
I'm Hutch Bailey Jr. on Facebook, Berg's Eye View on Twitter. They call me the Godfather of War Radio. We got this thing started a few years ago with Wayne Dupree, who is working studiously beside me, trying to get this network together on all our different platforms. You can also catch Cam, myself, and Wayne, and Mr. Cole McNeely weekly at 9 p.m. on the RSBN network, and also on Spreaker and on War Radio. And I'll say a good afternoon to the RSBN chat room monitor. Keep it clean in there, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta have it.
Yeah, they're doing good. We've got a lot of people watching right now. A lot of questions that are coming in. If you guys have any questions, I'm going to go ahead and watch the chat for a few minutes, and I want to be able to answer you guys' questions because, as you know, the news and the media here are spinning stuff so out of control. I spoke with a police officer earlier this morning, actually this afternoon, and one of the police officers actually said that things were contained, but as you can see when you go on media, when you go on CNN, you go on Fox News, they make things a little bit worse than there is. So right now things are contained. We've got everything under control, but has anybody got any questions? Throw it into the chat room. We want to be able to answer. We don't want to bring you any fluff here. We're going to give you real stuff, real information. And I'll just tell you this, so we got some people. We may have Ted Cruz here. Hutch, I'm ready, guys. I'm ready for Speaker Ryan, because if he thinks I'm going to sit here and kiss his butt on this show, he's got one thing coming. I'm kissing his butt.
They won't. I think the fire's out of both of them. Ryan's starting to get in trouble in Wisconsin, I believe. We're going to have to see how that works out. But we also have Cole McNeely and David Redmond that are currently on the floor of the convention. So in the second half of the show, or I should say from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock, however long we go, they should have some interesting stories from the floor.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
We just need to get this thing started. Right now it's a break, so they're really not.
Well, you never know. Maybe they're talking to different people and they can pick up something that's going on.
Right.
It seems like it's picking up in here a little bit.
Yeah, things are starting to get going. I thought that the big Fox News network was actually going to be on a different floor, but I don't know exactly where they are. But they're kind of making their rounds.
Well, they probably do. They have. I watched this morning on Fox and Friends, I think it is, and they had a green room and everything. You know, they had a green room with.
They have everything here. They're getting the royal treatment.
They're probably over on the other side. They're probably not even over here.
I saw Dana. Dana's up here earlier. I've seen a lot of them, so I'm wondering.
Dana H.W. Perina.
Dana Perino. Dana Bash.
Oh, Bash.
Yeah. It was pretty funny.
It's kind of nice here, but it's a little weird because it's like being in a fishbowl. You know, you're sitting there, and all of a sudden, somebody slows down and tries to figure out who you are, and you know, your natural instincts are like, what? You know. But you can't do that because we are representing the Right Side Broadcasting Network, and we would never do anything bad for them. So anyway.
No, we wouldn't, but you never know. We're going to push our limits.
Well, 4 days of this, you're right. You're right. Now, hopefully we get in here tomorrow and you push 2 buttons and everything works. You know,
Yes.
First, ladies and gentlemen, somebody moved our camera. And we could barely, it took us until about 3:30 till we found it. You know, but we finally did and got everything set up and got some additional equipment and everything like that. And we are up and rolling, but we are really only at half strength right now. We're not in full show mode. We're trying to fake it as well as we can, Cam, but this is definitely not your average orderly show going on right here.
Right. I think everybody doesn't. I mean, with the chaos on the floor, with today being day one, it's expected for something like this to happen. I mean, expected for boxes to get moved, everything to get changed. It's super loud in here, you guys.
I noticed the other thing, too.
Yes.
The other thing, too, is normally at Radio Row, there would be a rope there to where people couldn't come as close. Now, we got people bumping up against us here.
They shoved a lot of people. They've shoved a lot of people in here.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, and I understand.
And just a huge amount of equipment.
Right.
I can't imagine. Well, I'm sure they mail most of this stuff. But
right.
Trying to get this sound thing right, and I got a certain way I do things. I'm not trying to be too loud, but normally I pretty much eat a mic.
Yeah.
They're telling me I'm too loud, so I'll try to back it down, or they can back down on the speaker microphone levels, because right now I can't hear myself in my ears. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Inside baseball stuff, Cam.
Inside baseball stuff. I do like baseball, but I do know more about football than I do baseball.
All right, well, we're here at the Quicken Loans Arena in Cleveland, Ohio, trying to cover the Republican National Convention. Now they're telling me to go closer. I can't win. It's just been a...
Before you know it, they're going to be like, stand up, sit down. What's going on?
Can you sing for me?
Hey, that dude's on news. Who's that guy?
Breaking. Anybody that is listening to this right now, the Trump motorcade has been involved in a car accident. We're just getting the information right now.
Wow.
My name is Wayne Dupree. You listen to the Wayne Dupree Show. The Trump motorcade has been involved in a car accident.
All right, that's just late breaking news. You guys are hearing it from us first. I don't know if it's made it onto the news or the TV yet.
He is okay, though. However,
okay.
he is okay from the information that we're getting. But right now, he is... Donald Trump is okay, and we are broadcasting here live from the GOP convention here in Cleveland, Ohio, and we're happy to be here. My voice has almost gone out from earlier speaking, but we want to thank everybody watching and listening here on the Right Side Broadcasting Network. I want to thank Joe, our RSBN producer at the studios right now. Joe, is everything okay? Let us know if everything is okay. We apologize. We're trying to make sure that everything is right, everything is straight. And believe me, once we leave here tonight, we won't touch anything. We won't touch anything. We're just going to leave everything alone.
Right.
But we do want to make sure that all the levels are straight and So tomorrow when we jump in, everything is hunky-dory. We're moving right along. Right now we have Wayne Dupree from Baltimore, Maryland. You usually see me on the Wayne Dupree Show here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We also have Mr. Hutch Bailey Jr.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Glad to be here.
From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And not only do we have him, we have the lovely Miss Cambry Nelson, who is
The Southern Californian
Yeah.
feisty one.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm at the perfect place. I can trip at CNN person when they come by.
You do know that Cam did not cook this morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Ay, ay, ay.
She,
Yeah, it was funny because the guys came in and they were like, by any chance, are you going to cook? And I'm like, it's 11. How about tomorrow? I'll cook breakfast tomorrow.
well, believe me, I got up around 5 something this morning, so I'm sure that Cam, I'm sure that I will be able to cook up a little bit something.
I will make the omelets, I promise.
See, all right. So
Cole was in there today setting off the
Cole
smoke
McNeely.
alarm and whatnot.
Cole McNeely.
Speaking of it, we didn't even eat today. What time is it? 2:30, 3, 4, 5. It's 2:30 California. 3, 4, 5:30. We haven't even eaten.
No, we have not. We have not eaten
Whoa,
yet.
whoa, whoa.
What was that?
Is they have earthquakes here?
No.
Whoa.
The floor is vibrating,
What is
ladies
that?
and gentlemen. It's vibrating like if you were on a suspension bridge. It stopped. Now it started
Okay.
again.
It feels like somebody's getting into the spirit. Somebody's shouting.
Okay, but we're here to cover the convention, and whatever happens, you'll hear it first.
Megan, let's see. Okay, Precious is saying that this sound is bad.
On Spreaker,
That's what she's saying.
I have heard that Spreaker sound is kind of. I'm not getting Spreaker on my. So
I am going to turn it down a little bit on Spreaker then. Okay, so I mean, right there should be it. For those that are listening, thank you, Jesus. For those that are listening through Spreaker, let me know if that sounds great. Dan is letting us know that it sounds a lot better than what it was. So those that are in the Spreaker chat room, just give us a shout out. Those that are watching us live from RSBN, we thank you for tuning in to us. And Hutch is listening to the show on the.
Trying to hear it on speaker.
So we can hear it either way. A little too loud. Okay, let me turn it down a little bit more.
he's screaming. Ah!
I don't know.
All right,
I have to
so
admit that shaking kind of shook me for a second. It's doing it again.
it's shaking, yeah. It's almost like a subway is running.
If
through
it could be a big truck, maybe in part of the parking garage. It's
well,
still.
I really don't want to hear about no truck though. Not in here.
And now the people from Mongolia just went past.
People from Mongolia. Oh, look, Fabio. Look straight ahead,
Oh, yeah,
Fabio.
what is that?
We got this.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
We need somebody.
That is a
on
mix
camera.
between Jose Iber
we
and
need-
Fabio. What the heck is up with that man? He looks like a raging lion.
You are crazy. You're crazy.
The freaks have
Jump-
come to the
jump-
Republican National
It
Convention,
looked like he
ladies and
jumped right out
gentlemen.
of a Van Halen
All right,
concert.
watching it on RSBN, and they saying that it looks good on RSBN right now.
Well, it's going to have to be an RSBN show then.
Hopefully they can still listen. Well, no. Okay, so everything that I really don't know where we are with the fight. I know that there was a fight going on, and it looks like it's off
Break.
the board.
Yeah, they're off the board right now. I don't know. I don't know the latest of what's going down on the floor right now. It looks like it's nothing's really happening. It's a break before the night really starts. But it looked like they ejected somebody out of the arena earlier.
I saw that too.
Yeah, and it was a gentleman that, he only had one arm. It
He
looked
had one
funny.
arm?
Yeah, the guy in the blue shirt. They were ushering out when we were watching it. Yeah, he only had one arm. He didn't have a right arm. Because it looked like he had his arm behind his back.
Maybe the security had him or something.
No, when he went by, it didn't look like he had it anyway.
Oh, he literally had no arms.
That's what it looked like. No,
Oh.
one, just one.
Just one.
He had left one.
Oh.
But he was mad. You could tell he was mad. And it looked like he was being ejected.
Right.
Well, I mean, hey, you can't have Rome, can you? Everything is. We got into town yesterday. Yeah, that is Fabio. Actually.
That is freaking Fabio. He is a.
Fabio's like
I
drunk.
can't believe it's not butter.
It's like Fabio's
He's sweaty.
drunk.
His hair's like the sweaty, wet, long.
That's
Fabio Jose Ibert.
That's-
Fabio Jose Ibert. And what's the guy? Yanni. He slings his
Yeah.
hair like the Yanni.
Yeah. He looks like a
He
cross
looked like
between
Yanni.
Fabio and Yanni. Right. Okay.
I'm surprised
Really?
he doesn't have a pendant on his chest.
And when he walks with the hair swinging and the arms are just like flowing. I seriously, I'm going to get it on videotape next time, and I'm going to.
I know. He looked at her like, "What you trying to do?"
He's
huh?
in my space.
Yeah.
He needs to get out of my
I was
space.
telling him, Wayne, this place doesn't
Get out
have
of my space.
doesn't have the rope like they normally have. But yeah.
Right
that an
now,
announcement?
and that's another thing too. We reached out and we're waiting. We are still waiting for Mr. Scott. I forgot how the last name is pronounced, but we put through names that we wanted people to come through, and he has not responded yet. So that's something that I'm going to be working on. I'm going to be working on for the betterment of for the show. I want to make sure that we can
come together.
Get the big people in, but we did want to make sure that the audio was straight. We wanted to make sure that y'all could hear and that everything was good to go. We're here at the Q. What is this?
The Quicken Loans
okay.
Arena.
We're here at the Quicken Loans Arena.
Yeah, they call it the Q.
Only in America in 2016 would you name an arena after a loan company.
They're probably establishment.
Probably.
How did y'all like that? How did y'all like that little media walk over here? That media trek to get
You
through
mean
all
from
that stuff.
Oh yeah, that was great. That was great. Yeah, I went through this thing and I tried my best to take everything out of my bag, my computer bag, before I got here. I didn't realize that, but I sat at the hotel room and I said, I have a Ziploc bag full of packs of matches, just in case I need them, right? But there's like 20 packs of matches in there. I'm thinking that's probably not a good item to bring through a security checkpoint thing, but maybe I'll keep one pack in there. Well, I came through and they took my lighter, man. I'm glad I kept that one pack of matches in there.
Wait. So they took your lighter, but you got to keep your matches.
But only because if they
You
would
hit 'em.
No, I had a bag full of 20, 30 packs of matches. And I said, that's probably not a good item to bring through the security.
Yeah.
So I took them out, and then I said, let me put one pack back in, just in case. And sure enough, they looked at my lighter, and they said, oh, well, this can stay on. You can light it, and it can stay lit. I was like, really? Show me how. And then he threw it out. So that was the end of that lighter. But they are I hold no animosity. They're doing a great job. They have to cover everything. And they were polite about it, and it was fast. We were dropped off at a certain spot, and then we got on a shuttle. But we were checked before we got on the bus even.
Yeah, we had to go through Secret Service when we got there. They made us go through there. It was, and then we had to go in and wait in line. Then we had to get on. And it's funny because the way that they set it up, they had the shuttles go in between barricades. Like we were caged in barricades in going down the street. So people were driving on the opposite sides of the street, but we were barricaded in with fences all around us, so nobody could touch us. We could not get out or do anything, but the police were just lined up everywhere. So security's really good here. I'm really happy with
I
what's
haven't
going.
seen any nastiness or anything
Haven't
like
either.
that. Everybody seems to be pretty polite on both sides.
I'm nasty right now. This is Cam and Hutch have been really nice, okay? And I am not liking the situation that we're in right now. So, and I'm broadcasting this live. I'm not holding my tongue on it. I don't like the situation. that we're in right now. I don't know what's up with the people that are supposed to be scheduling these things, but we haven't gotten word on anything. And no follow-up, nothing. I mean, the follow-up stopped, and if you think that I'm going to stop emailing you, it ain't happening. It's not happening. So I am going to find out what's going on with these scheduled interviews, which we did put forth over a week ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's where I am. That's where my mindset is. And we're trying to put forth the best thing, the best show that we can give for you. So that's where we are right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Cole McNeely of the Cole McNeely Show.
We are America Radio.
Yeah, I saw that.
No, we just got back. David Redmond and I, another part of the crew, just got back from the floor, and that was it was a pretty interesting time down there. We got down there, and within the first minute, security was taking somebody off the floor.
Wow.
It was somebody part of RNC or part of Trump's campaign was getting hit. I don't know if I can say that.
Go ahead.
They were getting pissed off at security because they hadn't gotten this guy off the floor who was creating a ruckus of some sort. And he walked right in front of us, and he stopped. It was like 3 cops or 3 security guys. And he said, if you don't get that guy's off the floor, because we're going to have some problem. He should already be gone. So they have a tight ship going on down there. That's for sure.
Well, there's a section waiting of delegates. Here's the thing. They're not going to act and their behavior is going to be off. They have to remember, they're replaceable.
Sure.
They're replaceable. I've got my friends from Dallas, Texas that are here, and they are alternate delegates. So they want to act up and try to be fools out there on the floor. I got my girl up there that can come down and replace them, and so does all 50 states.
They aren't tolerating anything. I mean, that's how it's going. So if anybody at home, if any of you guys are worried about that on the floor or anything to that nature, they are running a tight ship. They have it taken care of, and safety I'd say is number one down there too, because there's police officer security everywhere. So, what did you say he was arguing about? Or? I'm not sure what he was arguing about. He was probably 30 feet away from me, so
Never
I didn't
Trump?
quite.
Maybe.
It'd be my guess. They were creating a ruck. Yeah, that would be. Actually, I guarantee that's what it was. But they're getting him off the floor. Let's put it that way, and they're not too concerned about being nice about it. So,
we are going to find a light, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find a light that we can somehow add on to our camera so that it's a little bit brighter here. The lighting is bad. Believe it, the lighting is bad right now. We apologize for that too. We're happy to have the team here. We got Cam, we got Cole, we got Dan, we got David. David is somewhere around here. We got Hutch, and we're just trying to make everything happen right now, but we do need to find a light somehow.
Yeah, I wonder if there's one that could be hooked up to the camera, or it's like they have. Well, here's the thing. Maybe because the camera's down, it's going to be dark because we've got lights.
We could just use the reflection off Dan's head.
All right. This is my first time on the GOP convention, first day here with the Wayne Dupree Show, Right Side Broadcasting Network. And, of course, I get on and Cole is talking about me, but that's okay. That's okay. And I want to just, first of all, give a big shout out and thanks to all those who have been hanging in there with us. We had some technical difficulties, and we're still tweaking them as we speak.
Somebody in the chat room said, how long are we going to be on for? We'll be on until 8 o'clock.
Until 8 o'clock. So just hang in there with us. And I thought Wayne was going to go a different direction when he was talking about his frustration. So I'm glad it wasn't pointed at me, because I took on the task of making sure our audio and stuff was tight. And it just, put it this way, I worked in the audio visual field way back in the day. I used to set up big screens and live shows and things of that nature, and we ran into problems for big people coming into town. So this is, not saying that we're not big and not important, but things happen, and we are on the fly working on them just to get it so you can hear us crisp and clear. And to Cole's point, as in regards to my head shining, when you have a bald head, it shines. That's just all there is to it.
We need to use what we have. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
My gorgeousness, and then your bald head.
And to camp onto Wayne's frustration in regards to all the things and the time and effort that he has put in to bring the best people to come onto War Radio, Right Side Broadcasting, and Spreaker. Like I said, I didn't know where he was going with that, but I'm glad he said it, because how can you not even respond? Especially when, okay, maybe weeks ago Wayne contacted you and you had some conversations at that point. But now, I guarantee you, before these days that came in before the RNC started today, he was contacting you. Yeah. He probably contacted you this morning.
Yeah, I did.
He probably contacted you this afternoon. I know you're not that busy. I know you got a mobile device on you of some sort, an iPad, whatever, Android, whatever, that you're getting your email on. So that's just, to me, that's just very disrespectful to not even say, okay, I'm busy, I'll get back to you, or, I'm kind of hung up on something right now, I'll get back to you.
Because I'm going to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I am hungry as a moose. I'm hungry as a moose. And when I'm hungry, I mean, all the food we got back at the house right now. I mean, you talking about an angry black man. I felt like slapping the hell out of somebody just a while ago. I really did. Come on, sit down here.
Yeah, sit down. We got somebody coming in right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we broadcast on WCCD AM out of the greater Cleveland area. And this gentleman right here, switch. You're going to sit right there. You're going to switch. Sorry about that. We're bringing in one of the major friends of the show, and we even have a youngster brother coming in here too. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you to Minnie. He is going to speak on Wednesday night, and he tore the house down in Cleveland. He tore the house down and he took the timbers out the arena so that nobody could build it back up. But he has been on the Wayne Dupree Show many times, and I'm so happy to have him here. He is the pastor of the host city, actually. And we also have a young brother who I've been trying to, we're going to get him on the show a whole lot more. But RSBN.TV, I want to introduce to you Pastor Darrell Scott, and also Minister Pastor James Davis. Both of them here on the Wayne Dupree Show. What's up? What's up, people?
It's good to be here with you in Cleveland, the home of the the world champion Cleveland Cavaliers.
Oh my!
Give a shout out to the Cavs. We're right here at Quicken Loans Arena's parking garage.
Yeah.
Which is, last I heard, Golden State was still over in this garage somewhere, walking around trying to steal our trophy. Other than that, I'm here. I'm home. Convention is off to a rousing start. Had some little disruption over there earlier.
What do you think about that today?
Thought it was funny. It was weak, though.
It was weak, wasn't it?
That was the weakest protest I ever saw in my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, it literally, when I guess the euphemism died on the floor. It literally died on the floor,
wow.
in short order.
That protest was, I expected them to come a little bit stronger than that.
Mm-hmm.
Add some spice, some flair to the event. But it was like, that rebellion was shorter than the coup in Turkey. That was worse than that coup in Turkey.
Look, and the president of Turkey probably was in charge of what happened on the floor.
Right.
You know what? James and I were over there, and we saw Manafort walking with strong purpose.
Yeah, very strong purpose, right?
Manafort was going around that Big Paulie. That's what I call it. Right. Big Paulie was coming around that corner. He wasn't looking to the left or to the right.
That's
he was going straight in.
Focused.
And so we knew something was up, and then that's when the rebellion started.
So is that all over delegate counts? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is that what it was? We were up here and we didn't. Was that about trying to do a roll call?
They went to do a roll call vote.
Yeah. Didn't go through. Luckily.
No.
Oh, what are these people thinking? Seriously. At this point.
Burnt toast.
Kind of like Warriors
it's a
fans,
baby.
essentially.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's Warrior
That's
fans.
essentially what they are.
Listen, I'm so political.
No, wait.
I'm so politically.
Let me look, I'm a Lakers fan. Let me put that out.
He was a Golden State fan a month ago.
Right.
Now he's a Laker fan. Why don't you just be a Cavs fan? You'll be all right.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Listen, when I was over there and I said, what's going on? They said, roll call. I thought they were going to be, my name is Jeff. I'm here. When they said roll call, first thing I thought was black, historical black colleges.
Ladies and gentlemen,
my name is James.
Those of you that are watching this, and those of you that are listening, that's right. Pastor Scott, his basketball team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and let me say it right now in front of you. Let me say it. They are the world champions. I wasn't able to do it.
No.
I wasn't able to do it.
Everybody knows they're the world champions. So you're not going to just acknowledge what they already are. You have to say the Cleveland Cavaliers are the greatest team in professional basketball. I mean, him saying that they're the world champions is like...
Yeah, Captain Obvious, you know. You know what I'm saying?
The Cleveland Cavaliers are the Italian in basketball. Sorry, I haven't eaten. My tongue just moves around from left to I haven't eaten.
Maybe I'll bring his Cav hat down.
There you go. Make him wear it. That's right.
Bring some Cav ribs down here and I'll say whatever you want.
Some Cav ribs down here. I'm going to eat them now. I'm starving to death.
I tell you, man, no food in here. Nothing.
Not on this side. You got to go. It's a little, yeah.
It's a little
food.
Yeah. It's snacks.
Okay.
They got snacks.
All right. They got snacks that are our snacks.
What Dave and I
we bought a bag of popcorn. It was $15.
Right.
Oh,
that's low. Wayne, you got to go downstairs.
Convention prices.
David and I, we got the floor pass, and what we did was we just got food half the time.
Here's
Went
my
down there,
friend.
they called recess, and we got food. So
can we bring in guests?
Face, but.
This is my friend Elizabeth Diaz. How do you pronounce your last name?
Are we live? Diaz
from Time Magazine. Time Magazine.
All right.
Yeah, this is the Wayne Dupree Show.
Hi, how are you?
He's another black person that likes Donald Trump. Not a lot of us here.
Every day of the week and twice on Tuesday.
You know what we were playing while we were inside there? We were playing, guess how many black people are in here? He said 200. I said about 89. I don't know.
Well, you got to round up, though. You got to round up.
I rounded to 100.
It's like 535.
Right.
You got to round up.
I rounded to 100 in the day session.
Okay. All right.
According to MSNBC,
we're getting together. We're getting together.
According to MSNBC, I thought it was around 0%. I thought that's about where it was, right? Give or take.
Can you believe MSNBC? I don't know if y'all watched it.
No, hate it, but it was every now and then for fodder.
I went on there a couple days ago, and they pulled a poll out that said that Donald Trump is not getting, is getting 0%.
That's a lie.
In Ohio and Pennsylvania.
That's a lie.
And black vote. And she asked me, so what do you think about it? I said, y'all didn't interview no black people.
Yeah.
You know, that
literally.
It's just that easy. You're not
we
gonna,
know people.
You're not going to bring on a black conservative that supports Donald Trump and then throw that type of poll at them and say, well, you know, he's getting 0%.
Right.
And I mean, look, if Barack Obama was able to get 120% in a district, okay, 120% in a district during an election,
right,
then you know something is going on.
Yeah, exactly.
That y'all can fix your mouth to say that he's got 0% in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Well, my reply to that was, you're telling me that there are no black Republicans in Ohio that are going to vote for their party's nominee.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Exactly.
So every black Republican, and we had a guy, Kim Blackwell, he ran for governor of Ohio, and he had a lot.
He was Secretary of State for a while.
Yeah, he was Secretary of State, and he got a lot of black votes. You're telling me that there are no black Republicans. Every black Republican in Ohio has refused to vote for their party's nominee. That's ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Well, it's MSNBC. We don't expect truth,
Right. And you know, and then she threw these clips up there from Hillary Clinton, and asked me what I thought. I was like, sound bites.
Yeah.
Well, Wayne, he said them. I said, well, yeah, he said them, but the rest of the stuff y'all cut off. y'all cut off everything. I mean, you can put all this stuff together. It's almost like putting a pizza together. You just put pieces and pieces and pieces together until you got something. I was like, we can do that. All the stuff that we got on Hillary Clinton, we could do that. Yeah, she wouldn't get elected. She would never get elected. I mean, we have so much stuff on her, we could run it until maybe 3027. Until the year 3027. She would never get elected for anything for all the stuff we have on her. But let me ask both of you. What's it going to take? What's it going to take for the GOP to go to really reach out? Because we already have minorities jumping over. But what's it going to take to bring more over? Newt Gingrich a couple weeks ago was like, well, hopefully the Trump campaign will go into the areas after the convention and talk to them and stuff like that. What do y'all think?
Well, I believe once he begins to express more his policy towards the African American community and minority communities, it will cause more people to come over. They're trying to overshadow his policy concerning creating jobs, rebuilding the inner cities. When people hear that, say, listen, under this guy, I'll be able to get a job. I won't have to live in this squalor, these depressed surroundings much anymore. You know, that should appeal to the black community. Because right now they can't get a job. Right now our neighborhoods are in decay.
Right.
Yeah, when you hear about infrastructure, that ought to, send a bell off in our community, but it's been drowned out with the whole pin the tail, instead of pin the tail on the donkey, pin the racists on the Republicans.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's all they do. That's the only discussion. Those are the only questions. And so when people hear that, they can't even hear policy. And so I believe it's going to have to come to a point where policy is being so driven. And then those of us that have a voice and a platform need to echo what comes out of our nominee's mouth.
We do have to, the same way that the Democrat, somebody walked up to me today. I was at the Citizens for Trump rally out.
Right.
And somebody came up to me and said that they have talked to both sides. Why is it that people that are against Trump call him racist and a misogynist? I was like, well, if you look at it, I mean, do you want to be truthful? He said, yes. I was, okay, well, 9.5 times out of 10, they're looking at liberal television.
That's it. Bottom line.
And they're getting the words from those liberal anchors.
The brainwashing liberal television.
What city are you from?
Right here, please.
Okay. Well, let's say that you were from Houston.
Home of the Cavaliers.
Let's say that you were from Houston.
Yes, sir.
Cleveland, okay? Indiana, Bloomington. Let's say that you're all liberals. Each one of you living in different states as liberals would say the same thing.
Yeah.
It would be racist, misogynist, whatever. What do you think about Donald Trump? Racist, misogynist, whatever. What do you think in Indiana? Racist, misogynist. It's the same thing. They're getting it from the 24-hour news cycles.
Yeah. The echo.
And going back into what you were talking about, that's what we have to do.
If you want to know the truth, a lot of people in the inner city aren't even getting it from the news cycle. They're getting it from Facebook.
That's true.
That's the truth.
Same
and Twitter.
thing.
That's
right.
true.
And they're getting it from people that post satire.
Yes.
They'll post those satirical ads, and they'll believe that Donald Trump said he's sending all black people back to Africa.
Right.
And they'll take it and run with it. Donald Trump said all black people are lazy and stupid. And they'll take it and run with it.
That's right.
And doesn't even realize, like, one guy was upset over the satire ad, and he didn't look at the side columns. One of the columns said Hillary is going to elect the alien as her vice president, and had that alien standing next to it. And another one said a meteorite is going to fall out the sky and hit Trump in the head or something. But they just saw the one, Donald Trump said all black people are lazy, and they ran with it. It was a satire.
Right.
It was a satire. It was a comedy
And they accept
piece.
it as truth.
And they accept that as truth. Anything they see on social media, they think it's true. Anybody can create anything. You can post right now. Donald Trump said if a black person says something to him, he'll shoot him. It'll be viral.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be viral.
And that's power, actually.
I was telling, I had a talk with the media, and I told them about a conversation I had with Trump. And it wasn't necessarily in private because there was a lot of us blacks there.
Sure.
When we talked to him about the police shootings, and he said, I wonder why the police don't shoot to wound rather than shoot to kill. Shoot them in the leg or something to disable them if they feel that the use of deadly force is necessary. Now, I've said that to Tamron Hall. I said it to them. I've said that on CNN. They ignore it. But if I'd have said Donald Trump told me that you should shoot all black people in the head, they'd have ran with it.
Of course.
Right. They don't want to hear anything positive about him. They want to accentuate
I believe that.
the negative.
Well, you know what? I am going to bring in. I'm going to kick y'all out of here, and I'm going to bring in some more. But
Go Cavs.
Not next year. But thank you, man.
God bless y'all.
Appreciate it, guys.
We'll see y'all later on in the week. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Pastor Darrell Scott and Pastor James Davis. And coming to the stage is a young lady that is going to take on John McCain. That's right. She's going to take on, well, actually, she's going to beat John McCain. She's going to beat John McCain. And I'm glad to have her. We've had her on the show before, and actually, she was on my Big Brother show, on Sean Hannity's show a few weeks ago, which I was happy to hear her on Sean Hannity's show. And Sean let her go. And Sean was like, oh, yeah, there she goes. There, yeah, go ahead and talk. You got it going. And if there's one thing about Kelly Ward is that she is straight up, through and through, a lover of America, and she cares about this country. And she knows that John McCain it's time for him to retire. And so many people have gone up and tried to do it, but we think this time that Kelly Ward can do it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, Wayne, it is great to be here. Great to be here. And you're exactly right. It is time to retire Senator McCain. As much as respect as I have for him and his service to our country and what he went through as a POW, he simply is not the conservative he claims to be.
Right.
He's been in D.C. almost 40 years, and we need new eyes on the problems that are facing this country. And we need new ideas and new energy, new blood in Washington so we can take this country in the right direction.
No, I think you're right in that way, and I think that's the problem with a lot of these congressmen. Do you think there needs to be some type of term limit put in, or do you think something of the sort? Do you think it's just the voters having to vote him out? Because you and I both know you're going against John McCain. Yes. He probably has a lot of money behind him.
Oh, yes. He has tentacles in every pot of political money that currently exists.
So
everywhere.
How do we counter that money in the politics?
I agree we need term limits. I'm running on a term limit pledge. I'm running that I would not serve more than 2 terms. 12 years in Washington, D.C. is more than enough time for anyone. It's time to start an agenda, accomplish a lot of it, and prepare the way for the next generation to take the torch. People like you. So, right. I'm sure you're getting prepared. You're ready. You have people that are your age and younger who are learning, and they're going to have the energy and the stamina and the motivation to keep things moving. People staying in D.C. for decade after decade after decade was never what our founders intended. Right. They thought that you'd go, serve, sacrifice, leave, go back to your community and live your life. And instead, we've created these careerists, career politicians that have been detrimental to our country.
And you look at, thanks again for coming on the show, Kelly. And you look at that and you see what happens is that once they get established like that and somebody from the country, somebody from the private sector comes along and they use that against them, like they're doing with Donald Trump as a way. And it's something that, the thing with John McCain, the thing that really turned me was the fact that he ran on Build the Dang Fence and then he turned right around and joined the Gang of 8. It's just something that I remember when they asked Alan West after his first 45 days in Congress, he said, what surprises you the most? He said, the way they can lie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I agree wholeheartedly. And you're right. That's one of the most egregious things that Senator McCain's done is say build the fence and then go straight to the Gang of 8. And I don't say he just joined it. He headed it up.
Oh, I agree.
He wants amnesty. He wants open borders. And it's not good for the United States and it's not good for the American people. So I'm glad we have a guy at the top of the ticket named Donald Trump who wants to build that wall, who wants to secure that border and put America first.
Tell me, when is the election again?
August 30th.
August 30th, okay. Second, let people know how they can help you right now. Go.
Thanks, Wayne. I've got a great website, kellyward.com, Kelly with an I, because I'm going to be a conservative champion for this great United States in Washington, D.C. So KELLIWARD.com. You can go there. You can find out more about me. Of course, there's a donate button, I think, on every single page, so people don't be shy about clicking that thing. And then you can have some two-way conversation with me on Facebook and on Twitter. Kelly Ward AZ on Twitter, Kelly Ward for Arizona on Facebook. That two-way communication is sorely missing from our government, and we can't have a representative republic if the elected officials don't listen to the people.
Right, that's right. Listen, has John McCain decided to come back to Arizona to debate you yet?
Hey, I've thrown out the challenge to debate him because, he spent over $2 million so far attacking me, either himself or his attack super PAC. And so he obviously has something he wants to say to me. So I'd rather he say it like a man, face to face, instead of like a liberal Saul Alinsky tactic guy by stabbing me in the back. So I hope he will man up. I hope he will come to Arizona, and that we will have a one-on-one debate so that we can allow the voters to see the contrast, see the old versus the new, and hopefully help to retire Senator McCain.
And you're telling John McCain to man up. Let's talk about another, liberal out there.
Barack Obama?
So-called liberal. No, he's actually liberal. I'm talking about Hillary Clinton, who's whatever she feels like today. Her whole pitch is basically, I'm for women, all this type of thing. You're a woman running for Congress. Not a whole lot in Congress. It's generally been men in the past. What's your take on that? What would you tell women out there who think, Hillary Clinton's out there for women? What would you tell them?
I would say Hillary Clinton is dangerous. Dangerous for women, dangerous for preborn babies, dangerous for our economy, dangerous for our world. Did you hear that speech she gave a couple of days ago? It was total socialism, if not veering into a communistic type of rhetoric. Right. And that is not good for anyone. It's definitely not good for women. It's not good for children. It's not good for anyone. So we've got to be never Hillary, hashtag never Hillary.
That's right.
And we've got to elect Donald Trump as our president so that we can get on the right track.
How can everybody reach out to you again on social media?
Hey, KellyWard.com and Kelly Ward AZ on Twitter. Come on over, follow. I'll follow back if you ask me. And you got to ask, though. And come over on Facebook. We've got lots of conversation going on there at Kelly Ward for Arizona. People that like me, people that hate me, people that hate each other, people that love each other. So it's a pretty good site with lots and lots of engagement.
All right, so we're going to have you on the radio show in the next couple weeks before the election. We want to really blast you.
I'd love it. It's great being here at the RNC. It's great seeing so many Republicans here in one place. And once we solidify Donald Trump as the nominee, which I know will not be a problem whatsoever, we are going to move forward and we're going to defeat Hillary and we're going to take this country back.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Kelly Ward. We are.
You can't do it, Wayne.
Okay, go ahead.
You're listening to the Wayne Dupree Show on We Are America Radio, and also on Right Side Broadcasting, maybe Spreaker and other things as well. I'm not really sure. I'm coming in late.
Oh, let me also say there are two streams on the Right Side Broadcasting Network right now, and when the speeches resume, you can click over and listen to those boring speeches, or you can. No, I'm kidding. You can click over and listen to the speeches on the Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's see. You know how you have C-SPAN 1 and C-SPAN 2? Well, we have RSBN 1, RSBN 2. So you can listen to the speeches on the main floor on RSBN 1, or you can stay here. We're going to be bringing people here, moving them in and out here on RSBN 2. It's the water. I'm thirsty. I'm hungry.
You're hungry, you're thirsty, you're deprived, Wayne. You're deprived.
I am going to give over the mic to David and Cam, and I'm going to look for a light. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Get it all done, bro. Get it all out.
Wayne makes an exit.
Get it all out. Okay, hold on.
That was my fault. My knees are hitting
Not
the
like
table
mine.
right now. All right. David, get on here. Hurry up. I have a question for you when you get on here. Taking long enough. But we are broadcasting, as you probably know at this point, live at the RNC convention here in Cleveland, Ohio. Joining us on air now, I'm Cole McNeely, and this is David Redmond from New York.
How you doing, Cole?
David, what? Okay, so we just got back.
First of all, we got to work on that tag team where we switch out.
Oh, you know what? That's fine. We'll deal with it. The people at home, they understand. But we just got back. We got passes to go down to the floor a few minutes ago. I briefly talked about it, but what'd you think? I mean, we got down there. They were only on air out there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and they went to recess. But what'd you think?
Right. It was a brief speaking period, but you could feel the energy. We were on there for a couple minutes, and you saw someone who was dissenting somewhere, causing trouble. Security ran past us, dealing with the issue.
Did you hear it was either a Trump campaign person or RNC person getting at security for it?
Right. We don't even know who's misbehaving because it's just crazy out there. They're trying to push for that roll call vote. It's getting shut down. And it's chaos outside, chaos inside, but the party will unite, I think.
I hope so. And we heard protesters all around up in the stands and all that. Even when we were down there, we heard people yelling. And but I think one of the coolest things for me, I mean, I'm a 19-year-old guy. When I go down there and I can take a big picture in front of the stage at the RNC convention, that's surreal to me. This has been a dream of mine for about 5 years here. So I want to thank Mr. Wayne Dupree, and I want to thank all of you, the listeners, who helped us get here in the first place, because we appreciate every single one of you, and we love the fact that we can put this on for you, and we can give you the real news and what's really going on here. Because, I mean, we're not here to push a narrative in really any way. We're here to tell you what's going on. We'll give you our take on it and whatever that is, but we're not here to, I don't think to extremely promote Donald Trump or, tear down anybody or anything of the sort. We're here to tell you what's going on, and hopefully we can accomplish that goal. And of course, we believe, I can tell you, I believe this personally. I can't speak as a group, but I'm pretty sure as a group we do, but that this anti-Trump movement that's going on right now is kind of ridiculous. It's fueling the Democrats, right? That even the party won't get behind Donald Trump. That's what their talking points will be.
I think it was healthy for the primary to have that dissent.
Sure,
Strengthens the party, but we're beyond that now. We're past that point, so that ship sailed.
What do you tell Trump voters, seriously? What do you tell them if that would have went through? If they say, we know your guy got the most amount of votes in Republican primary history. We know he won the delegates that he had to win fair and square. But you know what? He doesn't get to have it. How did that one? Imagine if that would have even went through. It wouldn't have. Whoever would have gotten that nomination, be it Ted Cruz, Rubio, Romney, whoever they would have wanted to put in there, they would have lost by insane numbers. It wouldn't even be close because all those Trump supporters would drop out.
Right. You mentioned he got a record number of votes for Trump. He also, I hear from people, got a record number of votes against him.
Well, sure.
But a lot of that is he had there was dozens and dozens of candidates running. If it was just him and one other person initially, he would have maybe doubled his vote total.
Right. And that's one thing I think that hopefully will separate us from Wayne. If you just saw that, Wayne just kind of attacked the camera. But
who let Wayne in charge of the camera? And we're joined by Mona Saloma.
How are you?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
We were just on the floor for a few minutes. We didn't catch that much. We got down there after all the Never Trump stuff happened.
Okay.
Right. So what happened exactly down there? Tell people at home.
Basically, they wanted a roll call to have each state, unbounded delegates. Mm-hmm. And next thing you know, they're talking about Never Trump, Never Trump. They're screaming all this. And then you have the pro-Trump saying, we want Trump, we want Trump. So they try to, basically, you need 7 states with enough signatures from each of the delegates to get the roll call and the bound. So supposedly 9 states said it. They submitted it. And turned out only 3 states failed to meet enough signatures required. And those 3 states are Alaska, Minnesota, and Iowa.
So we're keeping tabs on them.
Yeah, we're keeping tabs on them. And not only that, a lot of people don't know about that. So it's really shocking to believe that, they said they had the signatures and they didn't have the signatures.
Sure. Well, we were sitting up here and we weren't sure what was going on because
we could see the chaos,
obviously if you guys can see the TVs behind us, but there was absolutely no audio up here. It's only the commentary on the screen, and we just see people yelling all this stuff, and we're sitting back here. We're like, what's going on down there?
I know. It was just funny because I was with my boss, Dr. Gina, and she's also a delegate too. And we're like, what is going on? And my news wires is blowing up. Roll call, the Never Trump last moment. Let's see if they'll win. And they almost did, but
Do you
they
think
failed
this
again.
is? Do you think this is the end of Never Trump, that type movement, trying to obviously...
No, they're going to try one more political maneuver.
What do you think else they'll do? What else?
They're going to try when every states have to say, like, New York has 95 delegates. The 95 delegates are going to say Trump. They're going to try something. They're going to try a little maneuver. You can never trust them.
No, it's unbelievable. I think it's unprecedented,
And it's really sad because yesterday, Paul Manafort had a press briefing. He said this convention is not only a Trump convention, but it's supposed to unite the party and get to let everybody know who Mr. Trump is. And we come here day one, we're supposed to have a party unity, and look what happened. It's like these Never Trump people are like pro-Hillary. They're like her super PAC for her.
Sure.
And it's really sad.
Yeah, many of them have said they would prefer to vote for her, and that's the whole establishment.
I've heard that too.
How about they just stay
boys club
home
type of
and
system?
just pretend like they don't exist? Just purge them out of the roll call book of the voter book. Or like, why are you gonna go vote for her?
Right.
But you talk so much bad about her for like what the past God knows how many years?
Decade and a half.
Before you were born.
Yeah, sure. And I was born a decade and a half ago. I wasn't born two decades ago.
Barely.
Yeah, but
almost.
I think it's the Hamiltonian rule. I think that's what they're referencing, and it's essentially that. Well, if your side's gonna put up somebody who's gonna be horrible, and the other side's gonna put somebody to be horrible, let the horrible person be from the other side. And again, that's so selfish, in my opinion, because a lot of that's just so they can go back and say, well, I didn't support the guy if he does poorly, whatever it is. They're looking out for their own self-interest instead of looking out for the country's
And
interest.
Ted Cruz said, I'm not ready to endorse yet. So that means there is a potential endorsement coming up. It might come, when he's scheduled to speak on Wednesday or Thursday. And what happens if Cruz does say, hey, you know what, it's time to unite? And what if out of the blue, Trump goes, hey, I nominate you for Supreme Court. Are they going to calm down, or are they going to still roll up because it's not Mr. Cruz, President Cruz? It's like, I don't get their mentality. Because Trump would, no matter what, like, going forward, if we unite the party and stop with this bickerness and stop with this childness, everybody comes forces, we're going to have a prosperous nation. If not, what we're going to have? Another, God forbid, Benghazi under Hillary Clinton?
They're acting like the Democrats were on the Senate floor a couple weeks ago. That's what they're acting like.
I know, right?
We can't get our way, so we're going to sit here, suck our thumbs, crawl around on the floor until we get our way.
Hopefully they get it out of their system, and then we can unite by Thursday.
How long are they
hopefully.
Or by Ted Cruz's speech.
It's like their cardio tantrum, and it's like they need to go work out instead because it's not working out for them either.
I know.
Sure.
They'll realize eventually, I think. And when Trump is officially pitted off against Hillary, that level of corruption is unprecedented in my mind. We've never had an FBI director speak out about how incompetent and corrupt a presidential candidate has been in a party. So I really don't see what people are thinking if they're considering voting for her. I don't see it. This rises above your party politics, your tribal politics, anything you could possibly
or like
imagine.
Your dignity, for that matter. Like, you talk so much bad about her. She's such a corrupt person. You go on national TV, you go on radio, you try to build this grassroots movement, and next thing you know, you're like, I give up, I'm gonna go vote for her. Like, really?
Yeah, that's defeat. You're voting for your own demise at that point.
You should ship them off to another land.
And Wayne is joining us. You got him all riled up. He has to say something now.
Wayne.
Hello, darling.
I love my Wayne.
Hello, darling.
Mwah.
I am so glad you are here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know her already, and she's probably already talked to you, but if you don't know her already, this is Mona Salama. She is our on-the-ground correspondent voice. She travels. She follows where the story is. She also writes for a
insider.
That's right. She is my insider. She goes and finds the story, brings it back. Wayne, I got to tell you something. Or, Wayne, I got to give you the news. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Get online.
So I told everybody earlier the 3 states that failed to meet the signature threshold were Alaska, Minnesota, and Iowa.
Alaska, Minnesota, and Iowa.
Yeah, so it was 9 states, and you need 7, and only 6 passed.
Really?
Yeah, and nobody is revealing the source. I got it from an inside source.
Okay, so everything is straight.
Everything's straight. But Colorado delegates walked out. Forgot to tell you guys. So there's nobody sitting there.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have just heard, the Colorado delegation has walked out. Probably went out to go smoke some weed or something. But the Colorado delegation has figured, because they tried to cheat Donald Trump during the primary process.
Were they the state that didn't have a primary vote?
No.
No, they had that whole, like, unconventional movement, whatever you want to call it.
Right, yeah.
And you will probably notice that we have open up the light on the camera, so it shouldn't be as dark now. And hopefully, you'll see that we are brought. That's Hutch Bailey Jr., ladies and
Hutch,
gentlemen.
can I get some coffee?
Hutch Bailey Jr. just walked out of here and got some coffee and didn't bring anything back for the laborers. Yeah. No.
Oh, God, I was just joking.
Make it sweet.
I'm good, thank you.
Make it sweet. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not eaten.
None of us have.
Actually, Cole McNeely did make some eggs this morning. I'm not going to tell him. Oh, wait, there he is right there. While he's not on camera.
And they were natural eggs. And not
My
they
daughters
weren't
make better.
This, artificial pumped up eggs.
My daughters make better eggs.
Wait, did he use powder eggs?
Yeah, well, they came out like that. And how do you do bacon?
I flip a couple times here and there. I like it soft. I don't know why.
You like it soft? How do you do bacon?
Usually in a frying pan.
You do it in a frying
Let
pan?
the grease all soak in.
Really?
Yep, boiling up.
You know, somebody showed me the only way really to do bacon these days. And if you're listening to us on Spreaker right now, or if you're in the RSBN.TV chat room, let us know how you fry up your bacon. Do you put it in the pan, or do you put it on a sheet and put it in the oven? That's really crispy good. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, Mona, what should we expect tonight?
We're going to finally expect to hear what Make America Safe Again. So we're going to hear from David Clark. We're going to hear from Mayor Giuliani. We're going to hear from a lot of speakers. And we're going to hear from his wife. And Donald Trump is going to introduce her.
As he should. I think it's a great touch.
It's so cute. I can't wait to hear her. Like, I'm so infatuated with her. Like, I saw her once live, and I couldn't get a word. I don't know how you guys do it, but I was just like, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know how we do it either.
She's like this mystical angel. She's so, oh my God. Like, I am so jealous of her, and I'm never jealous of any girl. And I'm just super jealous of her. She's drop dead gorgeous. And especially she's a mom, older woman, successful, beautiful. And she still has her body intact. I was like, God bless.
Lots of respect about her. She's well-rounded.
Yeah.
She make a
still
great
has her body intact.
First lady that is the hottest one ever.
Hot and classy.
Besides, what's her name? Jackie Kennedy.
I ain't disputing that one. I am not disputing that one. And I mean, honestly, Donald Trump knows how to pick the best, and he went ahead and did it. And I mean, you just can't dispute the man. You can't. Okay, so we have the speakers tonight. And Never Trump is done tonight.
I can't trust them as far as you can throw them. They're going to try one more conventional move.
Are you serious?
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to do it by state.
But that's their last ditch effort. They really and the odds of that being
it's
successful
like 0 to none.
Yep.
You know, when like every state says that, like as New York, like we have 95 delegates.
Right.
The 95 vote is for Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised, especially with Ken Cuccinelli in Virginia. What happens in Colorado? Whoever is their voice off.
I'm really looking forward. That's a strong lineup tonight. The speaking lineup for Make America Safe Again. Because the last 7 to 8 years, our safety has deteriorated, and it's very sad to see. We see it in our cities, in these attacks that are happening in suburbs, anywhere. And David Clark spoke to that recently on cable news. He was very forceful, threw the host off his game, and people are getting fed up. You see these police shootings, people are being targeted for their profession. They're serving the Constitution and the country, and people are getting fed up with it. This is only going to further the support for Donald Trump. He might not be people's favorite, but when they see the deterioration of this great country, you know, that really speaks to them. And he's been calling it right time after time, whether it's international or domestic. You know, he might go about it a very unconventional way, but when you really sit down and consider what he says, it makes a lot of sense to people.
Ladies and gentlemen, you listen to the Wayne Dupree Show here on War Radio. We are America Radio. And broadcasting now on Spreaker.com/Wayne Dupree Show. And
He's on his 5th cup of coffee.
Wayne, do your Hush impression.
I am very hungry right now. My name is Hutch Bailey Jr. here on the Right Side Broadcast Network.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I can tell Wayne's hungry.
I'm about to pass out. Mona, how can people reach out to you on social media, though?
Twitter at Mona Salama _ and Facebook Mona Salama.
You're going to be on the floor
Yeah.
tonight.
I gotta find a spot because I need a plug.
Be
That's
careful
all.
down there. It can get
That,
crazy.
no, I actually have. They're okay, but I'll do some kibble slice if anybody. But I just need a plug for my computer. Yeah.
Hook your earphones in. Skype us in tonight.
You got it.
We'll probably be leaving here by 8 o'clock, but we might last a little bit longer.
They're coming back.
We might last a little bit longer since we started a little bit late tonight.
Yeah. So the recess is coming back 7:45. So it's about I would say an hour and a half more.
Okay. All right, Mona. Yeah. Thank you, dear. Love you.
Love you guys.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
And go Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Mona Salama. Mona Salama _ at Mona Salama _ Let me get that from you. Let me see. That was Cole McNeely. Let's see. We need to take a quick break. Is there any way we can take a break? All right. We're trying to take a quick break here. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're trying to take a 5-minute break. So
All right. We are on our way to a break, I believe. Dan's trying to direct us. I don't know what he wants.
all right, okay. All right, hold on.
But tweet us at Wayne Dupree Show and at David P. Redmond if you have any questions, anything you want answered about the convention going on. It's going to be 3 more days, and it's already very exciting, very unconventional. Dan Adams joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching live coverage on RSBN of the 2016 Republican National Convention in Cleveland, Ohio. Wayne and crew are taking a short break, so I'm Joe Seals back here in the RSBN studios in Auburn, Alabama. And just a quick update of what is to come tonight. At about 8 p.m. Eastern Time, the speeches will resume from the convention floor. You're going to hear from several big names. Willie Robertson's going to be there. Melania is obviously going to be there. And there's some huge speeches coming up. It is in recess right now, but we're going to keep it live here with Wayne and crew. Again, we have 2 streams that are live right now on our channel. Right now, both of them have Wayne and crew on, but when these speeches resume, the feed that you're watching right now will broadcast from the convention for the speeches. If you want to continue to listen to Wayne, you can do so on the other feed, which you can find on our YouTube channel or at the website rsbn.tv, and everything is there in one nice little convenient place for you on the website. Just go to the website and click on the live RNC stream, and you will be set. So let's go back to see what they're saying now, and we'll report to you any updates when we get them.
He was dependent on me, so of course I was going to show up and do what I needed to do to help him out with the broadcast. But I had some apprehension, not because I was scared that something was going to happen, but just that uncertainty because of all the activity and the craziness going on in our country right now with cops being singled out and killed.
Right, especially the latest police shooting happened while I was driving to Cleveland. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, wow, like this is getting out of control.
Exactly.
And they're becoming more frequent.
Exactly. As soon as I got on right before I got on the turnpike in Pennsylvania is when it came across my screen that the 3 officers were killed down in Baton Rouge. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is not the right frame of mind to be traveling. You know, it's only 2.5 hours from Pittsburgh to Cleveland, but David, I tell you what, it was just, I actually had to pull over and just like compose myself because I was just so upset. And the fact that I had to deal with that driving here and then deal with the aftermath with I guess we were talking about it earlier, at our residence for this week. We're talking about how the response from our so-called president has been so inept. It's been so, I hate to use this word, but I used it, flaccid.
That's appropriate.
I want a president to come out. Now, obviously, seeing that he has brought in Black Lives Matter into the administration via bringing them to the White House several times, not just once. We got the pictures of that one meeting, but they were there several times. He can't, come out and rail against them because he's come out and shown his support for them. We all know Barack Hussein Obama's ideology. We've known it for 7+ years, even before he even became president of the United States. We knew where he stood when he was junior senator in Illinois. The fact that he has backed Black Lives Matter with their rhetoric, and I'm sick and tired of these mainstream media hosts going on television talking about other people's rhetoric, not bringing up Black Lives Matter's rhetoric and Black Panther's rhetoric and whoever else who rails against those who have sworn in to put their lives on the line every day. They don't know if they're going to make it home that day when they leave for work. And I'm talking about our men and women in the police force. For him to not come out and vehemently denounce this violence towards our police, vehemently denounce the rhetoric towards our police, vehemently come out and say, you know what? I'm not going to stand for it. Sure. I don't care what group you're aligned with, whether it be Black Lives Matter, Black Panthers, Nation of Islam. I don't care who it is. You are not going to single out. You are not going to make a false claim and have cops come somewhere and just take them out.
It's unbelievable.
I want a president to come out and say that.
We talked about that this morning. We were watching CNN this morning not because we wanted to clarify. We had no other options. But we were watching CNN this morning. He comes out and he says, well, we don't really know the circumstances or the motive of the killer. And we're like, he tried taking out 7 cops or whatever the number was. I think we know his motive.
There was a guest on with the host, referenced CNN, the network. The host didn't even know that they had already aired some of his motives, and people pretend they're clueless.
Yeah, sure. He said, well, we do know some of his motives, and he was, a lot of it was radical Islam type thing, and somebody just kicked the camera, but we'll pretend that didn't happen. But, a lot of that was, radical Islam, and no, it wasn't. How do we know that? we on CNN, we said that. So
exactly.
This is, then she immediately after, I forget who the host was, but
Carol Costello.
Yeah. So immediately after, they're talking about the police officers that got off and the Freddie Gray thing.
Yeah.
And she was sitting there, I kid you not, she was sitting there saying, and he got off with nothing.
Her facial expressions were not neutral.
She put her face down.
She couldn't look at the camera.
She couldn't even look at the camera. She was just so distraught.
And so how about
it's unbelievable.
0 for 4, Marilyn Mosby, the prosecutor. What's going to happen to her? I can't imagine.
What's going to happen to the prosecutor?
Yeah.
That was the initial question.
You're bringing 6 people up on very serious charges, and none of the charges are sticking.
Well, seeing the fact that this is Baltimore and it's Democrat run, there's probably nothing going to happen to her.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm going to stamp it right now.
Let's not hold our breath over it, but okay.
Stamp it right now. Unless someone outside of Baltimore comes in and does something.
Sure.
That's what would have to happen.
That's what would have to happen, because no one in that city is just going to just throw her off the side and push her under the bus, because it's a Democrat-run city. Democrats are always have their backs, no matter what it is. We've all known this for decades. Sure. They can do almost, well, we all know that they can go to the lengths of letting people die in Benghazi and still get off. So
I haven't known for decades, but
to
be fair, I've been around for decades.
He's almost at 2 decades.
Yes, he's almost. The Cole McNeely of the Cole McNeely Show here on War Radio is 19 years old. When's your birthday?
January 6th.
Okay. Hey, a week before mine. I'm January 13th.
Well, imagine that. Their birthdays around the same time.
Capricorn, baby. Woo!
Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen at home, I didn't get to properly introduce Dan Adams because he was not.
And he deserves an introduction. He deserves it.
I know he does. For those of you who are listening, and comment and tell me what you think about this name, but as you can tell, we have video chat going. I call him Black Beauty, and I think that is the most appropriate nickname I've ever heard in my entire life. And I'm telling you, it's going to revive your career. And in the chat room, let me know what you think, because I think that's pretty genius.
Okay, wait a minute. What do you mean revive my career?
That subtle dig. He compliments you and then
revive my career? Where did it go?
I don't know. You tell me.
It hasn't gone anywhere. I'm still out there doing my thing.
Are you still traveling around Europe?
No, I'm not traveling around
There you
here.
go. That's what I'm talking about. I want to get you back in Europe.
That's my musical.
That's what I'm saying. I want
That's
you
the
in your
musical side of yours truly. No,
I want you back
I'm
in.
talking about the radio, video, Facebook Live, Periscope. That dude's still around. Okay, so don't worry about that.
Hutch is chomping at the bit here.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Pull him up. All the way up. Yep. There we go.
Let me catch my breath. Good evening, gentlemen. What's going on, RSBN? I'll tell you, it's starting to jump outside. There's a segment to the left of the building where they actually have a band playing and some
I can
different.
hear that. Is that what that is? Yeah.
Yeah.
Feeling the beat.
Okay, Cole McNeely, because he always gets on me. He brings me on air and he talks about me and stuff and like that. So I'm going to talk about. See the stack of business cards here? I'm gonna bring it into the camera so everyone can see that.
baby. Self-promotion.
Very nice business card, but wow, that is a lot of business cards. You think all these are gonna end in people's hands?
Are they
before
flying
you
off
know?
the shelf? They flying off the.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone pick one up since they. No,
I haven't been here all day.
Mine are gone.
I was gone.
Mine are gone.
And yeah, so.
Oh, no, there they are.
So I appreciate Wayne allowing. Wayne he could care less.
He just had to.
Wayne got a bum knee, technical difficulties earlier. People ain't getting back to him as far as our guest that's supposed to be on the show today. He's hungry. He's thirsty, so he bounced. He wanted to go to break. I was like, no. I'll take over, and we'll do what we got to do here.
I'm glad to see Dan get on there. I didn't think he was gonna.
Well, you know what, Hutch, I wasn't, but we got to come to the relief of our fellow War Radio compadres here.
He was scheduled for a break. We weren't going to put him on forever.
Yes,
I want to point out that many people in the chat room said you are indeed beautiful, Dan. So I hope that makes you feel better.
Well, I appreciate any comments of any type of. Well, I'm not going to go there.
Somebody called you Black Booty.
See, here's the thing.
I know. Beauty's actually hard to spell when you're trying to type it on Twitter.
I don't see myself as a handsome man at all. So especially the people that know me. So him trying to bring up I don't know. I don't even know what it is.
Better, Dan.
Well, until RSBN, we realized we all had faces for radio.
Right, exactly. And I still have a face for radio because just because this guy's calling me Black Beauty doesn't mean anything.
I got bad eyesight.
Exactly.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the crowds are starting to flow back into the queue, as they call it here, the Quicken Loans Arena. So we should see some action. As a matter of fact, the feed just came back on as we speak. Yes. So, and then it just went right back off. But I did see people going in that direction outside. So we can look for some more fireworks or developments or whatever we're going to see from inside that venue. Again, it's starting outside to take a traditional party atmosphere, which is what this has really always been. You take care of business, but there's also, they always criticize the different sides for their lavish parties and everything like that.
Right.
And probably this year, you'll probably see, Republicans doing it against their own party. The way things are going this year, you never know.
Exactly.
Big tent.
Yeah. Well, Cole, I got a question for you. Going forward, what are you looking forward to for these next few days that you're here? Are you looking for anything in particular? Are you hoping for something? Or are you looking for something? What are you looking for?
The late night spent with you.
Oh,
watching
my God.
No,
Had I known
You knew it was coming, ladies and gentlemen. You
Not
knew
even
it.
a surprise.
I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm looking most forward to. I think that's one of the great things about a convention is you never know what's going to happen.
Right.
I mean, that's literally any moment on anything. It can happen. We saw it today. Who knew that all that was going to automatically happen? We were all standing around watching TV, and the next thing we know, everybody's starting to yell at each other on the convention floor. So the element of surprise, I guess, and I'm not talking about the element of surprise if a Black Lives Matter guy comes up from behind me. That's not the necessarily surprise I'm talking about. But the element of surprise of, how is all this going to work out? The politics of it. I find it really fascinating to see how that establishment who is anti-Trump is going to adapt. I mean, they're going to have to come around at some point, or they're going to have to turn to somebody else. And it's like Gary Johnson. I don't think they like Gary Johnson anymore. They like Donald Trump.
Exactly.
That's what I always say. It's like, okay, so you get done what you're trying to accomplish on the floor, and then what? Where do you go from there? I mean, there is nowhere else to go.
Right.
The people that are supporting Trump, a nice majority, not majority, but a nice percentage of them have never participated in politics previously.
Right.
I know personal experiences that myself. So you've got all these people. You've got the guy that got more Republican voters to the primary in the history of the primary on the Republican Party, in the Republican Party.
Right.
And you have this core base of people that feel that, it's the same people that told us to hold our nose for Romney and for Trump.
We just got an update from Mona.
Yeah, our in the field intelligence analyst.
Don King is right in front of.
Can you get him to come over?
I think Wayne's getting.
Hey, I need to see that hair up and close.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a report that Don King is in the vicinity going toward what Cole was saying about you never know what you're going to get when you open a box of chocolates, you know?
Yeah,
I know Trump wanted him to speak, right? But there's some issues with that potentially.
I don't know, but apparently he's here, so...
They're going to do what they want.
I mean, when you talk about Donald Trump, you talk about a guy that's into the fight game, so he would naturally know Don King and probably know him pretty well.
Right.
And not the Don King, the caricature that they make out of him. But the man has done some...
Real person.
He is. He's real, and he's got some accomplishments.
Right, and if my son's listening, which I know he isn't, but I'm going to say it anyway, I always make a joke when he wakes up in the morning because now he's got that big high top fade, like Kid from Kid and Play. It gets all flat in the back and it gets all in the front. And it looks like Don King, so I just wanted to give that shout out to my son.
Do you miss that? Do you miss the hair?
Actually, you know what? No.
I don't know. I'm not sure I would.
Actually, no, I don't miss. I mean, I've been shaving my head for years now, and it's just a habit now. And like, I think I'm trying to remember the last time I actually had hair before it started going. Right? Yeah, right when my son was a baby. I think like maybe 1 or 2.
That'll do it to you.
Yeah,
that's a good reason to lose your hair.
Well, yeah. So yeah, and I've been shaving my head ever since. So yeah.
Do you use the Dollar Shave Club?
I do not.
Because I do, and I think I don't shave that often. But
I do not. No, I have.
Yes, absolutely.
I bought myself some really expensive clippers, and they're not, go to the Walmart
barbershop grade.
Barbershop grade, close to the skin, clippers.
Why?
Because it's so easy. Because sometimes you got to understand, there's some people that have sensitive skin like myself.
Oh yeah, okay.
So it's like it's so much easier to use the clippers because I don't run into that problem. So
okay,
yeah.
I got you.
And that was the personal hygiene segment of the show, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try to get back into some politics. We're able to get some good guests today so far, kind of randomly, but that's the way these things work.
Exactly.
And you never know when Don King will be sitting in. But we did have Pastor Scott, the other pastor, and can't remember his name, the senator.
And Kelly Ward.
Kelly Ward
was here.
John McCain for his seat.
Absolutely.
I think it's time for a change in that.
Oh my gosh, it is definitely
John
time.
McCain, you can call him a hero. You can call him a hero all you want. But if you do a little bit of research on what John McCain did with John Kerry in the Senate about the MIAs and the POW records that the families wanted, he personally shut that down for reasons that I think I know, but I'm not going to say it because it's not been proven. But
well, here's the thing with that, Hutch. Yeah, you can call him a hero. He, survived all that craziness that happened when he was a POW, but that was one section and one part of his life. Let's look at what he's done since then, especially in the political realm.
Oh, you're absolutely right, but just to not to let go of that. But then he came home and wouldn't let the families of people that were still MIA get the records. They tried to get the records declassified, and it was a slam dunk.
Right.
Except John McCain jumped in there, him and Kerry, who were both had nefarious military careers in Vietnam.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, none of these families get any kind of relief.
Yep.
And he was even nasty to them. But like you said, what he's done now, I still to this day am not convinced, or I should say I don't understand why we all of a sudden, just like on a turn of a coin, went against Bashar al-Assad. I mean, he was always on the other side on the Cold War, but to want to invade him and all these other things, and this is McCain pushing it, right next to Hillary Clinton pushing it, right next to all of them, all the old school guys, and it just, to me, you had this guy that, he was an Alawite Muslim, which is the light version, but he kept the Christians alive. He kept the big Christian community in Syria safe. And when these rebels that McCain supported and actually armed,
he took photos with them,
started coming into Aleppo, and they started killing Christians. I mean, they started doing it biblically by going by their shops and houses and spray painting, so they knew which ones to come back to.
Yeah, it's a disgrace that U.S. support aided some of these rebels. It's hard to know who are the so-called not rebels and who are the real radicals. And you've seen the CIA supporting different groups in the Pentagon.
Right.
all this funding going into it, the two sides end up fighting each other, and all just to oust Assad. And that's been the policy. It's Clinton's policy. McCain supported that policy, and I think it's a reasonable. I respect John McCain's service record. His record in the Senate has been going downhill recently, and it's time to get him out of there.
At some point, you can't run on the whole "I was a POW" your entire life. I mean, you can't. You just can't do it.
That never goes away. Right. But for a senior political career, you have to have something else, a win for the people you represent.
Oh, sure. We live in a world of what have you done for me lately? Okay, that's just how it is.
As a politician, that's how it should be.
Yeah, and
if you are in, and not even lately, you have 6 years as a senator. He's been in there for what, 36?
Yeah.
36 or
yeah.
This would be what, 42?
I don't hear you.
Oh, that probably helps if you turn it on. if you could tell Cole in the chat room, he alerted me to my static problem, and I don't certainly want to have that, but hopefully that straightens things out. I'll step back a bit here. But yeah, McCain has been, I always said with John McCain, who's the other guy? Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham, yeah.
They never saw a country they didn't want to bomb. I mean, if you think about it, they probably bombed North Dakota.
That is one thing I will say about Donald Trump that, people want to talk about how dangerous he is and all these things. If you went and looked at a lot of those other Republicans on the stage, they are much more quick on the trigger about going to war and supporting war and that type of thing. And, I mean, that's not to say that Donald Trump's always going to be right on every single issue or anything like that. But the man is actually a bit more restrained on the foreign policy side of it than a lot of Republicans out there.
He's been explicit on that, and he did his own running mate now, Mike Pence, is a Marine, and he's a little more hardcore on the Hawk side. But Trump, he's Trump's pick as VP. He has to follow Trump's line. So I think it's good advice to get from Pence, but Trump ultimately will make those decisions. In the meantime, have a guy right by his side giving him that helpful advice from a veteran you can't get from a civilian. And you gotta
also prepare for some of the stuff that is coming too, because we saw, I'm not bashing on Donald Trump for this at all, but when he knew he had to know this question was coming. Your VP supported the war in Iraq, and he comes out and says, I don't care. That was, but with Hillary Clinton, it's just
that surprised me how he handled that.
You can't give that to the media. I mean, that's ultimately what it's going to be, because they're going to say, well, you're just attacking Hillary Clinton on this, just attack Hillary Clinton on it, because it's just be careful, Donald. I know you're listening.
But I think that believe it or not, now we're all into politics and things like that. So are the pundits that report it on it. But to the average guy, that was a slam dunk answer when he said, I don't care, whatever. I mean, the guy's my vice president. I'm not having a litmus test. We can disagree. Sure. Now, I will say, as an Army veteran, that it is very nice for me to hear somebody wanting to pull it back a little bit. I mean, we have been deploying people since 2002. And I'm talking about reserve components. I'm talking about people
deep in
that
the
have
bench.
lives.
Sure. And repeated deployments.
Right. I mean, there's so many people that... well, let's not go down that road. But it's just a good idea that we regroup and kind of, get our act back together and get prepared for the bigger picture that Cole was talking about, because it's out there, and it's time to get a little rest and get a reconstitution and things like that, and get back to the barracks life, if you will. Get some discipline, get some drills done, get some good training. And some rest.
Rest and relaxation.
Hutch, what do you think? You're an Army veteran. I know you dealt with the families of soldiers who lost their lives, that type of thing. I had to speak with them. To see, we talked about, Barack Obama's handling of all that and the end of it and all that. What's your take as an Army vet, as someone who had to deal with this firsthand?
Well, I think the biggest problem that I have with it all is, what do you tell the parents of people that were killed and wounded in Iraq when you gave it all back? When we fought street by street, city by city, Mosul wasn't fully taken until the surge was almost over.
Right.
I mean, that was a bad place. And to have all those families of the 5,000 killed and the 25,000 wounded, some of them that are going to have problems for the rest of their lives and need assistance for the rest of their lives, you just spit on everything that they did.
Exactly. Sure. Complete and utter just spit and smack in the face.
I have no respect for that. All by itself, I wouldn't care if he fixed 12 economies. Just that right there plus the Benghazi thing. You know, those two things, you can't sit here and think that Hillary Clinton is responsible for Benghazi. Barack Obama is responsible for Benghazi. Clinton is her person, but there's no way that she did one single thing without his approval.
Okay, well, she didn't do anything because she was at her house.
Right. But she
wasn't in the Situation Room. She went home and felt that it's not my, I ain't nothing I can do. I'm going to go home with her cankles.
And people criticized the Benghazi investigation, but what came out of that? We discovered her email server that she was using to float these FOIA requests, so she was unaccountable to the public. So
Exactly.
that came from the Benghazi investigation. So that was a 100% legitimate investigation, even though we occasionally get these politicians grandstanding during the hearings. That's going to happen. But it was a legitimate investigation. We got the email scandal, the server scandal, and the Clinton Foundation, which James Comey would not confirm or deny whether they're still investigating that. That's an even deeper pile to tell.
You know what James Comey's job was before he was FBI director? He sat on the board of directors of the bank that deals directly with the Clinton Foundation.
Right. And
What's up with that?
how many people are tied into the Clinton Foundation?
Probably half the Republican Party.
Right.
And this whole notion that the Democrats and liberals and leftists in this country, when we bring up Benghazi, we do lay it at the feet of Hillary Clinton. But as you said, Hutch, there's only one person and one person alone that can tell military, number one, to stand down.
Right.
Number two, not allow the military to go out and hopefully rescue the Americans that were, battling for 13 plus hours. Only one person can do that. That's the Commander-in-Chief, Barack Hussein Obama.
That's absolutely right. And I mean, you look at, there were some people that were, there's one of our co-host, Stacey Rush, did a very in-depth report at the beginning of this whole thing. And there's another gang of 8. It's 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats that are in the chief committee positions. It was the Speaker of the House, and the rest of them all retired because they all knew too. At least 4 Republicans knew everything that Hillary Clinton knew, at least the majority of it.
And they polygraphed everyone on scene, right? Anyone that was there during the attack got a polygraph. They didn't want anything to get out. They came up with that ridiculous cover story that's been covered endlessly. But why even do that? Just tell the public there was classified national security operations going on. We can't tell you everything right away. But they lied to the public. They lied to the faces of the families that lost fallen soldiers. There's no reason for that.
The thing was,
completely unnecessary.
They didn't lie about that we had a classified situation over there. What they lied about was why the protest started.
And the nature of it.
It wasn't, or what they called an instant protest, or
spontaneous.
Spontaneous. A couple guys walking down and decided to kill some Americans.
Yeah, RPGs and
RPGs
just
in their
happened
back
to
pocket.
carry.
As she was wearing Islamic green. If you remember the whole thing. And it's, this is what happens when we let these agencies run amok like this. I mean, we have her over there selling man pads, shoulder-fired anti-aircraft missiles, and they got into wrong hands and they're trying to recover them. The thing that we lucked out, and I don't know how long it's going to last, is that no commercial jetliner has been shot down yet.
Right.
And you mentioned that. A previous incident 20 years ago, TWA-800 exploded off the coast of Long Island. That was very controversial, the investigation. They found explosive residue.
Right.
We got some music going on.
Someone's phone's going off.
Let's pretend that's intentional. Yeah.
But we've seen 20 years ago, the government wasn't doing a complete investigation. The NTSB never signed off on the supposed reason for the downing of that airplane. They never signed off on the official.
No, that was a cover-up. That was a complete Clinton administration cover-up.
They came up with this whole solution to prevent an airplane from that ever happening again. It's never fully been implemented. They've never made people put it in. So if you're telling me you have a real issue that could happen and you don't mandate a solution.
I wish I would have known you were going to bring that up. I would have got some details together. But the chief investigator for the FBI during that investigation, he was out in New York.
Yep.
And he started out on the right track. And if you search in the
Something changed during
if you look at the American Thinker, I can't remember the author's name, but there's a guy that's writing a second book on it that has had periodic articles about this. But I remember when I first read about that, this FBI agent, when he retired, he hosted a show called the FBI Files. And I couldn't watch the show. He wrecked the whole show because I know this guy lied. He lied to the American people.
It's tough to listen to him on other issues when you know that they didn't really do the right thing.
He sold right out, man. Unbelievable. I mean, it's funny how the Clintons can make people do that.
Right. Why? That was, again, similar to Benghazi. That was right before a big election.
Right.
And they just wanted to cover up an incident and not tell the people the truth.
And what did the Clintons do before that? They bombed the Christians to save the Muslims. This is what happened.
Yep.
It's in the Balkans. I
Yes. And this whole situation, it's we're kind of going back in circles here with this whole Comey Clinton email debacle. This whole situation with the investigators, the FBI investigators that questioned Clinton, supposedly signed some whatever, they can't talk now.
That's confirmed.
Yeah.
Non-disclosure
Bull
agreements,
crap.
unprecedented, not to this level.
Okay. How is it that things like that only happen to the Clintons?
And you have to remember too, they have to sign that, but she doesn't have to go under oath. That's another thing.
And no record of her testimony to the FBI.
It's unbelievable.
I'm in awe. I'm just in awe.
How many times have you seen FBI tapes on TV shows, on the news, but not Hillary?
No.
Did you see what the Senate or the House panel did? They took her behind closed doors and gave her the oath.
Right.
The American people didn't see the oath.
Right.
C-SPAN didn't see it. They took her. It's bizarre. You know what? The whole Democrat crime family, if you look at it, when you have an issue as serious as these attacks that are occurring,
right, sure,
and you have these people talking about gun control, our people are getting mowed down, and this is what they talk about.
Right.
We have to, you know what we have to do? We have to use their tactics and knock them down a few pegs, man. We really do.
Well, it has to be truck control now, right, Hutch?
Yeah.
I mean, that's insanity.
No, there was guns in the back. Of the truck.
Is that right? Is that right? I'm sorry.
The guns made the truck.
Yeah, so the guns must have been on the pedals.
I
just
stole
holding
that
it
off
down.
of somebody. I can't remember who it was.
The point being that there's evil in this world, right? And you can't understand evil half the time.
Yeah,
but you have to identify it.
Sure, you have to identify
The
it.
left won't even.
Yeah.
The
You
left
can't
won't
understand it. You
identify.
can't sympathize with it.
To the left, Christians are evil.
Yes.
Or
We're evil.
GOP is evil. They would rather defeat us than they would defeat Islamic terrorists.
The sad thing, they're more outraged by a baker in California or wherever she is from, or Indiana, pizza place in Indiana, that won't host or make a cake for a gay wedding versus the kid down in Dallas that
Right.
shot 11 cops and killed 5.
Right.
I mean, that's the insanity that we're dealing with. It's not that, all right, you might be frustrated by one, but let's put it in perspective of real life and what's actually going on and what's
Right.
most important. I think lives are more important than a cake. I'm sorry. I'm going to throw that out there, and if you want to attack me for it, that's fine. But
And that's one baker. You can get a cake from
Sure.
someone willing to
Right.
do it for you, and you probably will get
See,
better service as a
right,
result. And if we go down that road, are we going to force a Jewish baker to bake a cake for a Nazi? Right?
Can we talk
We
about
have
the-
freedom of association for a reason.
Can we just
gotta
talk
be
about the
careful
lack
about
of
that.
understanding of the free market and that exact thing and how monopolies truly work and all this thing? You can never really truly have a complete monopoly unless it's government sponsored. That's really the truth. You might have 98% of the product, but there's no real monopoly that ever occurs.
Right. That's all this lobbying money goes for to try and get an artificial
And that's
monopoly.
why you can allow the free market to take care of that. If you allow the free market to take care of the bakers that don't want to bake a cake for a gay person or whatever that is, if the people are so strongly against that, they will go out of business.
Right.
You can go to other cake shops. You can have a cake, but to go out and just crucify these people and treat them like the devil and treat them, well, not the devil because half of them don't even believe in the devil, but
let's understand what this is all about. This is all about taking their First Amendment rights away from them. That's what it's about.
Oh, sure.
The left doesn't care about cakes, and it doesn't care about homosexuals. It doesn't give a damn. It'll drop them over the side in a New York minute if it becomes something that will help their cause of taking power.
Well, look at the that Orlando shooting in a nightclub.
Exactly.
And now a certain minority group, now they want to defend themselves, and rightfully so, but that didn't really fit the narrative
You
as
look
they're
at
used to.
you look at Code Pink. Code Pink is protesting yesterday with signs saying we welcome refugees, which means Muslims, which means they do barbaric things to women. How can you do that? And ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to War Radio's coverage of the RNC convention on the Right Side Broadcasting Network, and not sure where else you got this finally spun up on.
That's where we're on Spreaker and RSBN right now.
Spreaker too?
Yes.
There we go.
I know we've had some complaints about the clarity, but for those who are still hanging in there, we appreciate it, and we will have that
Day
resolved before tomorrow's broadcast.
We're all set up. We're good for the rest of the week.
And just while we're at it, Dan Adams, why don't you introduce yourself and tell everybody where they can find you on social media? You never know who's going to be in the chair in the next 15 minutes.
Well, you know what? My name is Daniel Clifford Adams. It's So I put the whole name out. Now, my name is Dan Adams, host of the Dan Adams Show, Sunday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on World Radio. You can reach me on Twitter at Dan Adams Show, on Facebook at Dan Adams 73, and the flourishing new website, thepoliticalheat.com. All one word, thepoliticalheat.com. And I wanted to talk about something real quick, just not to change subjects. But we saw a great movie Friday night.
You did.
Was it Friday night?
Sure.
Sunday night.
Sunday night, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
got my days all mixed up.
I feel like a
Holy
Monday
moly.
right now.
Dinesh's Hillary's America. Me, personally,
You?
me.
Oh, really?
And some of our War Radio people, yes, we went and saw that Sunday night. And Dinesh was a great host.
Yes,
and he brought all of his people that were in part of the movie and at the end of the movie, and it was great. But I wanted to just say this, and I want to bring up a thing that Hutch brought up about the Democrat crime family. For those out there that really don't know the history of the Democrat Party, you need to go see this film. Take your friends, take your mama, take your grandma, your auntie, anyone that you can grab, and go see this movie.
And I might say, especially any liberal, leftist, Democrat, black Americans that you know.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
good.
I got grabbed for an exit interview after the movie, and that's the one point that I brought up, that I am going to try and bring as many of my leftist black folk out there and say, hey, you think you know the Democrat Party. You think you know its history. No, you don't. Go watch this movie.
Cole?
Yeah, I mean, he's right. It's a great movie. Let me tell you this, and it needed to be made too.
Yes.
Because this is the whole the fallacy of the party switch and all that crap that they claim happened.
It's overblown.
Sure,
Overblown.
you're right, and they don't actually want to really look at what happened. And I've been saying that for a long time. The black vote didn't change in the 1980s with Ronald Reagan. It changed in the 1930s with FDR because of economic reasons. I mean, that's what happened. Then it kind of leveled out, and then it changed again with LBJ for economic reasons. I mean, that's what happened. Now, I always said, was LBJ some great race promoter of equal rights?
No, he was a racist.
He was a Southern Democrat in 1964. Give me a break. And again, the propaganda they use against a guy like Barry Goldwater, I know Barry Goldwater Jr., and I can tell you that he as a man, Barry Goldwater was a great man, and that family is a great family. And he was against the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Is that what year it was? Or
It was in around there.
Yeah, 64,
around
I believe.
the 60s, whatever the number was. But he was against it, and it hurt him in that election because he didn't feel, not that he didn't believe in the equal rights of the people, he didn't feel it was the federal government's job to come in and say that the states had to do this. Now, that's the real narrative, but instead what the left does, and they've been doing it for decades, they decided to paint Barry Goldwater as some racist.
That's what
He's
they
not a
always
racist.
do.
He's running against LBJ. Are you kidding me?
It's what
a
they
Southern
always do.
Democrat from Texas in 1960. Goodness, give me a break.
Can you tell everybody how they can get in touch with you on social media?
You can find me on Twitter at Cole McNeely. You can also check out McNeely's Mafia, which is our Twitter page for the website, ColeMcNeely.com. We have a ton of millennial content on there, news, commentary by millennials, for millennials. It's great. Check it out. I mean, we'd really appreciate any support you could give us, and I appreciate all the stuff. And also, if you're here, come pick up a card so Dan will stop giving me crap.
David.
You can reach me on social media on Twitter at David P. Redmond, and we try and get a lot of good information out there, have some fun, have a conversation, exchange information, because there's a lot of good people out there that have bad information, and maybe that's why they support parties they shouldn't, and people and ideas they shouldn't because they don't have the right information, and that's what we want to get out there. And we can disagree, but start from the base of having the right facts.
The right
Right
facts.
side.
The right side.
Laid it on a little
right.
too thick there.
Thank you.
And Hutch, how can people get in contact with you?
I'm Hutch Bailey Jr. on Facebook, Berg's Eye View on Twitter. I'm on the Wayne Dupree program Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. I do a show called Cold War Radio at 8 p.m. Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays, and Steel City Resistance on Sundays. Dan, did you mention your show?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Sunday evenings, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on War Radio.
Cole McNeely's show every Tuesday night at Eastern Time. Eastern Time at 10 p.m. Goodness gracious. On We Are
America
Radio.
America Radio.
The ultimate gay lust spectacles.
Yes, indeed.
Also, every Wednesday, 8 p.m., Real World with Ryan and Redmond. We have a two-man show co-hosting, and we like to cover a lot of national security issues, domestic security issues, make America safe again. That's the theme of tonight at the convention, where we are live, broadcasting on RSBN.TV. And, it's important to not forget these ongoing issues, and the same people who have been in government for decades, and they're repeating some of the same mistakes, and we want to cover that, get that information out to people, because maybe the mass media is not always giving it to you what you need to know.
I just make fun of Democrats on my show, so if you want national security, go there. If you want snarky comments on Hillary, come to mine.
Cold War Radio, we actually have a teachable moment, a couple of them. But back to what you were saying, this is something that we do have to take on as a mission, and that is bringing the real history back.
Yes.
You look at McCarthy and the McCarthyism. He was the first guy that uncovered the fact that the Democrats had communist ties inside the government.
Right.
And they absolutely did. They caught Alger Hiss with less than what they caught Hillary Clinton with.
Right.
And this was something that he had a little bit of problems at the end. He had some alcohol problems. But during his crusade, the guy that worked the hardest for him was Richard Nixon.
Right.
And Richard Nixon caught a lot of communists. Some of it might have been a little over the top, but we have to refrain from making it a problem that we protect ourselves.
Sure.
I mean, that's what's going on with Islam. Look at the history that's rewritten. I want to talk to you about this because we talked about it on the show and ran out of time. During World War II, the United States of America, the weapon systems had really gotten much more modern and much more lethal than in any war. Remember the war right before it was World War I.
Sure.
Well, now we don't have jets yet, but we've got airplanes, bombers, ships, and the Japanese Navy almost destroyed our entire Navy. Came very close, but for an act of God that some carriers were at sea, we would have had nothing. And what the federal government did was they cordoned off some Japanese. They put some Japanese in some internment camps. Some of them were citizens. But at the time, things were happening that, to me, nobody got tortured, nobody missed a meal, nobody missed anything. But the biggest argument that you hear from anyone in the country when you start talking about self-defense and national defense and things like that is what absolute Satanists we were for doing that. And I just would like to hear your thoughts. I mean, I know a lot of Americans think it was the most abhorrent thing that ever happened. I'm just not one of them.
I personally think it was wrong. I think it's unconstitutional, in my opinion.
It violated the Constitution. It was an Emergency War Power Act.
Sure, yeah, that's what it would.
It definitely violated the Constitution.
It resembles more so a martial law type situation. It would almost be like an emergency. I understand the sentiment. I understand that it may or may not have been necessary type deal, but I can't understand how they got that pushed through the Supreme Court.
Oh, I can. I mean, if you were living at the time, and this nation had just attacked you, and you've got people, I don't know if you've ever been to Japantown or Chinatown or anything like that, but a lot of these people can't even speak English. And when you've got a foreign entity like that, regardless of what it says on paper, people are scared of it.
Sure.
I mean, this is something they caught, and the part of the story that doesn't get told is they caught German spies in Pennsylvania, where I live, in the turnpike, in the tunnels, that were going to bomb the tunnels closed.
Long Island too. They were making landfall on Long Island.
Maybe that's where it was because
they probably made their way into the other cities.
And you had Italians that were under FBI surveillance and things, and you could even look it up in the FBI files online. Yeah. I mean, but I guess my main point was we weren't being evil when we did it. It was something.
It wasn't evil intent.
I don't think it was
no evil intent.
I don't think it was an innately evil intent. I think it was wrong. I don't think it was.
I don't.
See, I do think it was wrong. I understand it.
I'm all about let me be wrong, and in 4 years we'll let you go. We'll feed you good or whatever. I got you.
I just don't get the constitutional side of it, especially not. If they're immigrants, but if they're American citizens, you know what I mean? That type of thing.
I don't know that they were. I mean, I don't know. Some of them were. Some of them ended up actually going into the military.
I can't understand how the government. I don't understand how they pushed it through the Supreme Court and how the federal government sat back and said, all right, what we're going to do is essentially target these certain people from the country they're from. And I'm not saying that's the worst thing that the world.
You know what they did? They held up pictures of the freaking ships
level.
burning. And they said, this is all we got. They're coming.
Right, but in my opinion, that's, again, I don't know if you take away constitutional liberties because of...
To survive,
It was more out of fear than necessity, because how many did they put in an internment camp that would have done something domestically?
I have no idea.
Probably not very many.
No idea. I just
and
my point isn't so much
right. You have
right
to put
or wrong.
You can't put it in today's context. You have to put it in the context.
Exactly.
Of the time.
But that's not even my point. My point
I
is
sympathize with it. I understand.
But most people don't.
No, yeah.
Most people, if you get into this argument, you're the devil incarnate.
But I like to point out that the president at the time was Democrat, right?
I don't know, but I'd have done it too. I would. I still would. I mean, I think you're starting to hear things now that if we don't straighten this out and we don't figure out who is anti-American, anti-Western, living in this country, what are we going to do? Just say, all right, and just go home? Somebody's going to have to do something about it, and it's going to be like something we've never seen.
I don't like. Here's my thing. The left is already attacking the Constitution on nearly every single level. I am very, very, I'm going to say, afraid that the right is going to start going that way. Not necessarily with the same intent, but go that way out of a fear of something.
Well, what about
always it's going to be that freedom will always
It's going to be political dissidence. It's not going to be a necessary.
If we know that we have an enemy, an internal enemy, and we know that everything that they ever read in their entire life leads them to blow us up and take our country over. If we know that, and they're citizens, what about revoking their citizenship?
Oh, sure. I mean, if you have that evidence, and you can, criminally charge them with treason under Article 3, Section 3.
It would have to be ideological. You would have to make that determination that if, in fact, you are a faithful follower of this doctrine, I mean, because
I think I think there's so many loopholes in that. I mean,
well, they call it the religion loopholes. That's what my ex-partner used to call it.
My question is, how do you prove someone believes that in the first place? How can you absolutely prove that?
Well, the first thing, you bring out the tapes of them saying they believe it.
Well, sure, but at that point, I've always been in favor, if we're going to do that, take it after the New York Police Department, who had one of the most, secure anti-terrorism task force after 9/11 happened. And what they did is, when they got tips or evidence of something, they went and surveyed people, essentially, because they have to have a warrant to do surveillance on people. And in doing so, they can gain information, that type of thing. And they stop terrorist plots in some ways. But I just don't know if, one, you can prove it in a practicality sense that someone can buy into it. You're kind of getting in the realm of freedom of thought type thing. I understand it if it's subverting U.S. law, but
I'm just saying that it's going to be Europe.
That's my, like, for instance, with Newt Gingrich's thing, where he called for that. I don't.
Impractical. You can't. How do you?
It's impractical.
How do you do
I don't think it's constitutional, because I think you could do it if you could prove they were subverting U.S. law. I think you could do it under Article 3, Section 3, under treason. I think you could do it under treason. But that being said, you would criminally charge them with treason versus supporting them.
However you would do it,
right?
That's what needs to be done.
Well,
when the situation warrants.
I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that the right, they really stay on the Constitution.
Well, here's the thing,
and don't give the next Democrat president
if you don't mind
power they're going to abuse.
If you don't mind me jumping in here, I'm at a point now where, okay, we've already had an instance in the Obama administration where he didn't allow Iraqi immigrants for a certain period of time with that particular. Yeah. Okay, so it's not like it's never been done. No, it was done under this administration.
It's legal.
Exactly. My thing is this. Unfortunately, we have a president that doesn't want to call it the enemy. Okay, he doesn't.
It's not the enemy to him.
Exactly. That's exactly.
We're the enemy.
Exactly. And the thing is, I'm sorry. I'm at a point now where I don't want any immigrant or anyone coming from any of these hotbeds over there in the Middle East that are hell bent on taking us out. I don't care if you have the greatest intentions in the world to come over here and assimilating. Until they get their act together over there and get their act together, I don't want anyone coming from over there, because they can have the best intentions in the world. And Hutch, you know more this than I do. With that faction of the Muslim world, who will do whatever they need to do to get over here, say whatever they need to do to get over here, and then inflict pain on the American people. I'm sorry. If you're coming from that part of the world, stay over there, deal with your problems over there. These Democrats are always telling us we need to stay out of people's businesses. Well, guess what? Stop bringing these people over here from these hotbeds over there. Let them deal with their situation and their issues.
And I will say that's completely constitutional. And, the federal government has every single right to do that. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you have to meet a quota of the number of immigrants from the Middle East every year.
The time to screen and vet people is before they come in.
Sure, right. And we can cut off immigration from anywhere, because, we only have so much land, only have so much jobs.
Right, exactly.
Our foreign policy shouldn't create more refugees than there otherwise would be. That's also adding to the problem, which is completely insane.
But understand that that's the cover.
Right.
That this is immigration jihad. This is not all these war-torn people that are coming over here. They're military-age males, if you look at them.
Exactly.
They're healthy, and they all got iPhones.
Right.
But you can figure it out real easy. You just you get them in a room to figure out, to try to sort out, who's Islamic and would want to take over the United States and Europe, and who isn't. You just get them there, and you keep them there about 3 days, and you put out a pork barbecue, and you see who eats. If they're going to eat the pork barbecue, then maybe they'll be okay. But nobody laughed, ladies and gentlemen.
That's better than Newt Gingrich's test.
By the way, on that note, I would like to thank all of our listeners in the Right Side Broadcasting chat room. We are well over 5,200 viewers viewers. I'm sorry, I'm not on radio anymore. I guess on listeners everywhere else, viewers on there. Well over 5,200 viewers right now. It's great. We appreciate all of you. We want to thank you for being here. We want to thank you for helping us get here.
Thank you for supporting us.
Exactly.
It's huge.
Can we take that? Can we take the moment? I know Wayne wanted us on social media to give out the. But that's right now.
Yeah.
Me personally, I want to thank, and I'm looking in the camera right now. I want to thank everyone, and I mean everyone, who donated at supportwarradio.com to allow this group of people to come to you live right now. If it wasn't for you, we would not be here.
And we're just getting
Period.
started. Just getting started here, and I can't echo that enough. I mean, you're an amazing bunch of people that helped us out, and this is going to get something started. We've been looking around at some of these other new media outposts, or whatever you want to call them, these studios that are here, and we got a little ways to go to get up with something. But
we thought we were getting a bigger table today.
You're inspiring us, believe me.
Yes.
And I want to say absolutely 100% what these guys said. And I also want to say you wouldn't be here unless I was here, right? That's what and not exactly in that way. Didn't I not convince you to come here in the first place? You weren't going to come, correct?
Okay.
I want to thank you.
For those that are on radio and can't see my face, but those on the RSBN,
did you not?
Can you see the RCA Victor look that I just gave Cole McNeely?
Dan, did I not message you months ago about this and say, hey, are you going? Because if we want to split a room or whatever for
that is okay.
And you said, well, we got a vacation.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I totally forgot about that. I stand corrected. Yes, Cole did offer that. Yes, indeed.
I just want to throw that out there. But more importantly, thank you for everything you've done. Like you said, you guys are great. You're amazing. You're the most dedicated, loyal fans anywhere.
Yes, I mean
it's incredible. We love you guys, and it's surreal to me. I mean, I'm 19 years old. Keep this in mind too. And I was on the floor of the RNC convention at 19 years old. That's incredible to me. And with the help of you guys, you helped get me here, and you helped get Hutch, Wayne, Cam, David, Dan, all of us here. And it's so appreciated. You have no idea. I mean, honestly, the love I'm sending out to you right now is, it goes above my love for Black Beauty over here.
That's a lot. That's saying
and
a
the
lot.
fact that I'm looking in the camera right now, and I've graced this stage for a while now here. I've gotten so many requests on Facebook and Twitter. I've got so many requests on Facebook and Twitter just in this past hour and a half. And let me get my composure here. I think our main man here, our CEO Wayne Dupree, must have looked at the numbers in regards to the. Or I guess he was looking at something else then. I don't know. That's what I thought Cole just said. But anywho.
I said nothing. I want to clarify. I said absolutely nothing of the sort.
Oh, well, you acknowledged that we had 5,200 live viewers on RSBN.
I did, and I thanked every single one of them.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, okay, well then I was left out of the loop of this little, concave of laughter here, but that's fine. That's fine. Maybe they'll fill me in later. I guess I don't know. But as I digress, maybe not. And I got almost got eyes in the back of my head, and I can actually see what Wayne can.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm being summoned out of here, and which is fine. I'm about to get up. I guess. I mean, I'm not sure if you know how you tag somebody in wrestling. Am I getting tagged out?
You're still here.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Wayne Dupree of the Wayne Dupree Show. Happy to have everybody watching on RSBN.TV. We apologize that I haven't been able to get a lot of these interviews today, but I am working on it behind the scenes. we sent in a list of people that we wanted to interview, and it has not returned yet. It is not returned yet. I have also sent some emails trying to find out what's taking so long. Diamond and Silk should be here tomorrow. As a matter of fact, I was just walking with Jake Tapper. And he acted like he didn't want to give me the time of day. So that's why we don't watch CNN.
Exactly.
Actually, he knew who I was too. I was like, yeah, I know who you are. So for all those out there that are listening through the Right Side Broadcasting Network, we have 2 stations on the Right Side Broadcasting Network throughout this convention. RSBN 1 will resume at 8 o'clock when the speakers jump online. We will be here until 8 o'clock tonight. We started a little bit late. We apologize for the audio issues and everything like that, but I am so glad that you stood up and you stayed with us, and we really appreciate that. I am sweating like a hog right now. It's because, and we also have Cambry Nelson, and many of you have been listening to her on the Wayne Dupree Show, and you've been wondering who is that? What does she look like? And well, we are working to add some more of the video, split video and everything. But this is Cambry Nelson to my left. What's up, Cam?
Hey, I've been downstairs with Diamond and Silk, so they're going to be coming on tomorrow. The ladies are happy.
There we go.
About to go to the floor, see what's going on. But I heard that Ted Cruz is cruising around here somewhere.
Oh, is it?
And Speaker Ryan,
Together, both of them?
probably.
I don't want him here.
Bosom buddies, right?
I don't want him here.
We should have grabbed Jake Tapper, though, just a second ago.
Let's see. I can't. Cruz hurt. Yeah. There's a whole lot of Cruz hurt supporters out there. So, Jake Tapper thinks that's it. They're done. And I agree with him on that one. Congratulations. So, but I want to thank everybody that is watching right now. It really means a lot. Everybody's tuning in to watch the show, and we thank you. We thank you so much.
This is going to seem kind of random, but you're bringing up Jake Tapper. Speaking of another news guy, David Gregory is ginormous. That he's what, probably 6'6"? I'm 6'4", and I was like, wow, I was looking up to this guy. That was just side note. I was shocked by how tall David Gregory was.
You thought
That's
he was
surprising.
You're shocked. You're You're like 6'4".
I'm 6'4". He's taller than me, though.
It's like 2 inches.
I know. There's not a lot of people who are taller than me. I didn't expect him to be that.
You're
That's
like
a random
Jack and the Beanstalk to me.
You're used to it. You can't tell the difference.
Right?
It's shocking to him when he walks
should know that not.
It. And every time you hear these people, every time you hear these people talk about, I got thrown off for a second. Every time you hear these people, I did get thrown off.
Well, you're listening to the Wayne Dupree Show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and also We Are America Radio, your number one news source for political talk anywhere. We are war. But Wayne was talking about Hillary's America, the movie. Great movie, all that. I would say on one thing that I'm a little bit cautious on was what you referenced there was about the slave owner thing. Not that I don't necessarily think that's untrue, but I don't want to villainize every person who ever owned a slave type deal where they're just horrible people.
I do.
No, but Jefferson, Washington owned slaves is my point. I think
my
they had
point
some
was
pretty-
Republicans didn't.
No. I agree. I understand your point. I'm just saying, I'm throwing that out there to just make sure that, there was a different mindset.
Well, yeah, now we're getting back
in
to
the
Hutch's
time,
point
right?
with
yeah,
the
that's
camps
in the
and
time.
the context of
Sure.
the time.
In the context of the time was different.
Is valid to a point.
Sure.
But we still don't have to condone it.
We just have to be very careful about, especially when we look at the founders, because obviously that's one of the big, knocks on the founders is slavery, racism, all that. Yeah, it existed, but if you talk to anybody in that time period, it did. It was a different time, it was a different mindset, and we just have to be very careful.
Yeah, I know it's a
about
different time
that.
and different mindset, but I mean, I just see it as like anyone in their right mind in that time said that they are a Christian or they are a believer. God doesn't change.
And very few people
change.
people owned slaves at the time too. It's the same thing. The ownership class of society and everything that produces everything from labor is a very small percentage of people. So keep that in mind. I believe the majority of people always were against slavery.
I just want to be very careful about applying modern day standards of how we should do things. And I understand that, but because if we go back in time all the way,
yeah,
you know what I mean, then everybody was.
I just look at it from a believer's perspective. If the Bible hasn't changed and the Bible's clear what it says, then you should know better. You don't treat people
that's
like
just,
that.
That's just leftist talking point against the founders. You know what I mean? That's why I want to be careful about that because, again, yes, they had some stupid thinking on some things that type of thing, but don't villainize these guys, certain people just because they were part of that system. The system was awful. What they did was awful. I mean, it's unbelievable. I'm not saying it's a good thing at all. Don't get me wrong, because it's not. But I'm just saying that keep in mind a little bit of historical context when you're looking at it too. You know what I mean?
I get it.
And that's not.
And they established the government that allowed for
Sure.
for the progressive changes for the good.
Well, they established something that they knew that was wrong.
We've always
so I mean, they started knowing it wasn't right in the first place. Nobody started this
compromise.
going, oh, let's.
Yeah, look at Jefferson. Jefferson wanted to put it in the Constitution that slavery would be banned.
Our government has been violating the Constitution since they signed it, and it's just shifted in what they're violating over time.
I don't know. Am I
So
crazy?
some
I'm
things get
like,
better.
there's no gray here.
Right.
You don't beat people up, and you don't put them in chains and have them screaming to murder. I mean, it is right or it is wrong. That doesn't change. Going.
I agree, but at the same time, this is what Hutch was talking about earlier.
It's like
and I
me
feel the
saying
same way.
Sharia is this, but no.
The thing was, they didn't necessarily view, and this is stupid.
No, they
ignorant,
knew.
everything. No, but they didn't necessarily view
Oh, dude.
black people as the equal type of people.
They knew what they were
They
doing.
thought they were a lower level of people. That's
Yeah,
what,
but
I mean.
but that
It's
type of thinking right there is.
And it's happening today to a lesser
Yeah.
extent. They're not using whips and chains. It's all on paper now, but they're making claims to people's labor.
Slavery
And
is
it's
bad.
not right.
I want to throw that out there.
I'm just like, people aren't that stupid to know that that's wrong. I mean, it's just because they lived 100 years ago doesn't make them any
Well, it
less.
wasn't 100. It was 300.
We can hold them accountable for how they ran their businesses and still recognize the genius of the founding documents.
That's what I'm getting.
Yeah.
That's what it was a different time, and they did ridiculous things. They treated women, black people, minority, everything wrong.
I mean, they could have learned from the Bible because it was wrong then.
Right.
So then that means that different era, different times, different living, it's going to be appropriate in a different way. That no, come on. History repeats itself. I mean, that's the sad part. History does repeat itself. But I can't say that one instance. This has gone on for 2,000 years, and it's always been something that's fought. It's just that they got away with it. I mean, look how the United States started. They murdered the Indians, the Native Americans. I got family that are natives.
And that's covered
They tell
in the
stories.
movie as well. Hillary's
Right,
America.
it is. I mean, so that was even wrong then. So they switched it to go, oh, well, the Indians aren't wrong, so let's just go switch. Let's murder them off, and then let's go get them. Let's steal their stuff, but let's say it's right because we're in the mindset. I don't buy that type of thinking.
I gotta ask you, but every war that would have ever happened falls under that. I mean, every conqueror, whoever did that would fall under that and say it's
Absolutely.
not right. You know what I mean? The Ottoman Empire, the Soviet. I mean, all these great powers, Rome, all these places would have never done that if they didn't act in such a way.
Somebody
Not
just
saying
texted
it's
me and
wrong.
said, God said, let my people go.
Sure.
No,
there you go.
I want to say
Techno.
that. I want to
There
say
you
that. To
Techno
people
and
exploiting our people.
it's still not loud enough. Some do not have the speakers on computer.
And somebody wants us to give us a shout out, and you, Wayne, to the Blue Lives Matter, and I agree because the Cleveland Police Department here and all
We've
the
been thanking
they
them.
are amazing.
We've been thanking them.
Yeah, we have
Everywhere.
shaken
Yeah.
every hand.
Yeah.
They've
We've
been
thanking
awesome.
them. Techno Beats say, I know you, good Wayne, you sound different than usual. Well, I was out today. Come sit down.
Who's coming?
Don King.
Don King. Don King. We got Don King coming to our table.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Get your dictionaries out.
We have Don King coming to the table here. Come on, Cam.
All right, guys, we got Don King coming. If you can get on Twitter and promote it, that he is coming to the Right Side Network. Right here on RSBN. And he just passes right there.
He wanted to be here.
Maybe
You
he will
heard him.
come on.
He wants to be.
He wants to be. Okay, he's going to One American News, so maybe after he's done with One American News, then we can have Don King back on. Get him over here. But tomorrow, Diamond and Silk's here.
Yeah, that's right.
They fired up.
They're here too. They're right down the hall too.
Yeah. They'll be. Yeah. I walked up on both of them and they were like,
Oh, my brother! Oh, my brother! My brother!
You have that effect on people.
What's the overweight guy from MSNBC or it might be CNN?
Chris Matthews?
No, it's a black guy. Black guy. Pastor Scott was just handing him a new one over there.
Are they-
Roland
are
Martin.
they- are they
Yeah,
on-
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh.
Good.
Well, they're over on One News right now.
Yeah,
News One.
yeah.
They're over all at News One. Pastor Scott and and Diamond and Silk are at News One right now. So looks like they're pow. And then tonight, ladies and gentlemen, at 8:15 Eastern Standard Time, Diamond and Silk will be live on Newsmax.
I thought it was tomorrow.
Tonight is Newsmax at 8:15 Eastern time, and then tomorrow they're going to be here with us.
Okay, they told me. Okay, all right, okay, there we go.
Unless they got their day switched.
Okay.
So we got bypassed by Don King. That's a.
Oh,
He gave us a shout out.
Let me also explain to you what happened to my voice. We were talking earlier with the Citizens for Trump rally, and it just started getting good to me. It just started getting good. I was giving a speech and it started getting good to me. I'm seeing all those bikers out there and stuff, and then I start raising my voice a little bit, and then they start raising their voice, and I'm raising up my voice, and by then I was a couple octaves deeper. I didn't have my high voice no more, and this is my radio voice. That's right.
People were fired up. They were excited.
Yeah,
it was so funny because Wayne was saying something, and he was like, "Let me say this," and they're like, "Yeah!" Like they're like, before he even said anything, they were totally fired up. It was great.
Well, Alex Jones was the one that
he started it.
Yeah, he started it.
He started it.
He started it.
Yeah, he stole my voice.
You should have seen him out there. This is what we act do. This is what we act do.
It was so cool because at one point you see the cops like sit there, and then he started talking, and then all of a sudden you see this from the cops. The cops are pulling out, and they're recording everything. So they're on duty, Cleveland police officers. No, they were doing their jobs, ladies and gentlemen. But some of the things that he was saying and what Wayne was saying has to capture their attention. I mean, the police officers here, they have to feel so secure and safe knowing that all of us Trump supporters are here. I got goosebumps just thinking about it. So many people are here, are thanking them. I mean, how much more honorable. I don't know if they expected that. I can just say that because the men, we shook every person's hand, lined up on the horses, and you thank them, and we're like, go get them, guys, and they're fired up for it. So that has to make it feel so much better that there's 55,000 people in an arena that are here that back them. It makes Black Lives Matter look like chump change.
And not to change the subject, but did you guys notice any open carry?
I did.
Among the crowd.
I have seen some open carry. There were two guys actually giving the police water that were open carry at the Unity for Trump rally. So they were there, but they were given water. So I think you can kind of tell between who's going to be a disruptor and who's going to be the person that is there that is safe. It was awesome. Wayne killed it, man, and I got it on Periscope.
Excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I like those times that you can do that because when you can pump up the crowd and when you can talk to them one on many like that, you know, all you're looking for is somebody to respond with a yeah. And because if you aren't reaching them, they aren't going to respond with
you notice who your biggest, the one that was the loudest?
What's that?
This big old black guy. He was
the
loudest.
He was out front.
Out of right in the front.
Yeah.
And I thought
he was trying to finish everything I said.
Yeah.
You know about Hillary? she's a criminal. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
that guy over there.
Yeah.
I think you're seeing a seismic shift. I was just walking through this venue, and the amount of black shows that's out here is.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to call them black shows, but the amount of shows
Minority.
where the host is black.
Right.
And this is a Republican convention. Now, you know the media is never going to show you that. Maybe we ought to walk through and show you that.
They won't. Wayne was on MSNBC. They put up some ridiculous graphics showing 0% African American support, and that's not believable in any district.
Yeah, it was 0% black support and 78% support for.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like what happened to the rest of them?
Yeah, okay.
Look, I was telling Pastor Scott, I was like, how can you come up with 0% in both Ohio, of all places, Ohio and Pennsylvania? I mean, basically what you're saying, there are no black Republicans at all in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
You should have said that, Wayne.
Dan Adams
there goes one right there. Oh, wait, there's one right there.
Yeah, you know. So, I knew that the polling was junk, and anybody out there right now that
yeah, but you're too nice.
Well, your answer was pretty good.
It was
yeah. Well, I mean, I thought quick because at first I wanted to laugh her right off the thing.
That's what I did.
We all laughed.
That's what I was saying. You're too nice.
I know, yeah.
You should have busted laughing and be like, for real.
Yeah, yeah.
For real.
I should have.
I'd have been like, yes, keep going.
I just got a notice from the room. Make sure that you understand, ladies and gentlemen, those that are watching right now on RSBN 1 and RSBN 2, we have both of the feeds up here. RSBN 1 is where the speakers are going to be, and that starts again at 8 o'clock tonight. RSBN 2 is where we will be for the rest of the convention, and that is you can always switch back over to RSBN 1 after we get finished. We will usually finish at 8 p.m. each night because most of us have to go back home and cook and eat because we haven't eaten all day.
We're hungry.
You know, I mean, and I need to tell you something too. Y'all helped us get here. Okay? You helped us get here. And I am fighting to get the best interviews that we can get for you. So just hold on to your hats. Okay? Hold on to your hats. I'll come through. Okay? I'll come through. But, yeah, look, Sparkle in the chat room says, Wayne has to eat. And I think that's like 12 exclamation points, right?
That's about right.
Thank you, Sparkle. Thank you, darling. We love you, Wayne Dupree. Sparkle again. All right, Sparkle. Sparkle.
Hey, Wayne ain't the only one that's got to eat here.
Yeah, all right.
That was my stomach. Sorry.
Was that you?
That was my stomach.
For real? No. I was like, that like the start of a Michael Jackson video right there. Thriller. Oh, hey, I can do Bill Clinton now.
Wayne likes to dance before he eats too. When he's waiting in line for food.
No, that's Dan.
That's Dan.
Dance party.
Yeah, that's Dan.
Dan hears music, he starts dancing.
Well, you know, I'm Bill Clinton. I can talk. Oh, Cammie is hot.
Ay.
Keith, you must have saw that, and you weren't gonna say nothing. You just.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah.
I'm already embarrassed because I don't have my clothes. I'm not supposed to wear this today, and I'm in my street clothes, and I lost my clothes, so.
That was an incredible
I don't have my professional gear on today. Sorry, guys, but thank you.
Brooklyn Hudson in the chat room says, Wayne, after a few drinks, this I like to see. Let me tell you something, Brooklyn. I can put them down. That's right. You won't see me. I can't take this no more. You ain't gonna see me like that. Especially me.
Jake Tapper, why don't we just grab the guy?
Who? Again?
I'm guys, I know everyone
Again?
hates Jake. I'm gonna grab him, bring him over.
He does some good work.
Ask him.
He does.
I'm gonna get Jake tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm gonna be sweet. I'm gonna be my professional wear tomorrow.
Jake Tapper.
I'm gonna get Jake.
Jake Tapper
I'll be like, hey.
was walking away from me like.
Meet your haters.
Like
he was.
Like Jake Tapper was acting like he was a little racial phobic, man.
Oh, really?
Ooh. Yeah, he did.
He doesn't get out of the studio too much.
He did, yeah. He was walking away from me while I was asking questions.
He didn't care. It's like his don't stink, you know? I mean, he was definitely on that.
I almost jacked you up, Jake.
I'm going to jack him up. I'm going to get him sitting right here. I think it'd be fine.
I ain't going to do nothing to you, Jake. I just want to ask you a question because me and Jake have had our little back and forth on Twitter. And he knew who I was. He did.
That's why he was running.
He knew who I was. And he didn't know what line of question that I was going to go after. And actually, I didn't know what line of question I was going to go after. I didn't. I walked up to him, Mr. Tapper, how you doing? Shake his hand, and he looked at me like, and whatever. Hey, he ain't no cop, so I ain't worried about it.
Right.
Well, day one, Wayne. We got day one, got all the dials and indicators in the right place. We got a little bit of a crowded area, but it's going to work as long as you guys like it. We'll see what tomorrow brings.
Tomorrow should be good. Sparkles, we love Cambry and Hutch too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sparkles.
Wish Sparkles was here to beat us. Beat us some
Sparkle
dust. Sparkle, we need you.
That sounds like a breakfast.
Ladies and
cereal.
gentlemen, let me tell you something right now. Cole McNeely can't make eggs.
Oh no!
He tried that
this morning.
That bacon looked a little dark too.
That's why I'm hungry right now.
Right before the fire alarm went off.
Yeah.
And he came
We call
walking
that tarred.
He came walking out in the living room to
He
talk
was
to me. I
proud,
was like,
too.
man, there's fire in there.
Don't leave it alone.
Well, I heard beep, beep. thing. I'm like, what the heck's going on? Freaking
Yeah.
on fire.
Yeah.
It was on
Like
high.
the smoke alarm's going off
make
in the house.
It was on high, and that bacon didn't stand a chance.
How do you make bacon?
A couple of different ways. Sometimes I bake it. Sometimes I fry it.
Nah. Bake it.
Baking it, you get them all done the same way.
With
right.
brown sugar.
Yeah. How do you do bacon? How you do bacon, Dan?
I do bacon in my new wave oven.
See the oven.
How does-
The oven's how you do
No,
it.
in my new wave oven, where all the fat drips off, so you doesn't. We have
I
in
like the fat.
California. I do too. Fat's my favorite part. In California, we have this. Our places we shop.
It's probably
It's called
illegal.
Stater Brothers, but there's this bacon with peppered.
Oh, yeah.
Techno Beats in the chat room says, "Hey Wayne and Hutch, do you remember the powdered eggs in the army?"
I remember scrambled eggs that were entirely too consistent. Like it was hard to get a fork on them. but I like even better than that. I like the dehydrated home fries.
Nice.
Those were good, boy. You mix them together, throw some ketchup on them.
Oh my god, they laughing too. Microwave makes good bacon.
You gotta have that special plate though with the ridges.
Yeah.
Y'all have bacon with brown sugar?
Sparkle says 350 in the oven. That's how you do
That's
it.
true.
That's how you
That's
do
true.
it.
Make sure it's deep enough to hold that fat.
That's right.
Not in the microwave?
I don't.
It makes too much of a mess for me.
You gotta cover it.
You got it. Look,
but actually, I make my own bacon. I cure my own.
Do you
And
really?
I've used brown sugar, maple syrup, and pepper.
You need a new wave oven.
Nah,
They're the bomb, really.
I have a griddle that I use. On my gas grill, I have a big griddle.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been watching Don King for a long time, too. I've been watching Don King.
The outlandishness, equatiousness.
Don King is on One American News. People are sending me photos of him on One American News
I can
right
hear
now.
him from here.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
can.
over there.
Yeah, I can hear him. It would be nice if Don like sat down with us before he rolled out. Yeah, I can
Well-
hear him. Is he pissed off? Oh yeah, he's pointing at somebody's chest.
No way.
He's pointing at somebody's
Is
chest.
he mad over there right now?
That's what it looked like.
Where'd you see that?
Rumble in the jungle.
All right.
We got Cole on it. He's monitoring the situation.
Is Cole monitoring? Well, what night is Don King going to be?
Cole, what's going on over there?
Ladies and gentlemen, again, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have two feeds for the Right Side Broadcasting Network. The first feed is going to switch over to the floor, so you can see the speakers tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And Melania Trump is the main speaker. She's going to be speaking a little bit later on tonight. Hopefully, by that time, we are back at the house and able to sit down and lay down and eat
Have
or
some food.
do some eating. Oh my Lord, Jesus. Oh, Lord. Woo! I can't wait till I get some. I've been eating air for
Nachos?
about the last
That's
nachos.
Taco Bell or something. Sounds so good.
Were
Okay, sorry.
you bashing my eggs earlier?
No.
I heard somebody was.
Wasn't me.
I heard it was you.
It was Hutch. Must
Wasn't
be
me. We were talking about bacon. Nobody said nothing about Cole McNeely eggs or anything like. Nope.
Not my fault. I had to step up and make them. I'm just
Yes.
saying.
Yeah. No. You.
I'm just
No.
saying.
No. You did a great job, Cole.
The stepping up wasn't bad. It was when the stepping out, when you stepped out and left them on.
No, I was fine. It was fine. The fire alarms had already went off at that point. There was no fire, so
No.
we were fine.
No.
You know what I
was more
should have
worried about
done? Just to be me.
We were just saying how good the eggs were.
Not.
And that Cole
I heard
McNeely.
not. Yeah, that's what I heard.
I didn't hear not.
I have sources that said, I'll go back and listen to this,
You
Wayne.
have sources.
I have sources
Someone
close to the
please
campaign.
get Wayne a pizza. Yeah,
hey, that's
right.
your get back. That's your get back. Wayne just got you back for the night with Antonio.
Hey, Censure D, keep that to yourself now.
Uh-oh.
Censure D, keep that to yourself. Wayne needs a frozen. Oh, hey, Brooklyn knows how to. Wayne needs a frozen Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Sparkle said that we love you, Cole.
Thank you, Sparkles. I love you too, maybe, depending upon how you are as a person and a human being. Probably not, but I mean,
they
it's
seem pretty
neither
good
here
based
nor
on their
there.
comments. We love their comments.
I mean, if you love me, we'll see how it goes. We'll build a relationship, build a nice rapport. Go on a couple dates. We'll see. One thing will lead to another. But you never know. I mean, love might come out of it, but we have to take it nice and easy, as Frank Sinatra said. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God.
What?
The RSBN moderator, she got it past everybody. She remembers Hazelnut, baby.
Good evening.
Hazelnut.
Delegates and alternates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of the 2016 Republican National Convention. The convention now will come to order. The colors will be presented by the Parma Fire Department from neighboring Parma, Ohio.
March!
Please welcome Ed McNamara, who, along with his wife, co-founded the Prayers for Maria Foundation in memory of their daughter Maria, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please welcome Marlena Van Hoos, who will perform the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Monsignor Kieran Harrington for tonight's invocation.
Heavenly Father, we ask that you bless and inspire these delegates, that their deliberations over these next 4 days might be earnest and fruitful. Our forefathers recognized in your divine plan the freedom you intended for all men and women. We stand before you contrite for those times in our history where we failed to be the shining city on the hill for which you destined our great land. We humbly give you thanks, most especially for those who bravely wear the uniform here at home and abroad. Truly, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for a friend. Bless those who endured torture or sacrificed themselves for the freedom of our fellow countrymen and those in far-flung places around the world. Inspire us to build a more noble society that reflects your divine image to a world that is broken and brought low by sin. You have endowed our many peoples and nations with the gift of charity. May we be mindful of those who suffer here and abroad. Father, we know that our true citizenship is in your kingdom. You remind us that to inherit eternal life, we must love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and to love your neighbor as yourself. Your Son instructs us with the parable of the Good Samaritan as to who is our neighbor. May we defend life when most vulnerable in the womb or in old age. And let us not forget our obligations to the poor and the sick, the prisoner and the alien in our midst. We make this prayer through your holy name. Amen.
While the colors are retired.
Break! Faith! Forward! Forward!
Ain't nothing gonna hold me down. Said I can feel the heavens open up. I feel it now.
Joe Seals here in the RSBN studios. We are broadcasting live from the Republican National Convention in Cleveland, Ohio. I'd like to remind everybody that we cannot play the house music there, even when it is cover songs, because YouTube's automatic system can pick up on that, and sometimes we get copyright notices for it. So we will either mute the sound and talk to you here in the studio, or we will play our own music. I know it's annoying, but we have to do it. We are expecting a huge night of big speeches, big speakers coming up. Melania Trump headlining it will close out the night. Will be introduced by Donald Trump. And so please keep it right here on RSBN. We will be providing wall-to-wall coverage tomorrow and all through Thursday at the convention. And you don't want to miss Wayne Dupree and crew. They are also live. We have a booth there at the convention. They are broadcasting live on another feed from 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock Eastern time every night. They will be providing live coverage, commentary, special interviews with some pretty big name people. Beginning tomorrow, I think we have Don King coming in. Some other people are going to be coming in. Even a rumor that Paul Ryan might stop by, and if so, I pity him when Cambry Nelson gets a hold of him. So please keep it tuned right here. We will make sure and provide. You won't miss a speech. Let me put it that way. You won't miss any speeches. We're really going all out and doing our best to give you the best live stream coverage here on YouTube. And we thank you for listening. We'll turn it back right now to the feed when the music is over. Thanks.
hunter and businessman Willie Robertson of the popular TV series Duck Dynasty.
Woo! Y'all fired up? Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. As some of you know, we end every episode of Duck Dynasty with a family prayer at the dinner table. And I know we just said one, but I'm going to throw one more up with the way things are going in this country. Father, we're so thankful and blessed to be in this country. And Father, tonight we want to pray that you keep us safe. I am mindful of my brothers and sisters in Louisiana right now, Father, and be with them in their pain. We love you through Jesus. Amen. I've always said that me and Mr. Trump have three things in common. We're both successful businessmen, although I flew commercial here, so I'm guessing he didn't. We both have had hit television shows, and we both have intelligent wives who are much better looking than we are. Are you cheering because we're ugly? It's been a rough year for the media experts. It must be humbling to be so wrong about so much for so long. But I have a theory about how they missed the Trump train. They don't hang out with regular folks like us who like to hunt and fish and pray and actually work for a living. Heck, I don't even know that they know how to talk to people from Middle America. I mean, when I tell them I'm from Louisiana, they really start talking real slow and real loud. Let me tell you why I've been on the Trump train from the beginning. See, when you're from the South and you grow up with rednecks, there are some occasional disagreements. Sometimes those disagreements turn into fisticuffs. But anytime I was ever in a bad spot, I always knew my brothers would have my back. And today, in a lot of ways, America is in a bad spot. And we need a president who will have our back. And I can promise you this, no matter who you are, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're looking for a job or trying to grow a business like I am, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're a serviceman fighting overseas or a cop who is risking their lives to help keep us safe at home, Donald Trump will have your back. If you're an average American who feels like you've been forgotten, neglected by faraway leaders, that the deck is stacked against you and you just can't win, Donald Trump will have your back. Now, he may not always tell you what you want to hear. You may not always agree. And it may not always be politically correct. But when your father's Phil Robertson, I'm used to that, okay? But I'll say this, Donald Trump will always tell you the truth as he sees it. And that's why we can trust him to make America great again as our next president. Thank you. God bless you.
and television director and actor from the sitcom Happy Days, Scott Baio.
Thank you for that warm welcome. Thank you so much. Tonight's theme is Making America Safe. So I want to thank all the brave men and women who served our country, including retired Lieutenant Colonel Charles Kettles, who just this morning received the Medal of Honor for his heroism in Vietnam. Absolutely. And I want to thank Mr. Trump for asking me to be here tonight. I can't tell you how much of an honor it is to stand up here and talk about a man that I trust with the lives of my family and the health of our country. America, the greatest country God ever created. Now, America is an easy place to get to. But for you first-time voters, it's important for you to know what it means to be an American. It doesn't mean getting free stuff. It means sacrificing, winning, losing, failing, succeeding, and sometimes doing the things you don't want to do, including the hard work, in order to get where you want to be. And that's what it means to be an American. But folks, our country right now is in a very bad spot. You can feel it, and you can see it everywhere. There's no stability. Nothing seems right. And all the things that we hold dear are being attacked every single day. We cannot go down this road anymore. We need to stop. We need Donald Trump to fix this. Is Donald Trump a messiah? No. He's just a man. A man who wants to give back to his country, America. The country that has given him everything. A country that has also given all of us so much. And now it's time to give back to her. We have a choice in November. We can go for Hillary Clinton, I agree, who wants to continue the same policies that are wrecking this country. Policies that make us unsafe. A woman who somehow feels that she's entitled to the presidency, that she's somehow owed it. Or we can go for Donald Trump. A man doing this from the goodness of his heart and genuinely wants to help. A man who knows how to get things done. A man who says what he means and means what he says. Hillary Clinton wants to be president for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump wants to be president for all of us. So, of course, let's make America great again, but let's make America America again. Thank you all so much. God bless. Go Trump. Good night.
Please welcome the former governor of Texas, Rick Perry.
Hello, Cleveland. You know, back in 2006, my wife Anita and I, we had this extraordinary experience, this great pleasure of touring a naval base in San Diego. Our guide that day just happened to be this big old tall drink of water Navy SEAL who was recovering from combat-related injuries. Now, he was a Texas boy. He was pretty plain-spoken and respectful, and his love for America came through loud and clear. As we departed that day, I just told him, kind of in passing, if you're ever in Austin, come by and see us. Now, you know, some people might say that that meeting was just blind chance or a twist of fate. I'll tell you, it was by the grace of God. And he and I kept in touch over the course of the months through a tour that he had in Iraq and in his return to Texas. And darned if he didn't just show up on our doorstep at the governor's mansion, unannounced, with nowhere else to go. We welcomed him into our home. We helped him get the care that he needed. And today, he's like a second son. Now, many of you know the battles he fought in Afghanistan, but too few of you know the battles that he and thousands of veterans just like him face when they come home. Tonight, our commitment is this: making America great again starts by taking care of our veterans. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an American hero, the lone survivor, Marcus Luttrell.
Cleveland. Yeah. Y'all know I love you. I love coming down here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you again for having me back. For those of you I've stood before in the past, it's a pleasure to do so again. For those of you I haven't stood in front of, thank you for the privilege to do that. Really, I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I was fortunate enough in life to be born from a patriotic family. It taught me to love this country and the people who make her up unconditionally, to die for any woman and to fight beside any man without hesitation or hopes of individual achievement. That's the way I was raised, and that's the way I still walk my life. For generations, the men and women in my family have served this country proudly, both at home and abroad. My father served in Vietnam, and although he was shamed out of his uniform, it only solidified his resolve to raise his boys, me and my twin brother, to be patriotic and love this country and its people more than we loved ourselves. In the past 10 years of my Navy SEAL career, the first 10 was in combat. Next part of it, I was traveling around the country, state to state, city to city, town to town, armed only with the memories of your bravest fighters and the story of how hard they fought to protect our way of life. And because I was willing to completely open up my life and speak about the worst week of it, I was blessed with meeting and seeing, well, the greatest people America had to offer. And I think it's important to say that we got to make sure that the hell the veterans return from is not the hell they come home to, okay? That's what was promised and that's what's deserved, period. It also speaks volume about my generation, and I love my generation, Generation X, the X-Men. It was an honor to fight alongside all of you. That even when the system doesn't take care of our boys, the citizens step up, start foundations and programs to help the wounded and the families of the fallen. So from the bottom of my heart, and literally, please know that I end every day on my knees thanking God for y'all and what you do and how you covet my generation of veterans coming home. I got a chance to, for those of you who know me, you know I only talk about stuff that I've experienced, and usually on the worst side of it and the best side of it. Well, I had a chance to actually spend time with Mr. Trump, and I know he understands what it's going to take to fix this. And the only way we're going to keep America safe is to have an elite military, all right? Made up of the warriors and prepared by the toughest training that we have to offer, supported by the best equipment and backed up by the nation, well, that puts those people in harm's way. Every one of us has to step up in some way. We need our leaders to lead by example. Excuse me. They need to lead by example and show the American public that each and every life underneath the flag should be family and treated accordingly. I'm sorry. I'm so used to speaking from the heart. When I have to read this, it goes wrong. So I'm just going to go. You ready? Not only do the leaders have to step up and support us, but the family, those of us in here, we're all family. We step up and we back them up too. Not only that, we hold them accountable for every position and office that they hold. Either way, look, either way, the only way we survive this is together, not apart. In order for any life to matter, we all have to matter. You understand? To my generation, that was for y'all. To the next generation, this is for you. Your war is here. You don't have to go searching for it. Your people are afraid. I stand among you walking. I was allowed to walk with giants, all right? And now we're looking for the next generation of giants. Who among you will love something more than you love yourself, all right? Who among you are going to step up and take the fight to the enemy? Because it's here. I challenge all of you to fight for this country and for each and every one of us. Look, the world outside of our borders is a dark place, a scary place. America is the light, and her people are the goodness that grows from that. She'll always be worth fighting for, and it was my greatest honor to fight for her every day of my adult life, all right? And I just wanted to come up here and thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart for allowing me to serve you for 20 years. And I swear to God, I'm going to spend the next 20 paying you back. So thank you again. God bless.
Please welcome Pat Smith, mother of Sean Smith, one of 4 Americans killed in Benghazi in September of 2012.
My name is Patricia Smith. My son, Sean, was one of 4 brave Americans killed during the 2012 terrorist attack at Benghazi. Sean was a wonderful son and father to my 2 amazing grandchildren, Samantha and Nathan, now 10 and 11. He was proud to serve his country with the United States Foreign Service. The last time I talked to Sean, the night before the terrorist attack, he told me, "Mom, I am going to die." All security had been pulled from the embassy, he explained, and when he asked why, he never received a response. Nobody listened, nobody seemed to care. The very next day, he was murdered by radical Islamic terrorists. To this day, I don't even know why a computer guy like Sean was sent to Benghazi. That night, we lost sons, brothers, fathers, and husbands. We lost 4 brave Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice for the country they chose to serve, and the American people lost the truth. For all of this loss, for all of this grief, for all of the cynicism the tragedy in Benghazi has wrought upon America, I blame Hillary Clinton. I blame Hillary Clinton personally for the death of my son. That's personally. In an email to her daughter shortly after the attack, Hillary Clinton blamed it on terrorism. But when I saw Hillary Clinton, she sure is. She sure is. She lied to me and then called me a liar. When I saw Hillary Clinton at Sean's coffin ceremony just days later, she looked me squarely in the eye and told me a video was responsible. Since then, I have repeatedly asked Hillary Clinton to explain to me the real reason why my son is dead. I'm still waiting. Whenever I call the State Department, no one would speak to me because they say I am not a member of the immediate family. Sean is my son. Hillary Clinton is a woman, a mother, and a grandmother of 2. I am a woman, a mother and a grandmother of 2. How could she do this to me? How could she do this to any American family? Donald Trump is everything Hillary Clinton is not. He is blunt, direct, and strong. He speaks his mind and his heart. And when it comes to the threat posed by radical Islamic terrorism, he will not hesitate to kill the terrorists who threaten American lives. He will make America stronger, not weaker. This entire campaign comes down to a single question. If Hillary Clinton can't give us the truth, why should we give her the presidency? That's right, Hillary for prison. She deserves to be in stripes.
My name is Bill Cowan. We don't come to you as Republicans or Democrats or with any party affiliation. We come to you instead as Americans who care about our country and about our comrades in arms. We don't deal with failed leadership, false promises, and Washington double talk when American lives are at stake. But those are the exact problems that the Select Committee on Benghazi uncovered.
I mean, Libya was a different kind of calculation, and we didn't lose a single person. We didn't lose a single person. We didn't lose a single person. Single person. Single person. Single person.
We honor the memories of Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Glenn Darty, and Tyrone Woods. Their families have dealt with the reality of their deaths because of their service to America. And this is the simple story of those men's reality on the ground in Benghazi.
Our intelligence agencies knew that some of the rebels we supported were terrorists. Some were members of the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group. All of them were Al-Qaeda groups on the State Department terrorist list. One of the terrorist commanders was even a former inmate at Guantanamo Bay.
The day before the Benghazi terrorist attacks, President Obama conferred with his cabinet to see what might be needed for the anniversary of 9/11. Hillary Clinton and Leon Panetta were present. Not a single change was made that might have helped those in the high-risk area of Benghazi. It was sudden, violent, and brutal. It was a terrorist attack. No one could have possibly known how long it would last. Glenn Darty was in Tripoli. His comrades were under attack. He answered their calls for help and went to the sound of the guns.
At 7 p.m. in Washington, Panetta ordered the appropriate staff in the DoD to initiate movement, some 3+ hours after the message came in that there were Americans under fire.
At a 7:30 meeting, Hillary Clinton's State Department requested that the Marines go in civilian clothes, no military uniforms and no weapons, in a war zone where Americans were under fire, because they didn't want to look like an invasion. Because we didn't want to offend anybody. Really?
And even before the final American deaths occurred, Secretary Clinton sent out a statement blaming it on a spontaneous protest about a video, while privately telling others it was a terrorist attack. Most folks don't take mortars to a protest.
In the end, not one U.S. military aircraft, not one soldier outside of Libya was sent to Benghazi, where a battle dragged on for hours. Washington never intended to send anybody to Benghazi.
Americans don't leave a man behind. It's not who we are. It's not what we do. Yet we don't want our teammates coming home in flag-draped coffins because of failed leadership, false realities, and Washington bureaucrats who don't have their policies or priorities straight. We want them coming home with honor to their families and a grateful nation that can say, thank you for your service.
Geist and John Teagan, members of the Benghazi Annex Security Team and co-authors of the book 13 Hours.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, America, for showing us the support and the dedication that should have been offered by Hillary. and her State Department, to those who actually saved their asses.
September 11, 2012, at approximately 9:35, 9:40, we got a call the U.S. consulate had been overrun. We immediately got our gear ready to go, got the vehicles ready, and we got, on 3 separate occasions, we got told to wait by the Chief of Base, Bob, and we got told to stand down. You know, next thing we know, we hear the State Department over the radio saying, hey, if you guys don't get here, we're all gonna die. Stand down, order be damned. Embassies, the consulate's under siege. We took off, we left, we weren't waiting no more. As the three of us moved on to the consulate, the first thing you see is the main village just engulfed in fire and smoke, you know, and just pouring out. Moved up to the front steps of the consulate. Off to my right, I see them pulling a body out of the window, limp body, and ended up being Sean Smith, and he was already dead of smoke inhalation by the time we showed up. Myself and Ron continued to move. We went in. Just the heat of the fire, you know, just blasted in our face. The smoke just obliterated our sight. It was so thick. We tried to get on our bellies to see underneath the smoke. Was no luck. A little while later, Tonto and DB came through the back gate. As they moved their way onto the consulate grounds, started searching. After a few minutes, Tonto went and helped the State Department guys gather up the classified information, get them ready to go in their armored vehicle, and all of a sudden we end up getting a counter-assaulted. And at that time, instead of the State Department security agents jumping out and helping us defend their U.S. consulate, they took off, which left the 6 of us to defend the consulate. You know, I got out, went up on the roof of the villa, made my way up to towards the back gate. The guy who initiated was with an RPG. On his third shot as he's coming out, as I came over the top of the parapet, I let loose on about a 10-round volley and he dropped. It was calm for about 5 minutes. Then we got word they were gathering about another 100 or so terrorists from the drone feed that good old Hillary was watching. And it came to a point where we had to make a decision. You know, at that time, we didn't know the U.S. ambassador was even still at the consulate, if he had been kidnapped prior to us even getting there, but we're pretty sure if he was there, he was dead. You know, we had a responsibility of 30 other personnel over at the annex, so we had to make the tough decision, and we headed back to the annex without the ambassador.
You know, as the team arrived back at the annex, we took up our fighting positions because we knew that they were going to be following up from the consulate and coming to our place. But we were ready for them. We started seeing movement on the east side of our compound. Then all of a sudden, something came flying over the wall, had sparks flying from it, landed between Tig and I and exploded. And that's when they opened up on us, but we also unleashed some hell on them. The first wave had about 20 terrorists in it. They went away with a whole lot less.
After that first initial firefight, you know, Ozzy's being kind of old, you know, he's like 40 years older than I am, so he had to pull out his med kit, grab some gauze, he's like shoving it in his ear. It's really funny, it looks like he's got a tampon in it, but sorry. But, you know, I kind of smile at him, I look at him and say, hey, you know, is that kind of loud much?
And you know, that's because Tig come right up beside me and stuck his gun right here, firing right next to my left ear. I can't hear out of it to this day, thanks to him.
You should have moved.
You know, soon after that, we got word that the support team from Tripoli, led by Glenn Doherty, had landed at Benghazi Airport. You think the airport security in the United States is bad, you ought to try landing at an airport in a foreign country controlled by a militia that you don't know who their loyalty is to, and you've got a bunch of guns and a bag of money. Thank goodness money talks.
Mine doesn't. So, going around 1:30 in the morning, you still have the U.S. ambassador. He's still missing. And, still we got movement starting to come up again on our east side. And, I get on the radio and said, hey, hey, Bob, are they going to secure the outer perimeter? Again, you're looking at 1:30, about 3.5 hours into the attack, and we get the answer, I don't know. Good intel. At that point, a vehicle actually came out of the darkness. A guy jumped out of the vehicle, immediately drew his arm back. How Oz saw him, old age with the eyes, he ended up picking him out, threw 3 rounds into him. He dropped like a sack of potatoes, and you would take that guy out, another guy would pop up, and then another guy would pop up.
It's kind of like that arcade game down on the main strip. You always go play whack-a-mole. Guy'd stick his head up and you'd take him out. Another guy'd stick his head up and you'd shoot him.
Pretty much about a little bit after that, we got a call that the ambassador was located at the hospital in Benghazi. There was no way for us to determine if this was valid, if he was alive, if he was dead. We don't know if it could have been a trick for us, to spread our defense, and pretty much just kind of screw everybody else over at the consulate. But we had decided to stay put again.
At this time I had moved from where I was at with Tig and got up on top of the roof. We call it Building C. Now I was up there with Tyrone, and during the downtime, me and Tyrone had started talking about events that night. And Tyrone had told me about earlier that night when Tig had saved his life, because he got lost in the smoke of the building over at the consulate, and he started yelling out for Tig. And Tig, with total disregard for his own safety, after having just come out of the smoke-filled room, went back in and pulled Tyrone out. It was during that, and he was talking about his kids. And it was really, because all of us had a lot of young kids there, every one of us that was there. And heck, Jack had just found out that his wife had been pregnant. And so he had a newborn baby coming. And, none of us at that point knew if we were going to make it home or not. And this is getting on to about that time in the morning, about 5:30, when the sun starts coming up. And you start seeing that change off on the horizon where the sky turns from really dark to that dark blue, kind of starting to turn light blue. And you're hearing the morning prayers from the minarets in the distance. About the time the call for prayer finished, we thought, hey, the next attack is going to be here. About that time when we heard over the radio that Glenn and the team from Tripoli had made their way to the annex and were just getting ready to pull in. And when they did, instead of going inside the building, Glenn, he came up on top of the roof. He wanted to get in the fight. So he joined us up there. And Tyrone introduced me to Glenn because I'd never met him before. First thing out of my mouth was, it's good to have another gunfighter up on top of that roof. He kind of turned and started walking away from me, and it was about that time that the final attack started. A rocket-propelled grenade hit the back wall, and small arms fire opened up from the north, right in front of me and Ty. A mortar hit on top of our outer wall, our outer perimeter wall, and the State Department guy yelled out that he was hit. Took some shrapnel up into his forehead. We opened up fire. Tyrone opened up with a machine gun. I opened up with my assault rifle. And that's when the second mortar hit. Hit about 15 feet to my right. The explosion kind of knocked me back a little bit. And as I stood back up, I kind of noticed that Roan was in a fetal position to my left at my feet. And I raised my left hand up to grab my rifle and start shooting. And that's when I noticed that I was first injured. And my left arm, about 6 inches above the wrist, was kind of hanging off at a 90-degree angle. It was then that the third mortar hit. And as I glanced over my right shoulder, I noticed that Glenn went face down on the roof. And he was out of the fight. I tried again to bring my arm up and grab my weapon because I wanted to get it back into the fight, and it just wouldn't work. I couldn't get it to hold on. And that's when the fourth mortar hit. And that's really the first time that I ever felt like any pain that night. And it felt like I got stung by like 1,000 bees. I figured at that time, this hard-headed Marine probably ought to get to some cover in case they drop another one on us. Semper Fi, thank you. So I dove for cover and everything went quiet. God bless you, thank you. I pulled the tourniquet out, started to get it on my arm, but I kind of got distracted. I wanted to check on Ron, so I crawled over, tried to find a pulse, couldn't find one. And it was about that time I saw a shadow come up on top of the roof, and that was Tig. The dust and debris still hadn't even finished falling when he come up on that roof.
He kind of got scared where we're initially fighting out of, so he went on the roof. And, as I'm standing there, and, the first round, he's saying Ron was just laying hate pretty much. And, when that first round hits the roof, it just went dead quiet. The debris was so thick, you couldn't see the stars, you couldn't see, it just went pitch black, pitch quiet. I start moving towards the building C, and I get on the radio and I said, hey, you guys all right up on building C? Of course, I didn't expect a response at all, but the team leader gets on the radio and says, hey, we're all right in here. Of course, you have to tell them to shut up, talking about the guys up on the roof. Jack gets on and says, hey, got no movement, ran over there. First thing I do is I jump over the parapet. The first guy I see is the state guy. He's kind of leaning up against the wall. He's got his pistol out. His left leg just below the knees, almost completely severed off. His left arm below the elbow is almost completely severed off. And I had to disarm him really quick. Lucky he didn't shoot me. Maybe I got a medal if he would have, but I don't know. I got 2 tourniquets. Put a tourniquet on his leg, put a tourniquet on his arm. I'm asking for extra help from the guys below inside the building, and the whole time I'm also doing that, I'm hearing kind of something crying behind me. It's kind of a weird sound. I don't usually hear that too often in combat, but so I get him done. I give him back his pistol. I unloaded it, of course, because you're not going to give him a loaded pistol back. But as I start moving across, again I can hear the whimpering, and next thing I know, I notice it's Oz. He's kind of sitting his back up against the wall, playing with his wrist, like a little kid, like this. And I'm like, hey, dude, you need to quit doing that. You're going to make it worse.
I kind of figured I was trying to put it back in place, but it wouldn't stay there.
Yeah, I didn't have any super glue, but so he had his tourniquet out. I grabbed his tourniquet. I got his tourniquet on his arm, stood him up, and said, "Hey, man, can you get to the ladder by yourself?"
I told him, because I knew that Ty and Glenn still needed help. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was still hoping that they were alive. So I walked over to the ladder that went down and kind of sat up on the ledge, and I'm sitting there looking down thinking, okay, how am I going to get down off this thing? I just survived two or three assaults on our compound, and 3 mortars landed on me, and next thing you know, I'm sitting there thinking, my luck, I'm going to fall off this darn roof and break my neck. Those aren't the stories I want my kids to hear about how I died. If I'm going to go out, I want to go out in a blaze of glory. So I ended up hooking my good arm on the top rung of the ladder, and I was thinking I'm going to swing my feet down around and land on the ladder, but sure enough, Murphy's Law, what can go wrong will go wrong. So right as I kind of slid my feet down, I fell off the ladder. Luckily, I caught myself with my good arm. I kind of pulled myself back up, got myself together, and climbed on down the ladder. Walked around through the front of the building, meeting one of our other guys coming out, and he walked me in and laid me down on the floor. And I was sitting there and they were looking at me, and I told them, hey, you need to cut my clothes off because I know I got a bunch of other holes in me. I know there's a bunch of other wounds that need to be treated. So finally they got my clothes cut off of me, and we found about 20 or 30 other shrapnel holes. Most of them weren't bleeding too bad, so we got the big ones plugged and ready to go again.
After I got Oz up, and he kind of mumbled a little bit because he lost his cane when the mortars hit, so he didn't have a cane to walk across the roof anymore. But immediately I went over to where the next guy was, which was Roan. I rolled him over, immediately checked for a pulse. His throat moved just a little bit. I didn't get a pulse, so I immediately ripped off his body armor, lift up his shirt and did what we call look, listen, feel. Kind of put your ear on their mouth, so you're trying to hear or feel their breath and see if their chest or their stomach's moving at all. Didn't get anything. I got the flashlight, checked for a pupil dilation, and there was nothing. So at that moment, I knew he was gone. And, I knew Oz, he just went down. And, so I knew the next radio call was going to be for him, and because Roan was also our medic. So I had announced, hey, Roan's gone. Got up, moved over to the next guy, which ended up being Glenn Doherty Bub. Again, same like Oz, never worked with him, never met him. Rolled him over, same thing, checked for a pulse, look, listen, feel, did a pupil dilation, the same thing, there was nothing. Immediately went back over to Roan, grabbed all of his weapons and stuff like that, kneeled down and said a prayer over him. Went over to Bub, grabbed his weapon system, kneeled down and said a prayer over him. At that time, we all got off the roof, and we knew we had to get out of there. We had to get everyone else out of there because there was nothing that we had that could defend against a mortar attack. And the fact that a building just got hit by 3 81 millimeter mortars and it didn't collapse on everybody inside, well, it definitely wasn't the construction of the building. It was definitely from upstairs.
It was the grace of God. Once we got all us wounded stabilized, we secured the dead, we made sure that we didn't have any critical information left behind, and that's when we made our way to the airport. To get there, we ended up having to enlist a militia. Happened to be Gaddafi loyalists. Those are the ones that helped, that Hillary wanted to get out of Libya. They're the ones that helped the Americans get to the hospitals and get to the airport. When we got there, we loaded up the non-shooting personnel. I made my trip in the back of a Hilux pickup truck. It's kind of like a Toyota. They came over to me. I was sitting on a gurney, and they came over to grab the gurney. And that's when I kind of sat up, and I told them I walked into Benghazi. I'm going to walk out.
Yeah, and that was the same plane that had brought Glenn and the guys down from Tripoli. But this was one of the planes that Glenn didn't make it back on. The plane that they actually secured, the Tripoli team secured from a Libyan that they actually had just met that day. Again, I don't think it's really a coincidence. We got an overwatcher with us that night. We got everybody loaded up, headed to Tripoli, and then we had to turn our task because we got left. We didn't get left behind. We stayed behind because they couldn't hold everybody. Again, the Gaddafi loyalist militia stepped up and said, hey, we can go get the ambassador. They took off. They came back, returned with the ambassador's body. Myself, Tonto, and one of the Delta Force guys, make sure it was him, looked him over. He was wearing the exact same clothes he was wearing that morning when I saw him when we went over there because there was a threat on a government compound that day. And, but he was wearing the exact same clothes. The only difference, he had black soot on his feet, on his fingernails, around his ears, but there was no sign of torture, no sign of mutilation. It was obvious to us he died of smoke inhalation. And all those rumors about that happening to him and our whole government not squashing it right away is a bunch of bull crap. At that point, we still didn't know how we were going to actually get out of there. A lot of minutes go by. C-130 starts rolling down the runway. We're thinking, this might be for us. It kind of comes a little bit closer, but then does a U-turn, pulls off to a little hangar area and shuts down. We see all the crew get off, the pilots get off. We kind of stand there for a little bit. Well, one of the team members that came down from Tripoli and the linguist that came down from Tripoli went over there, and it took them about 15 minutes or so, and they kind of persuaded the pilots to take us back up to Tripoli. And again, the last American to leave Benghazi We didn't leave on an American plane, but we left on a Libyan plane flown by Libyans. You know, the first U.S. bird, any U.S. asset we saw wasn't a jet. It was a medical transport bird that took us all to Germany about 5 p.m. on September 12th. You know, at least 20 minutes after a siege, right? But it was about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, in that night, there were more than 30 American lives that were saved that night. And it's because Americans never give up. We refuse to lose. Benghazi's been a four-letter word for the left, but it's not about politics. Benghazi was about opportunities. Opportunities taken when we defied the stand-down orders, and opportunities squandered when Hillary failed to protect her people on the ground. Had she done her job that night, we wouldn't have had to compromise the annex. Ty, Glenn, Sean, and Ambassador Stevens would be alive today. Now we as Americans, we have an opportunity, and that opportunity is to elect someone who will make this country safe again. We have to elect someone who will have our backs, someone who will bring our guys home, won't leave anybody behind. We have to elect someone who will lead with strength and integrity. And I believe that person is Donald Trump.
You know, we did our part. Every fallen veteran did their part. Now do yours.
Now it's time to you do yours. God bless you and thank you all. Thank you, America.
Tens of thousands crossing the border.
Border Patrol agents have their hands tied.
How many instances of gang members do we know of that have crossed the border?
68,000 illegal immigrants convicted of a crime were released in the United States instead of being deported.
So many of these individuals are not being charged at all.
In a case like this, you're talking about letting a violent felon walk back out on the street.
More deaths, more guns found thanks to the botched Fast and Furious gun running operation.
Border Patrol agent Brian Terry was shot in the back and killed during a shootout on the Arizona border.
Someone has to be raped, robbed, murdered before they will become a priority.
My name is Kelly Terry Willis.
I am Kent Terry.
We're speaking to you live tonight from the Arizona-Mexico border. We're here to tell you about our brother and our hero, Border Patrol agent Brian Terry. Brian believed in a life led in the service of others.
Our parents always knew he would choose a career in law enforcement. He enlisted in the Marines and served in 2 different police departments in our native Michigan. He later joined the Elite Border Patrol Tactical Unit, also known as BORTAC.
On December 14, 2010, not far from here, Brian was pursuing a crew of illegal immigrants who were robbing and assaulting drug runners and other illegals. When Brian and his team engaged them, shots were fired and our brother Brian was mortally wounded. He died at 11:08 p.m. His last words, as reported to me, "I'm hit, I cannot feel my legs, I think I'm paralyzed." That will haunt me to the day I take my last breath.
Brian was supposed to come home to Michigan for Christmas for the first time in years. Instead of celebrating the holidays with him, we buried him not too far from the family home. 2 weapons recovered from the scene were traced back to Obama's failed Fast and Furious gun trafficking operation. Guns were used against Americans, on American soil, and yet no one in the Obama administration has been held accountable.
Brian lived for his family, his friends, his community, and our country. The best way to honor him is to honor his fellow Border Patrol officers. Obama's failed policies are leaving Border Patrol agents thinly equipped and not able to do their jobs effectively. And my brother paid the ultimate sacrifice for those failures. They need the personnel and equipment required to keep our borders secure. In Arizona, for example, there are only 1.5 agents per every 10 square miles. This is unacceptable.
Only one candidate is serious about border security, and that's Donald Trump. He will give our heroic Border Patrol agents the resources and support needed to do their jobs. President Trump will make Border Patrol secure again. Rest in peace, brother. God bless Border Patrol agents. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump.
Good evening. I'm honored to be here. And this November, we're going to win. I know I'm not your typical convention speaker. You might be wondering why I chose to speak. Well, the truth is that I never considered myself very political or spoken out politically before. But my belief in this country and my faith in Jesus Christ have compelled me to speak now. That's right. I am concerned about our country's future. I am concerned about my children's future. And I believe we need Donald Trump, who shares, that's right, who shares my beliefs and my faith to get our country back on track. In the past 8 years, failed policies have caused our country to deteriorate. Our rights have been trampled and our security threatened. We are weaker by almost every measure. We are on the wrong path. It is clear even to someone who was not even born here. I came to the United States from Rome, Italy in 1985. That's right. E va Italia. I followed all the rules and finally became a naturalized citizen in 1996. That's right. Others who want to come to the U.S. to live and work should follow the same rules. That's right. We are a nation of laws for a reason. There should be no shortcuts for those who don't want to pay or wait. You know, my mother was born in a communist Prague, escaped the Czech Republic, and met my dad in Italy. I know what socialism looks like. I don't want that for my children. Not at all. But that's the path. That is the path we're headed down with the leader we've had and the candidate he endorses. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton promote division. Don't be fooled. But Donald Trump is for unity. Donald Trump believes in one America with liberty and justice for all. Having secure borders, protecting our citizens, none of this is hateful. This is the responsibility of the government. That's right. And it's the right thing to do. Donald Trump will get it done and put us back on the right track. People know this, and that's why they have voted as they have. We can no longer afford to be silent. Our country needs Donald Trump to make us great again. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome Marianne Mendoza, Sabina Durden, and Jamil Shaw.
Good evening. My son, Sergeant Brandon Mendoza, was killed 2 years ago by an illegal alien who was a repeat criminal. Every one of the crimes that he committed had laws that should have resulted in court-mandated jail time, but it didn't happen. Instead, I had my son's life stolen from me by a man who was 3 times the legal limit drunk, was high on meth, and drove for over 35 miles the wrong way on 4 different freeways. And he had no business being in this country. My son was an intricate part of a community, and his death has left a large void in many people's lives. This is a good cop story that was cut short. He was a modern-day beat cop. He went door to door and met everyone in his beat. They invited him in for dinner. He checked in on the elderly. He got drug dealers out of the neighborhood. He advocated for children. He provided an annual Thanksgiving dinner. He shopped for children at Christmas, and he inspired children to stay in school. A memorial is still up in the area he patrolled. My son's life was stolen at the hands of an illegal alien. It's time that we have an administration that cares more about Americans than about illegals. A vote for Hillary is putting all of our children's lives at risk. It's time for Donald Trump. Thank you.
Sadly, I have a similar story to share with you. My best friend, my rock, my son, Dominic, my only child, was also killed by an illegal immigrant. I call them illegal aliens. He was an amazing young man who was loved by all. He was fun, generous, outgoing. He was also in law enforcement. He was a 911 dispatcher and pursuing his dream to be a helicopter pilot for the police department. Life was good, his future looked bright, until a criminal, illegal alien turned his car in front of him riding his motorcycle to work, and he killed him instantly. The killer was from Guatemala and had previously been deported with felonies for armed robbery and grand theft. After returning to America illegally again, he was caught drunk driving. No license, no registration, no insurance, and he got probation. Another DUI, another probation. 5 weeks later, while barely under the legal limit of being drunk, he killed my Dom. He was given a misdemeanor and served just 35 days in jail. I have been talking about illegal immigration since 2012, since he got killed, and no one listened until Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not only my hero, he's my lifesaver. Hillary Clinton, or as we know her, Crooked Hillary, always talks about what she will do for illegal aliens and what she will do for refugees. Well, Donald Trump talks about what he will do for America. USA, USA, USA. We need to enforce our existing immigration laws. We need to secure our borders so no other person has to ever go through this kind of grief, pain, and agony knowing this could have been prevented. Build the wall, and Americans need to come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the RNC for the invitation to speak about my beloved son, Jamil Jazz Shaw II. Special thank you to my friend, the undisputed GOP nominee and the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. On March the 2nd, 2008, my life changed in a twinkling of an eye. 1 minute, I'm hearing my son's voice. Be right home, old man. I'm right around the corner. Next minute, gunshots, and Jazz is dead. I saw the hole in his head and blood everywhere. It happened so fast, Jazz was still holding his phone. At the same moment, his mother was serving in our military overseas. The day we buried Jazz, LAPD came to my home to tell us they found the killer. For 2 weeks, local politicians supported us, and every black politician in LA did too. They even put up a permanent memorial. 2 weeks after that, everything changed. We learned the killer was an illegal alien gangbanger from Mexico. Released from jail with a deportation hold, 3 gun charges, and an assault and battery on a police officer. And the politicians disappeared. In 2012, we finally had our day in court. The DA proved Jazz was murdered because he was black. The coroner testified while Jazz was on his back, bleeding from a stomach wound. His hands were up, and a second bullet went through his hand and into his head. It was also proved that the killer's gang targeted black males. You think Obama cared and Black Lives Mattered. No. And we all know Hillary is Obama's 3rd term. Only Trump called me on the phone one day to see how I was doing. Only Trump will stand against terrorists and end illegal immigration. The wall, built the wall. Only Trump mentions Americans killed by illegals. Trump will put America first, not crooked Hillary. I'll say it again, like I said it before. Trump is sent from God. Support Trump, Pence. Let's come together and make America safe and great again. Thank you.
Please welcome United States Representative Mike McCall of Texas.
Good evening. I'm Michael McCall, Chairman of the Homeland Security Committee. And I'm a 4th-generation Texan. Born and raised in Dallas, Texas. Let us remember tonight the Dallas and Louisiana police officers who tragically lost their lives. America stands with my hometown, and we will never forget. And to law enforcement officers across this nation, we are with you, and we will always support you. Tonight, we heard powerful testimony from people who have been devastated by Obama's reckless immigration policies. Haven't we had enough? And now Hillary Clinton is promising more of the same. Open borders, executive amnesty, and the surge of Syrian refugees. This is a dangerous liberal agenda, and it's time for change. It's time to take back our country and make America safe again. USA. We need to end sanctuary cities. Keep dangerous people out of our country. And secure our borders once and for all. Our country's national security is at risk. President Reagan once reminded us that America was a shining city upon a hill, a beacon of hope to the world. But after 8 years of weak leadership, our city on a hill is now a city under siege. Today, our allies no longer trust us. Our adversaries no longer fear us. And our enemies are plotting against us. This did not happen by accident. It happened by design. It is the work of Barack Obama and the architect of his failed foreign policy, Hillary Clinton. For years, they presided over America's retreat, and the consequence is clear. Leading from behind has led us into danger. When Hillary stopped talking about the war on terror, our enemies noticed. When she helped withdraw our forces from Iraq, creating a power vacuum, she paved the way for ISIS to rear its ugly head, and our enemies noticed. When 4 Americans were murdered and Benghazi burned, she blamed it on a video, and our enemies noticed. And when she stood on the sidelines while terror hotspots erupted across the globe, our enemies noticed. We have all witnessed the recent attacks in Nice, Paris, Brussels, and Istanbul. But now we are in the crosshairs. Our own city streets have become the battleground. Fort Hood, Boston, Chattanooga, San Bernardino, and Orlando. But instead of protecting Americans, the Obama administration turned a blind eye to the danger. So let's cut through the suffocating political correctness and call the threat what it really is. The enemy is radical Islam. These fanatics have radicalized a religion into a weapon, targeting our way of life. President Reagan once asked, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" But tonight, let me ask you this question. Are you safer than you were 8 years ago? No. Is our military stronger? Is America still respected? Over and over, Obama and Hillary apologized for America and allowed jihadists to spread like wildfire. We cannot afford Hillary in the White House again. We need someone who can repair the damage she has done, take the fight to the enemy, and put America first. That man is Donald Trump. I am proud to serve as a member of his national security team. And I can tell you this, Donald will never apologize for American greatness. He will promote it. It's time to unify as a party. It is time to unify as a party. He will never bow down to our enemies. He will stand up to them. And Donald will never allow terrorists to gain ground against America. He will shake the ground they walk on. My father was a bombardier in World War II and participated in the D-Day invasion against the Nazis. His generation, often defined as the greatest, defeated fascism and communism, handing down a better and safer America to my generation. Now, we are in a struggle against the forces of radical Islam and terror, which must be defeated for our children and our grandchildren. A Trump administration will take on this fight and send a clear message to the Islamist terrorists. You may have fired the first shot, but rest assured, America will fire the last. Thank you. May God bless America, and God bless the next President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Please welcome Milwaukee County Sheriff David A. Clark Jr.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make something very clear. Blue lives matter in America. I stand before you tonight with a heavy heart as the law enforcement community prepares to bury three of Baton Rouge, Louisiana's finest. But there is some good news out of Baltimore, Maryland, as Lieutenant Brian Rice was acquitted on all charges in the malicious prosecution of activist State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby. Now I want to talk to you about something important. Indeed, a concept that 5 law enforcement officers were murdered and 9 more were wounded for earlier this month, and for which 3 more were murdered 2 days ago in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And that is the importance of making America safe again. You see, I believe that this noble mission is not just a requirement, but a prerequisite for achieving this campaign's goal of making America great again. We simply cannot be great if we do not feel safe in our homes, on our streets, and in our schools. I see this every day at street level, where many Americans increasingly have an uneasiness about the ability of their families to live safely in these troubling times. This transcends race, religion, ethnicity, gender, age, and lifestyle. And if you don't believe it, a recent Gallup poll confirms it. And more than half of all Americans now worry a great deal about crime and violence, up consistently and dramatically from just a few years ago. And for African Americans, that number is 70%. Sadly, for a growing number of communities, the sense of safety that many of us once took for granted has been shattered. Americans don't always feel safe, no matter if they are working in a big city, living in a suburb, or rural areas all around this great country. I often tell residents of Milwaukee and the city and towns that I visit that safety is a shared endeavor. It starts with the willing acceptance of people to play by society's rules. A code, if you will, where we collectively agree upon that ensures stability, fairness, and respect. It is built on a foundation of trust in each other and in the people who administer and enforce society's rules, which at its foundation is the rule of law. In 1963, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote passionately about the interrelatedness of all communities and states and about our inescapable network of mutuality tying us in a single garment of destiny. He spoke of the basic morality of the rule of law, provided that it is applied equally to both the wealthy and the impoverished, both men and women, and yes, the majority and the minority. What we witnessed in Ferguson, in Baltimore, and Baton Rouge was a collapse of the social order. So many of the actions of the Occupy movement and Black Lives Matter transcends peaceful protest and violates the code of conduct we rely on. I call it anarchy. You see, American law enforcement officers understand that race is and has been a heated issue in our country. Most appreciate the vital need for thoroughness and transparency and pursuit of the greater good in their actions and in their investigations. These are truths that are self-evident to me and which I practice. And they are the truths that Donald Trump understands and supports. Donald Trump is the steadfast leader our nation needs. He has spoken passionately to me of his belief in our American system of justice, and he speaks to the values that are at the foundation of our social contract. Throughout his campaign and over the many years before, he has consistently and constantly raised his voice, not only in defense of the character of the American police officer, but the need for all people to feel that they are being treated fairly and respectfully by law enforcement. You see, Donald Trump understands that what can make our nation safe again is a recommitment to a system of justice in which no government official, not even those who have fought their way to the marble and granite halls of Washington, no private citizen, no elected official, even Hillary Clinton, and no group of people, despite the fervor with which they press forward their grievances, can claim privilege above the law. It cannot happen in the United States. The tradition of the primacy of the rule of law in America is strong. It is in those simple facts and in our acts we will move forward toward making America safe again. God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
Please welcome United States Representative Sean Duffy of Wisconsin and his wife, Rachel.
Hey! Hello, America! I met Rachel 19 years ago on America's first reality TV show. 6 weeks ago, we had our 8th little baby. Who said nothing good comes out of reality TV?
So with a family of 10, it gets a little crazy. So we have some pretty simple rules in our house. Clean your room.
No teenage boys in your bedroom.
No waking mom and dad up on Saturday mornings.
No private servers in the basement.
And no lying.
Especially to the FBI. For us, it's all about family. I come from a long line of lumberjacks. My Irish family were tough farmers and sawyers who came to Wisconsin to work. They knew anyone could succeed in America with grit, faith, and family.
My grandparents came here from Mexico. They settled in Arizona, where my father was a shoeshine boy. By the age of 12, he started his own business making piñatas. My mother taught herself English, and both of my parents attended night school and earned their degrees while raising a family.
Hard work. That's right. Hard work, discipline, self-reliance, and opportunity. That's the American dream we believe in.
And it's a dream that's bigger and more satisfying than any bureaucrat or government check could ever hope to deliver.
Our grandparents chose to be Americans, and we choose to be Republicans. Because the Republican Party offers upward mobility rooted in individual liberty and economic freedom.
We cannot let America become like the corrupt socialist regimes that our families left behind.
Sadly, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton have left us $19 trillion in debt, and thousands of new rules and regulations are crushing the American workers. Do you want 4 more years of that? Radical jihadists are killing Americans, while all the time Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama are fretting over whether to call it workplace violence or a hate crime. Do you want 4 more years of that? We need to unify behind a new president who can strengthen, protect, and restore our nation for the next generation.
Every morning, I look into the eyes of what's at stake in this election. Our children, yours and mine. The challenges facing America have never been greater. We must meet those challenges.
We can make America great again, and we will. But it's going to take all of us in Wisconsin, and hello, Wisconsin. We turned our blue state red. We have won every election except the big one. We can't stay home now if we're going to save our country. America, let's rally behind Donald Trump, and together, let's make America great again. May God bless you all. Let's have a great convention.
Please welcome El Paso County Commissioner and candidate for the United States Senate, Darrell Glenn.
Give God the glory. Good evening. I said, good evening. My name's Darrell Glenn, and I'm an unapologetic Christian constitutional conservative, pro-life, Second Amendment, loving veteran. And I'm your Republican nominee for Senate in the #1 battleground state in this country, and that's Colorado. It is my privilege to stand here and support our next president, Donald Trump. You know, I'm often asked, why are you a Republican? Well, it's because the Democrat Party is the party of handouts. And after over 7.5 years, the only thing we have left in our pocket is change. This president ran to be commander-in-chief. Unfortunately, his rhetoric has made him divider-in-chief. We're more racially divided today than before he ran. But there's more. Did you see the new Black Panthers outside? Where's Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton? They don't speak for Black America, and they don't speak for me. Mr. President, I have a message. This is not about Black America, white America, or brown America. This is about the United States of America. You know, and quite frankly, somebody with a nice tan needs to say this: all lives matter. Here's some more facts, Mr. President. Neighborhoods have become more violent under your watch. Your rhetoric has a direct impact on the relationships between communities and the police. We can bring this country together, but we must realize that our heroes in blue are part of the solution and not the problem. Stand up and support those men and women in Dallas. Stand up and support those law enforcement in Louisiana. Let's make sure that we hear them, ladies and gentlemen. This is your opportunity. Blue lives matter. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. And the rally is, nobody wants bad cops off the street more than good cops. But if we really want to heal our communities, more men need to start stepping up and taking care of their children. Safe neighborhoods happen when fathers and mothers are in home. But there's more. We also must recognize that evil does exist in this world. The threat from radical Islamic terrorism is real. Our troops don't care what party you represent. They care about having the tools, training, and equipment to be able to do their jobs. And if you put them in harm's way, let them win. And when they come home, honor them and care for their injuries. My friends, we must win this election. Hillary Clinton is unfit to be president. And we all know she loves her pantsuits. Yes, you know it's coming. But we should send her an email and tell her that she deserves a bright orange jumpsuit. Here's the bottom line. American exceptionalism is alive and well. Evil exists. But as God is my witness, this battle has already been fought and won. Believe we can win. Believe we can change things. Believe that together we can make America great again. My name's Darrell Glenn. I can't do this without your help. God bless each and every one of you. God bless the great state of Colorado. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please welcome the United States Senator from Arkansas, Tom Cotton.
Thank you. For 8 years, we've seen what happens when America leads from behind. Leading from behind. That's not what the Army taught me. And to everyone who agrees that America ought to lead the way, I have a message to deliver. And let me say it loud and clear: help is on the way. Let me tell you a story about an Arkansas farm boy who became a soldier. When America was at war, he was away at school, and then in a comfortable professional job, exempt from service. But he sacrificed that comfort against the wishes of his family, against the wishes of his father, who himself had served. He volunteered for the Army. He became an infantryman. That farm boy was my dad, Lynn Cotton. He went to Vietnam in 1969. 35 years later, because of 9/11, I did the same. Against the wishes of my family, I gave up my legal career and I volunteered for the Army. And I became an infantryman, and I went to Iraq and Afghanistan. My dad said he felt like God was punishing him for what he did to his dad. But God wasn't punishing them. God had called us to serve, just as he calls so many of you to serve as well. My family isn't extraordinary. In fact, we're very ordinary. From the farms of Arkansas to the fire stations in New York, so many families could tell the same story. The defense of this country is always a family affair, and these families shoulder more than their share of the task. We don't fight because we hate our enemies, but because we love our country. We love its freedom, and we love that we as Americans are born equal and live free, and that no one can boss us around or rule us without our consent. We know these things are worth fighting for and dying for because they make life worth living for. Our warriors and their families don't ask for much. We're blessed to serve, and we're grateful for the generosity of our fellow citizens. But there are a few things we'd like. We'd like a commander-in-chief who speaks of winning wars and not merely ending wars. We'd like a commander-in-chief who calls the enemy by its name. A commander-in-chief who draws red lines cautiously, but enforces them ruthlessly. And it would be nice to have a commander-in-chief who can be trusted to handle classified information. And we'd like politicians who treat our common defense as the chief responsibility of the federal government, not just another government program. This isn't much to ask for, but 8 years without it is more than enough, and another 4 years is unthinkable. So let me quote the last Republican vice president about the consequences of the last time a Clinton was in the White House, and let me say again, this time directly to our troops in a Trump-Pence administration and with a Republican Congress: help is on the way. Now believe me, no man wants more war if he's seen the face of war. I've planned memorial services for fallen comrades in the mountains of Afghanistan. I've carried their flag-draped caskets off a plane. I've buried them at Arlington National Cemetery. But the wisdom of the ages affirms the counsel of our first president to be prepared for war is one of the most effectual means of preserving peace. The purpose of our common defense, after all, is to protect the American people and preserve our independence so that we can enjoy the blessings of peace: faith, freedom, family, prosperity. My father and his father were willing to fight so that their children and grandchildren might live in peace. Sadly, that wasn't to be. But my generation is fighting, has fought, and will fight so that our children, my infant son Gabriel, and the Christmas baby my wife and I are expecting, might one day live in peace. And for that cause, I speak tonight not only to Republicans, but to the millions of independents and Democrats who share that dream and who wish to make America safe again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Please welcome Karen Vaughn, the mother of fallen Navy SEAL Aaron Vaughn.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here tonight. It is a great honor. I'm here because I remember when America was strong and proud, when our word meant something. I'm here because I raised a son who believed in this country enough to give his life for it. And most of all, I'm here because we are at a crossroads unlike anything we have ever witnessed in our lifetime. And something must change now. We need new leadership, strong leadership, leadership we can trust to protect us in the face of ever-changing dangers, both here and abroad. Leadership that will no longer sit idly by and let our enemies define the world in which we live. There is no adversary the U.S. military cannot defeat if we unbind them from the restrictive, ludicrous rules of engagement they've been forced to fight under for the past 7 years. Thank you. Thank you. Our national leaders' desire to win hearts and minds at whatever cost to our own has had devastating effects. Too many American sons and daughters have died needless deaths due to these absurd rules, including my only son, Aaron, and the 29 other brave, fearless warriors on board Extortion 17. Countless others have curtailed their military careers because of a culture they know puts their lives at needless risk. As one brave warfighter put it, I did not join to be sacrificed, I joined to fight. We have lost the will to defend ourselves against enemies who are hell-bent on destroying us because we have been unwilling to lead with strength. We've been unwilling to even call our enemy by name. And how can you defeat an enemy you cannot even name? We must elect leaders who will give our soldiers every tool possible to win. Leaders we can trust to stand strong against our enemies. Leaders like Donald Trump. It is way past time to make America strong and safe again. Thank you, and God bless this amazing United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome the United States Senator from Alabama, Jeff Sessions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, good friends. Thank you, Alabama. Speaking from this podium today is a long way from the rafter seats my wife and I had as college students in Miami in 1972, I gotta tell you. This year, our voters spoke clearly on two critical issues in our primaries: trade and immigration. They affirmed Donald Trump and his positions. They opposed Obama trade, and they demand a lawful system of immigration that protects their safety and their financial well-being. Average Americans have been the first to know that something is wrong with this economy. Our middle class is steadily declining, with our African American and Hispanic communities being the hurt the most. But the Washington establishment, the media, big corporations have been in denial. Fellow Republicans, we must understand that the incomes of middle-class Americans today are $4,000 less per year than in 1999. This is an economic disaster. We're on the wrong track, and the American people know it. Yet Hillary Clinton's plan is more of the same. More government, more taxes, more regulation, more illegal immigration, and more debt. She has been the champion of globalist trade agreements, but the facts are in, they have not worked for the American people. When those agreements were signed, President Clinton and Obama promised our dangerous trade deficits with China and Korea would be reduced. But the deficit with China has increased fivefold, and the deficit with Korea has more than doubled in just 4 years. These are job-killing numbers. Worst of all, they're now pushing the disastrous 5,000-page Obama trade, the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. This must not happen. This election has also been about immigration. For 30 years, our good and decent people have rightly pleaded with their leaders for an end to the lawlessness and for sound immigration policies that are fair and advance the national interest. To this legitimate plea, our elites have responded with disdain, dismissal, and scorn. But is there anyone in America that does not understand that when we bring in more workers than we have jobs for, the job prospects and wages fall? Top economists and the Congressional Budget Office have told us in Congress just that. Is it too much to ask that we slow down and protect our national security and jobs? We lawfully admit, friends, 1.1 million permanent residents annually to this country, more than any other country in the world, and they are, for the most part, wonderful new additions to our country. And on top of that, we have 700,000 guest workers here that take jobs, and the majority of these are not seasonal or agriculture workers. There are about 350,000 people who succeed in crossing our borders illegally each year, and almost 500,000 more unlawfully overstay their visas. These are extreme numbers, but the only solution from Obama and Hillary Clinton is to capitulate to the lawlessness and give amnesty and citizenship to all. It will not work. Understand this. From 2000 to 2014, while our existing population increased by millions, the number of jobs held by Americans actually declined. Amazingly, all the net job growth during that period went to immigrants. Combine that with the reality of efficient businesses, increased automation, and slow growth. The fact is, we just don't have enough jobs being created now for the people who are here. Does this help to explain why our wages have fallen and why we have the lowest percentage of Americans actually holding a job in 40 years? Our duty as elected officials is to get our people jobs first. It cannot be our policy to take jobs from abroad while government support payments are used for those unemployed Americans. Bad trade deals, excess immigration floods the labor market, reducing job prospects and wages. Improper vetting places our nation at risk of terrorism. Remember, the president has the clear power to suspend immigration to protect America. So Americans want help now. This election will make it happen. That is why we need Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the leader who will bring change. He has the strength, the courage, and the will to get it done. He is attracting more and more independents and Democrats to our movement. Donald Trump will kill Obama trade. Donald Trump will build the wall. And Donald Trump will make America great again. Thank you. God bless.
Please welcome the former mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani.
Thank you. 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 Thank you, New York. For a New Yorker for once on the ticket, Donald Trump. I'm here to speak to you about a very serious subject: how to make America safe. The vast majority of Americans today do not feel safe. They fear for their children. They fear for themselves. They fear for our police officers who are being targeted with a target on their back. We pray for our police officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge and their families. And we say thank you to the Cleveland Police Department for protecting us. Thank you. We know the risk you're taking. And we say thank you to every police officer and law enforcement agent who's out tonight protecting us, black, white, Latino, of every race, every color, every creed, every sexual orientation. When they come to save your life, they don't ask if you are black or white. They just come to save you. We also reach out. We reach out our arms with understanding and compassion to those who have lost loved ones because of police shootings, some justified, some unjustified. Those that are unjustified must be punished. Those that are justified, we must apologize to. It's time to make America safe again. It's time to make America one again. One America. What happened? What happened to there's no black America, there's no white America, there is just America. What happened to it? Where did it go? How was it flown away? I know we can change it because I did it by changing New York City from the crime capital of America to the safest large city in the United States. What I did for New York, Donald Trump will do for America. I have known Donald Trump for almost 30 years, and he has created and accomplished great things in my city and all over the world. But beyond that, this is a man with a big heart. Every time New York suffered a tragedy, Donald Trump was there to help. He's not going to like my telling you this, but he did it anonymously. When police officers were shot, when firefighters were hurt, when people were in trouble, he came forward and he helped and he asked not to be mentioned. Well, I am going to break my promise to him. I am going to mention it. This is a man with a big heart who loves people, all people, from the top to the bottom, from the middle to the side. I am telling you this because I am sick and tired of the defamation of Donald Trump by the media and by the Clinton campaign. I am sick and tired of it. This is a good man. And America should be sick and tired of their vicious, nasty campaign. You deserve to know this about your next president. He's been a great father, father-in-law, grandfather, and friend to me, my wife Judith, and my family for now almost 30 years. I know him personally, and this is a very good and decent man, and he will be a great president. In the last 7 months, there have been 5 major Islamic terrorist attacks on us and our allies. We must not be afraid to define our enemy. It is Islamic extremist terrorism. For the purposes of the media, I did not say all of Islam. I did not say most of Islam. I said Islamic extremist terrorism. You know who you are. And we're coming to get you. Failing to identify them properly maligns all those good Muslims around the world who are being killed by them. They are killing more Muslims than anyone else. It also sets up a fear of being politically incorrect that can have serious consequences. It did in San Bernardino. It did with Major Nadal. He was yelling Allah Akbar. The only person who couldn't figure out this was an Islamic terrorist extremist attack was Barack Obama. Who called it workplace violence. This is why our enemies see us as weak and vulnerable. Donald Trump has said the first step in defeating our enemies is to identify them properly and see the connections between them so we can find them and catch them. To defeat Islamic extremist terrorists, we must put them on defense. If they are at war against us, which they have declared, we must commit ourselves to unconditional victory against them. This includes undoing one of the worst deals America ever made, Obama's nuclear agreement with Iran, that will eventually let them become a nuclear power, and is putting billions of dollars back into a country that's the world's largest supporter of terrorism. We are actually giving them the money to fund the terrorists who are killing us and our allies. We are giving them the money. Are we crazy? Donald Trump will make sure that any agreement with Iran meets the original goals of the UN and our allies, a non-nuclear Iran. Donald Trump is a leader. He will reassert America's position as the nation with the best values to lead the world. It was Hillary Clinton who advocated for the overthrow of Gaddafi in Libya. Now Libya is in chaos. Hillary Clinton is accountable for this and much more. Her dereliction of duty and failure to keep her people safe played a major role as you heard tonight, in the horrific Islamic terrorist murders on September 11 and 12, 2012, in Benghazi, which claimed the lives of 4 brave Americans. Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens, U.S. Foreign Service Officer Sean Smith, and CIA agents Tyrone S. Woods and Glenn Doherty. May they rest in peace. And Clinton and the Obama administration, for political reasons, lied about the purpose of the attacks, including Hillary Clinton lying directly to the families of the people who were killed right to their face. Hillary Clinton's answer to Congress about the death of these 4 brave Americans because of her gross failures as Secretary of State was, quote, "What difference at this point does it make?" What difference does it make? Watch the video yourself and see the arrogant disregard for American lives lost unnecessarily because of her, and then make up your own mind. Anyone who It means we're getting to them. It means we're getting to them. It means we're getting to them. Anyone who can say that it makes no difference how or why people serving America are killed should not be entrusted with the awesome responsibility to protect them and us, and should not be allowed to be our commander-in-chief. Who would trust Hillary Clinton to protect them? I wouldn't. Would you? Donald Trump will change all of that and more. In short, he will lead by leading, not by following. You know Donald Trump will secure our borders. His opponent has had her chance to do this, and she has failed. Hillary Clinton is for open borders. She is in favor of even taking Syrian refugees, even though the Islamic State has told us they're going to put their operatives in with the Syrian refugees, operatives who are terrorists who are going to come to Western Europe and come here and kill us. They've told us that, and she still wants to take in these Syrians. We can't afford to repeat the mistakes of the past. Hillary Clinton's experience is the basis for her campaign. Hillary Clinton's experience is exactly the reason she should not be president of the United States. There's no next election. This is it. There's no more time for us left to revive our great country. No more time to repeat our mistakes of the Clinton, Obama years. Washington needs a complete turnaround, and Donald Trump is the agent of change, and he will be the leader of the change we need. He will make America once again like the president I worked for, Ronald Reagan. The shining city on the hill. Vote for Donald Trump, for a safer America, and for an America headed in a different direction. Greatness! God bless our next president, Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America, USA!
Thank you. We love you. Thank you very much. We're going to win. We're going to win so big. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to win so big. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to win so big. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to present the next First Lady of the United States, my wife, an amazing mother, an incredible woman, Melania Trump. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have all been very kind to Donald and me, to our young son Barron, and to our whole family. It's a very nice welcome, and we are excited to be with you at this historic convention. I'm so proud of your choice for President of the United States, my husband, Donald J. Trump. And I can assure you, he's moved by this great honor. The 2016 Republican primaries were fierce and started with many candidates, 17 to be exact. And I know that Donald agrees with me when I mention how talented all of them are. They deserve their respect and gratitude from all of us. However, when it comes to my husband, I will say that I'm definitely biased, and for a good reason. I have been with Donald for 18 years, and I have been aware of his love for this country since we first met. He never had a hidden agenda when it comes to his patriotism, because like me, he loves this country very much. I was born in Slovenia, a small, beautiful, and then communist country in Central Europe. My sister Ines, who is an incredible woman and a friend, and I were raised by my wonderful parents. My elegant and hard-working mother, Amalia, introduced me to fashion and beauty. My father, Victor, installed in me a passion for business and travel. Their integrity, compassion, and intelligence reflects to this day on me and for my love of family and America. From a young age, my parents impressed on me the values that you work hard for what you want in life, that your word is your bond, and you do what you say and keep your promise, that you treat people with respect. They taught and showed me values and morals in their daily life. That is a lesson that I continue to pass along to our son. And we need to pass those lessons on to the many generations to follow. Because we want our children in this nation to know that the only limit to your achievements is the strength of your dreams and your willingness to work for them. I'm fortunate for my heritage, but also for where it brought me today. I traveled the world while working hard in the incredible arena of fashion. After living and working in Milan and Paris, I arrived in New York City 20 years ago, and I saw both the joys and hardships of daily life. On July 28, 2006, I was very proud to become citizens of the United States. The greatest privilege on planet Earth. I cannot or will not take the freedoms this country offers for granted. But these freedoms have come with a price so many times. The sacrifices made by our veterans are reminders to us of this. I would like to take a moment to recognize an amazing veteran, the great Senator Bob Dole. And let us thank all of our veterans in the arena today and those across our great country. We are all truly blessed to be here. That will never change. I can tell you with certainty that my husband has been concerned about our country for as long as I have known him. With all of my heart, I know that he will make a great and lasting difference. Donald has a great and deep and unbonding determination and a never give up attitude. I have seen him fight for years to get the project done or even started, and he does not give up. If you want someone to fight for you, and your country, I can assure you, he's the guy. He will never, ever give up. And most importantly, he will never, ever let you down. Donald is and always has been an amazing leader. Now he will go to work for you. His achievements speak for themselves, and his performance throughout the primary campaign proved that he knows how to win. He also knows how to remain focused on improving our country, on keeping it safe and secure. He is tough when he has to be, but he's also kind and fair and caring. This kindness is not always noted, but it is there for all to see. That is one reason I fell in love with him to begin with. Donald is intensely loyal to family, friends, employees, country. He has the utmost respect for his parents, Mary and Fred, to his sister Marianne and Elizabeth, to his brother Robert, and to the memory of his late brother Fred. His children have been cared for and mentored to the extent that even his advisories admit they are an amazing testament to who he is as a man and a father. There is a great deal of love in the Trump family. That is our bond and that is our strength. Yes, Donald thinks big, which is especially important when considering the presidency of the United States. No room for small thinking, no room for small results. Donald gets things done. Our country is underperforming and needs new leadership. Leadership is also what the world needs. Donald wants our country to move forward in the most positive of ways. Everyone wants change. Donald is the only one that can deliver it. We should not be satisfied with stagnation. Donald wants prosperity for all Americans. We need new programs to help the poor and opportunities to challenge the young. There has to be a plan for growth. Only then will fairness result. My husband's experience exemplifies growth and successful passage of opportunity to the next generation. His success indicates inclusion rather than division. My husband offers a new direction, welcoming change, prosperity, and greater cooperation among peoples and nations. Donald intends to represent all the people, not just some of the people. That includes Christians and Jews and Muslims. It includes Hispanics and African Americans and Asians and the poor and the middle class. Throughout his career, Donald has successfully worked with people of many faiths and with many nations. Like no one else, I have seen the talent, the energy, the tendency, the resourceful mind, and the simple goodness of the heart that God gave to Donald Trump. Now is the time to use those gifts as never before for purposes far greater than ever. And he will do this better than anyone else can, and it won't even be close. depends on it for our cause and for our country. People are counting on him, all the millions of you who have touched us so much with your kindness and your confidence. You have turned this unlikely campaign into a movement that is still gaining in strength and number. The primary season and its toughness is behind us. Let's all come together in a national campaign like no other. The race will be hard fought all the way to November. There will be good times and hard times and unexpected turns. It would not be a Trump contest without excitement and drama. But throughout it all, my husband will remain focused on only one thing: this beautiful country that he loves so much. If I'm honored to serve as First Lady, I will use that wonderful privilege to try to help people in our country who need it the most. One of the many causes dear to my heart is helping children and women. You judge society by how it treats its citizens. We must do our best to ensure that every child can live in comfort and security with the best possible education. As the citizens of this great nation, it is kindness, love, and compassion for each other that will bring us together and keep us together. These are the values Donald and I will bring to the White House. My husband is ready to lead this great nation. He's ready to fight every day to give our children the better future they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald J. Trump is ready to serve and lead this country as the next President of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Please welcome retired United States Army Lieutenant General and former Director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Michael Flynn.
I don't know how you follow an act like Melania Trump, who's going to be the next First Lady of the United States of America. Another big round of applause for her. Unbelievable, and what an exciting night. I'm here tonight as a determined American who loves our country. And my message to you is very clear. Wake up, America. There is no substitute for American leadership and exceptionalism. America should not fear our enemies. In fact, we should clearly define our enemies, face them head on, and then defeat those that seek to threaten our country and our way of life. You're darn right. That's right. Good for you. Tonight, we stand together as proud patriots who deeply love our country and believe in the principles of freedom, democracy, and liberty. USA, you darn right, get it going. USA, USA. USA, get fired up. This is about this country. This is about the future of our children. We know that America, our nation, is the greatest country in the history of the world. Let there never be a substitute for America, and let us sustain the conviction that our country holds a unique place and role in American history, and American exceptionalism must never fade. But now, it is up to us, and you cannot sit this election out. I stand with you as a citizen, a veteran, a patriot, but more important, as an American, to tell you that the destructive pattern of putting the interests of other nations ahead of our own will end when Donald Trump is president. Trump, there you go. Exactly. From this day forward, we must stand tougher and stronger together with an unrelenting goal to not draw red lines and then retreat, and to never be satisfied with reckless rhetoric from an Obama clone like Hillary Clinton. We must draw from the rich foundation of our founding fathers' fight for democracy and lead our friends and allies with more determination than ever before. With conviction in our beliefs that pierces through the ideology of any people or any nation that attacks America, America's way of life, and our proud heritage of fearlessness and courage. Tonight, America stands as one, with strength and confidence to overcome the last 8 years of the Obama-Clinton failures, such as bumbling indecisiveness, willful ignorance, and total incompetence that has challenged the very heart and soul of every American and single-handedly brought continued mayhem, murder, and destruction into our neighborhoods and onto the world's streets. On this day, we start the beginning of a new American century, a time when we turn our heads forward with persistent and relentless focus on protecting our communities, our families, and our country, with our feet firmly planted on the ground, and by holding individuals accountable for their actions equally and fairly. Our new American century does not risk its future on political correctness and senseless hyperbole. Exactly. Exactly. USA. You got it. You got it. That's exactly right. It's about this country. It's about this country. That's right. The time is now. The time is now to recognize our obligation that we have to the world, an obligation to lead the world with unwavering integrity, renewed strength, and unapologetic resolve. And with Donald Trump in the White House, we will make America great again. Damn right. America's once traditional, undisputed role as world leader is now in jeopardy. It's in jeopardy, folks. The Obama-Clinton duo, they failed our country by defying America's exceptionalism and betraying our nation's history and our founding fathers' revolutionary spirit that established America on the principles of freedom and democracy. American exceptionalism was a core principle when the United States led and won our battles. Under this doctrine, we led the Allies to victory in World War II against Nazi Germany. USA, 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 USA. I mean, God help us. Get fired up. You are right. I love it. I love it. We are the first country to put a man on the moon. We ended the Cold War. We ended the Cold War, and we stopped communism. We stopped communism's quest for world domination. As Ronald Reagan said, and I quote, "If we lose freedom here, there is no place to escape to. This is the last stand on earth." USA, I love it. You guys are great. A centerpiece of American foreign policy was once the protection of the United States and its people and interests around the world. Sadly, under current leadership, that is no longer the case. This cannot stand, period. We must recognize that America has enemies in our homeland and abroad. And our military needs to be capable of protecting the nation by finding and capturing our enemies. The president must have the tools to deal with all threats to this country and must have the guts to put them into action whenever necessary. And Donald Trump is that leader. And I'm going to say that again. Donald Trump is that leader. We must regain our ability to truly crush our enemies. And our soldiers deserve to hear from their leaders with clarity and precision. Too often, way too often, our troops are distracted by trivial matters about what words to use, what terminology is politically correct, and what bathroom door to open up. My God, war is not about bathrooms. War is not about political correctness or words that are meaningless. War is about winning. War is about winning. There is no substitute. There is no such thing as a runner-up, and there are no consolation prizes. A commander-in-chief does not draw red lines and then retreat. America does not back down from anyone or anything. That's right. USA, USA, USA. You got it right, baby. That is exactly right. Get fired up. This is about this country. It's about our country. We are tired of Obama's empty speeches and his misguided rhetoric. This has caused the world to have no respect for America's word, nor does it fear our might. Let me be clear. Coddling and displays of empathy towards terrorists is not a strategy for defeating these murderers, as Obama and Hillary Clinton would like us to believe. And listen to what I'm about to say, and releasing terrorists will not end this war. On the contrary, it simply emboldens the terrorists and it prolongs the war. Under Barack Obama, we have no coherent strategy to protect our citizens. And under Hillary Clinton, it will be more of the same. You got it right. I am infuriated when our president bans criticism of our enemies. I am deadly certain that we cannot win this war unless we are free to call our enemies by name. Radical Islamists and failed tyrants. Because of Obama's ill-advised actions, the world has lost faith in American leadership, and the threats are mounting. Radical Islam metastasizing throughout the world. A complete lack of American military readiness to face multiple fronts. Untold cyber threats. Demoralized allies around the world. A struggling United States economy unable to compete with a burgeoning Chinese economy. Growing nuclear capabilities of China, Russia, and North Korea, and loss of respect and confidence around the globe. We have become the best enemies and the worst friends. And I'm going to say that again. We have become the best enemies and the worst friends, and that has to change. These next 4 years will be consumed by the perils that we now face. And the so-called red lines or reset buttons were utter failures. And the Obama-Clinton failed foreign policy list goes on and on and on. We need a commander-in-chief who understands these challenges and is willing to do whatever it takes to meet them head-on. Our adversaries must never again mock American willpower, and we must never give them a reason to doubt our resolve to win. Thank you. The most damaging example of the president's failure to understand the consequences of putting political expediency ahead of national security is the emergence of ISIS. We cannot continue down this path. More lives are at stake. Our very life, our way of life is in jeopardy. Our very existence is threatened. What keeps me up at night? What keeps me up at night is the sobering realization that evil exists. The radicalization of Islam and its barbaric cause that uses modernity to influence potentially millions around the world to join their cause should keep us all up at night. We must take seriously the possibility that these enemies have weapons of mass destruction and intend to use them. That is a very serious issue. We must understand and define our enemies if we intend to defeat them. America and Americans deserve no less. Because Obama chose to conceal the actions of terrorists like Osama bin Laden and groups like ISIS, and the role of Iran in the rise of radical Islam, Americans are at a loss to fully understand the enormous threat that they pose against us. Now is the time for a leader that is honest and strong. A leader, that's exactly right. A leader who will stand up for America and make absolutely clear that if you cross her path, you will pay the price. Got it. We do not need a weak, spineless president who is more concerned about issuing apologies than in protecting Americans. We do not need a reckless president who believes she is above the law. Lock her up. That's right. That's right. Lock her up. I'm going to tell you what. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Yeah, I use hashtag Never Hillary. That's what I use. I have called on Hillary Clinton. I have called on Hillary Clinton to drop out of the race because she put our nation's security at extremely high risk with her careless use of a private email server. Lock her up, lock her up. You guys are good. Damn right. You're exactly right. There's nothing wrong with that. And you know why? And you know why? You know why we're saying that? We're saying that because if a guy who knows this business, if I did a tenth of what she did, I would be in jail today. So, crooked Hillary Clinton, leave this race now. She needs to go. Before I end, I will repeat my belief that American exceptionalism is very real. Let us not fear what we know to be true. Let us not fear what we know to be true. Instead, we should always remember that our country was built upon Judeo-Christian values and principles. And instead, let us remember the sacrifices of those who have gone before us. America is unique. America is the greatest country in the history of the world. So, you're darn right. So get ready, America, get ready. Now is the time to elect fresh, bold leadership. Trump, let's go, come on. Get it going. We are just beginning. I promise you that Donald Trump knows that the primary role of the president is to keep us safe. He recognizes the threats we face and is not afraid to call them what they are. Donald Trump's leadership, decision-making, and problem-solving abilities will restore America's role as the undeniable and unquestioned world leader. He will lead from the front, not from behind. He will lead with courage, never vacillating when facing our enemies or our competitors. And he knows that the advantage, Donald Trump knows that the advantage in life, in business, and in wartime goes to the competitor that does not flinch and does not broadcast his game plan. Hey. Donald Trump will execute the fundamental tenet of peace through strength. And there will be And there will be no apologies for our American exceptionalism or leadership standing around the world. So once again, wake up, America. You cannot sit this one out. You cannot sit this election out. Get out of your houses and get out there and vote. And instead, elect Donald Trump as the next president of the United States of America. Thank you very much, and God bless America. Get at it. USA, USA, USA. Keep it going. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank every one of you for watching our continuing coverage of the Republican National Convention in Cleveland. I'm Joe Seals here in the RSBN studios in Auburn. And 10 hours later, and here we are. You think YouTube's about to cut us off. I think there's a 10-hour limit. But we promised you wall-to-wall coverage. You got every speech, and you got some coverage in the middle there with Wayne Dupree and crew. And the same thing tomorrow. We will bring you every speech. We will have some interviews tomorrow with Wayne Dupree and crew. They're going to have some pretty big names. So please tune in to RSBN tomorrow. You can find both of our streams at rsbn.tv, our website, and just click on the Republican National Convention live stream. Or you can also find them on our YouTube channel. We hope you enjoyed the coverage today. It's only going to get better as we go along and building up towards Thursday night. But I want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. We had a great day today with the live viewers. I think we had 27,000 watching at one time. The total view count for today is somewhere close to 300,000, 400,000 on just the first day. So what a great way to open up the convention. Thanks again for everybody watching.
Thank you.
We're going to go.
Senator Joni Ernst.
Distinguished delegates, Republicans, and millions of my fellow Americans watching around the country, especially those in Iowa. Thank you, Iowa. It's an honor to be with you in Cleveland and to be on this stage with fellow veterans. Among them are Special Operations Master Sergeant Jason Beardsley and my colleague, Congressman and Navy SEAL Ryan Zinke, who you'll hear from shortly. I never would have imagined a farm girl like me from Montgomery County would have the opportunity to serve as the first woman elected to federal office from Iowa. However, my parents always said to my brother, sister, and me that if we worked hard, anything was possible. Growing up, we didn't have much, but what we didn't have in money, my parents, particularly my mother, made up for with tenacity. She really encouraged us. You never hear her say, "No, you can't do this." Instead, if something was challenging, she'd say, "Joni, we'll figure out a way. If this is what you want, let's make it happen. We'll figure it out together." That's a trait I carry with me today, and it's something I teach my own daughter. In our household, and in the homes of many of those in the military, including those up here tonight, giving up, quitting, or accepting failure are not options. That resilience is not unique to our house. That can-do attitude has served as the foundation of our country for 240 years. It continues tonight here in Ohio, in Iowa, and all around our great nation. In between my freshman and sophomore years of college, I went on an agricultural exchange to the Soviet Union. At night, the Ukrainians didn't talk about farming. Rather, they wanted to know what it was like to live in a country where they could experience freedom. They wanted to know, yes, beautiful freedom. They wanted to know about our country, a place where anything was possible. When I came home, I realized it wasn't enough to simply enjoy freedom and liberty. I had to do my part to protect and preserve it. So I joined the military, which is a tremendously important institution that defends the freedoms that Americans cherish. Thank you. I've had the great privilege of serving my state and our country while working alongside some of our nation's finest soldiers. For 14 months, I served as a company commander during Operation Iraqi Freedom, where my unit was tasked with running convoys through Kuwait and southern Iraq. Last November, after more than 23 years of service, I retired as a lieutenant colonel in the Iowa Army National Guard. As I travel across Iowa and around our great country, I hear from folks who are worried America is no longer leading, but rather following from behind. Those concerns are echoed by our allies around the world, and rightfully so. The question I hear time and time again is, where is America's leadership? There's a void in the world, a deficit that cannot be filled by others. Our country and the world of which we are a part simply cannot afford 4 more years of this lack of leadership under Hillary Clinton. Our allies see us shrinking from our place as a leader in the world, as we have failed time and again to address threats. They are looking for American leaders, leaders who are willing to stand up and say, enough is enough. Unfortunately, Hillary Clinton cannot be trusted. Her judgment and character are not suited to be sitting in the most powerful office in the world. She has already failed us too many times before. Hillary Clinton has failed to stop the expansion of terrorism. Her policies in Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq, and Syria
have created more safe havens for terrorism. Shockingly, she continues to support a policy that brings captured terrorists into our backyards. All of us up here believe that's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Hillary Clinton has failed to support our allies. Her decision to back the Iran nuclear deal puts in peril our longtime friends and allies in the region, especially Israel. They have continued to threaten to destroy Israel, both directly and indirectly, through its terrorist proxies, such as Hezbollah. They remain the top sponsor of terrorism, which endangers not just Israel, but Europe and the United States. And look, just take a look, folks, at the pathetic track record she and Obama have in the war on ISIS. This administration has called them junior varsity adversaries, ignoring some of the best advice they were given. They represent a threat that is not limited to the Middle East and is spreading rapidly. In fact, according to the FBI, ISIS is present in all 50 states. Think about it for a moment. Terrorists from ISIS are in every one of our 50 states. They will use, yes, boo, they will use whatever weapons they have. Guns, trucks, knives, poisons, and bombs to kill innocent people. Under this current administration's wayward policies, ISIS continues to spread, while the president fails to put forward a comprehensive strategy to defeat and destroy them. Donald Trump will not hesitate to call radical Islamic terrorism by its name. And he will not hesitate to destroy those that wish to harm our great nation. USA! God bless you. Yet Hillary Clinton has failed to protect our national security in other ways. She jeopardized our safety by deciding our laws don't apply to her, setting up her own private email server, and then lying to the American people about how it was used. That's right. Our men and women of the armed services, and let me say this clearly, our men and women of the armed services do not fail us. They cannot fail us. The veterans here with me did not fail us. They did not fail us. They too are individuals of the highest integrity. Our presidents cannot fail us either. How can we accept Hillary Clinton when she has failed them, failed us, and cannot be trusted? She has proven time and time again that she is entirely unfit to serve as our nation's commander-in-chief. For too long, Americans have felt abandoned and their warnings unheard. Donald Trump has heard these voices loud and clear. We cannot afford 4 more years of the same failed policies. If that is not enough, the Veterans Administration has been failing those who have served alongside those of us here on the stage with scandal after scandal at the highest levels. Inferior care, long wait times, extraordinary inefficiency, and a bureaucracy that has gone wild still continues. We need a commander-in-chief who will stand up to our enemies, support our allies, and have our veterans' backs. We need a leader who will ensure America remains a strong, stabilizing force around the globe and who will keep us safe here at home. Our country cannot take another 4 years like the 8 we've just had. It's time to stand up and fight for the security of our children, our grandchildren, and ourselves. With Hillary Clinton, it's always about her. It should be about you. Donald Trump is focused on you. He gave a voice to a movement of millions of Americans who are tired of politics as usual. I know as president, he will work tirelessly to keep our nation safe. Now is the time to make America safe again. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, and may God bless all of you, the wonderful state of Iowa. The brave men and women in uniform, and these great United States of America. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, good evening, Cleveland. Are you excited? Yeah. This is the greatest country in the history of the world, am I right? USA. Let's get some freedom, all right? I'm really proud to be on this stage tonight, here with other dedicated service people, including Senator Ernst, Representative Zinke, and all the rest of the men and women. As an elite soldier, I operated at times as the only American in the midst of our enemies. Still, no matter how dangerous the mission, I never lost my conviction that America was the world's best hope for good. That's right, USA. This same conviction can sustain the nation when we find ourselves imperiled. And this is such a time. From 9/11 to Russian aggression to a belligerent China and to the evil of the Islamic State, we face unparalleled threats. But we stand here tonight on the shoulders of giants and legends who gave us this American republic. And when we think of those who pioneered this country with courage and honor through a bloody revolution, and those who gave their lives for the cause of freedom around the world, today, at this crucial point in our history, can we summon the spirit that forged our nation and bound us together under principles of liberty and justice for all? The USA. It's time for us, once again, to choose freedom over tyranny. Over the last 8 years, the U.S. has traded her role of active leadership for that of a passive observer. Americans have been told that the U.S. has not always been a force for good, and that since we've made mistakes, we should forfeit our leadership, or God forbid, we should lead from behind. That thinking has endangered not just the U.S., but freedom across the world. And those results fall squarely on the shoulders of our current administration, supported by Hillary Clinton. Her leadership was absent as U.S. Marines were forced to smash their weapons while bureaucrats abandoned our embassy in Yemen. And it was absent as our enemies overran another consulate and killed 4 of our Americans in Benghazi. Lock her up. This so-called leadership thanked our enemies in Iran while sailors were on their knees. It's time we put someone into office who holds the same convictions that we hold, the same convictions that my fellow warriors and I hold, and the same convictions that my friends bled or died for. And as service members, we live by these convictions. USA, USA, get fired up. Imagine a country where our president shares those convictions and upholds the honor of our military. A president who knows our past and defends our liberty. With that kind of leadership, we will go over the top and into the teeth of this 21st century. In Donald Trump's America, we will have that leadership. God bless America. And in Donald Trump's America, the only time service members will get on their knees will be to thank their God that they are Americans. God bless you, thank you, and God bless America.
Good evening, Cleveland, and thank you for hosting. What a night. And Montana, you're in the house. You know, I'm honored to be sharing the stage with Senator Ernst and Jason Beardsley and all these distinguished veterans. What a circle of honor. I also proudly represent the great state of Montana and the first seal in the House of Representatives. And before I was elected to Congress, I spent 23 years as a Navy SEAL. I was a commander at SEAL Team 6. But what I'm most proud of is when I was growing up, my daughter was growing up, I told her two things. Don't join the Navy and don't marry a Navy SEAL. She ignored me, she did both. I'm so incredibly proud. I love you, Jennifer. So did you ever hear of a place called Gitmo? Let's just say I'm personally acquainted with many of those individuals experiencing those accommodations. And let me tell you, they need to stay there forever. Ever hear of Chris Kyle, Rob O'Neill, Glenn Doherty, Marcus Luttrell, and Ty Woods? I've had the privilege of working with these fine teammates and Americans, and I've mentored many more whose names you'll never know. But as a SEAL, there's three factors that accomplish success. The first is teamwork. You need to know without a doubt the guy behind you literally has your back. Secondly is training. We owe it to every troop in harm's way to make sure they have the right equipment, the right training, and the rules of engagement to win decisively in the field of battle. They deserve no less. And lastly, every SEAL, soldier, airman, and Marine knows never quit. Without teamwork, training, and never quitting, successful missions like the one that killed Osama bin Laden aren't possible. And when we don't do things right in dangerous situations, bad things happen. In January, Army Green Beret Matthew McClintock lost his life in Afghanistan when his unit came under heavy Taliban fire. Commanders on the ground requested air support, but they received nothing. This tragedy represents the weakness we've come to expect from armchair quarterbacks like Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton. Senator Ernst ably described the leadership failures. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton both are responsible for these failures. For President Obama and Hillary Clinton, being popular is more important than being the commander-in-chief. President Obama and Hillary Clinton abandoned Iraq. President Obama and Hillary Clinton drew a red line in Syria and then refused to uphold it. President Obama and Hillary Clinton watched passively as China and Russia filled the international leadership vacuum that they created. President Obama reached a dangerous nuclear arms agreement with Iran, a country whose people and leaders tweet death to America. And Hillary Clinton remained largely silent. Our world knows this president is weak, and his anointed successor, the architect of Benghazi, is no better. Together, Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton brought us ISIS and brought down Benghazi. I shudder to think how many times our flag will fly at half-mast if Hillary Clinton is in the Oval Office. You know, I've been to a lot of funerals, and too many funerals. Casualties, unfortunately, are inevitable in war, but the lives of Sergeant McClintock and 4 Americans in Benghazi could have been saved with leadership in the White House. Donald J. Trump is not afraid to talk about radical Islamic terrorism. And I can guarantee you, if we go to war, we're going to go to war to win. We need a commander-in-chief who will support our troops rather than abandon them in Benghazi. We need a commander-in-chief that will put our veterans in front of the line rather than letting them die while waiting for health care. And we need a commander-in-chief that will stand with Israel rather than fund Iranian rockets that attack Israel. America, it is time to rally. It is time to rally the troops. It is time to rally around our candidate. It is time to rally around Donald Trump, who will make America safe again. Thank you. God bless America. Good night, and God bless all our troops, men and women who defend her. Montana, I love you.
Please welcome the senior pastor of New Destiny Christian Center in Florida, Paula White.
I'm going to ask us all to rise up and let us pray. As never before, our nation needs prayer. Dear God, we need you. We stand tonight in challenging times. I'm reminded of your words in Isaiah chapter 59, verse 14. Our courts oppose the righteous, and justice is nowhere to be found. Truth stumbles in the streets, and honesty has been outlawed. Yes, truth is gone, and anyone who renounces evil is attacked. We too have often turned our back on truth. At the beginning of this convention, at this very, very critical moment in America's history, we choose a different path. We pray that you would forgive us for our unrighteousness, that you would inspire us to do what's right, that you would empower us to be brave, that you would give us faith that believes that things can and things will change. Help us, oh God, to fight with all of our might for the future of our country, for the freedom of our children and our grandchildren, for the peace that is brought by our rule of law, for your definition of justice. Help us pray, not only in these symbolic moments, but in every moment, God. Help us to pray like we mean it, and help us to pray like it matters. Protect us from all those who aim to destroy us and make America safe again. Give us eyes to see a brighter future for America. We believe in faith that it's time for darkness to be dispelled. It's time for this nation to live out its holy calling in the world. And it is time for us to bridge the divide and become one again. We believe in faith that it is time for us to become the light that this world so desperately needs. And it is time for this nation to uphold truth proudly and boldly. We choose by faith to stand for the way of our God, to walk in love, to seek peace for the generations to come. And we choose by faith to raise up a standard against the forces of evil, to have a heart for your presence, to have a thirst for your righteousness. Dear God, we confess that we need you as never before. We need your guidance. We need your blessing. We need your help. We need your anointing. We remembered the many troubled waters that you have brought us through by your grace and by your mercy. We remember the Red Seas that have been parted and the mouths of the lions that have been pacified. We remember the miracles of those times, and in our time, we remember the miracle of America. In it all, we find our hope that we can be great and we can be good as we stand in your righteousness. And Lord, as we lead us, so that future generations in this land know your goodness. May you bless us and keep us. Make your face to shine upon us. May you show us your favor and give us your peace in the name of Jesus Christ, who gives us a hope through his empty tomb and whose life has brought us new life and all the hope in the world. Amen, amen, and amen, and amen. God bless America.
Please welcome Chairman of the Republican National Committee, Reince Priebus.
All right, the chair recognizes the delegate from the District of Columbia for the purposes of offering a motion. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I am Christine Brooks from the District of Columbia. I make a motion that the convention now adjourns.
All right, thank you. The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the resolution is adopted. Accordingly, the convention stands adjourned until 5:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, that's it. We're wrapping up here in the RSBN studios. Thank you so much for watching our live coverage. We will be back here tomorrow. Wall-to-wall coverage. Wayne Dupree will be live from 4 to 8 with interviews from the convention floor. You don't want to miss that. And then all the speeches tomorrow. We start all over again tomorrow. Action-packed, jam-packed day tomorrow from the convention. We will have it live for you tomorrow, so make sure you tune in tomorrow. Go to rsbn.tv, click on the Republican National Convention live stream link. We'll give you links to both of our streams tomorrow, and then you can also go to our YouTube page and find the both streams there. So 11 hours later, and we're finally done. So good night from day one. Good night from Auburn, Alabama. Adam says good night.
Touching me, touching you, sweet Caroline. Good times have never seemed so good. I've been inclined to believe they never would, but now I look at this night and it don't seem so lonely. We fill it up